Chapter 1. Dragon Ball World. Here, the world is calm and snow-white. There is no building other than an hourglass roundhouse in the center. This is the spiritual time house of the heavenly shrine. In the past, it has always been calm and there will be no turmoil, because without the presence of living things, everything is no different from static. Today, there was an unprecedented super turmoil here, because there was a person here who forcibly broke through his cultivation and reached a stronger realm. He's VEGETA. It's just that he is not VEGETA in the main chronoplot of the Dragon Ball world, but VEGETA from the main branch space-time, Dragon Ball GT space-time. Moreover, he is VEGETA, and not exactly VEGETA of this world. He's a crosser. Since Lin Mu came to this world and replaced the original identity of VEGETA, he changed his fate and completed the counterattack. Starting from the Frisia plot, to the artificial Shuru, and then to the Majin Buu chapter. After that, another 10 years of hard work, fighting Babe, suppressing the android Super 17, and finally, killing the evil dragon born of evil negative energy. Up to now, 5 years have passed since the evil dragon incident, and he has completely established his strongest identity in this life. Even the original protagonist of this world, Sun Wukong, has been chasing him all these years, but the gap with him is getting bigger and bigger. After years of hard practice, he not only cultivated the transformation of the Super Saiyan to the extreme, but also reached the 5th level of the Super Saiyan. That's right. It is the white-haired monkey that exists in the unknown time and space world. But VEGETA wasn't satisfied with that. Despite reaching this point, despite being so powerful. But he has bigger goals. GT space-time world, not like the space-time world, there is no god of destruction, there is no angel, and there is no great god. Even, the whole king may not exist. But the absence does not mean that the existence of other worlds will not descend to this space-time world. In order to prevent the future, in order to prevent the crisis that may come in the future, VEGETA has never stopped getting stronger. This time I practiced hard in the spiritual time house to find a way to break through the limits. Close the door, do not break the limit, and finally do not come out. In simple terms, that is, if he does not become stronger, he will not leave. This practice is 5 years. After 5 years of hard work, he finally found a way to completely break boundaries. Now, his normal power exploded, and the earth-shattering aura filled every corner of the spiritual time house. Judging by breath perception, the horror of VEGETA's breath at this moment can destroy a galaxy in a single thought. Moreover, this is only the power that he can release under normal conditions. Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, Zhao, Jing, Yang, Ditch, Stream, Zheng, Zhe, Pole. Calculated by using the data, the magnitude of this breath has exceeded the unit of the 7th dimension and the unit of the higher realm, and has entered the unimaginable unit. The 9th dimensional level, the normal combat power of the 1000 level. Just a thought, the storm swept in all directions, the space trembled continuously, and faintly showed signs of collapse. In the heart of the turmoil, VEGETA was domineering and motionless. In the midst of this raging storm, he stood in place like Tarzan, unaffected in the slightest. The aura of destruction of the world continued to increase, crushing the space of the spiritual time house. Here we go. With a muffled snort, VEGETA took the initiative to release the energy in his body. The monstrous weather that was enough to change the world once again ushered in a leap forward. In an instant, the spirit time house was turned upside down, and the sky of this endless snow-white world ushered in unimaginable darkness. Around VEGETA's body, the white flame-like aura gradually rose to a golden aura. In an instant, VEGETA's combat power value increased dozens of times. Not only that, cross the 9th dimensional level and reach the 10th dimensional level. The terrifying combat strength value climbed to the 5-ditch unit in an instant. This is the combat power of the early first order of VEGETA Super Saiyan. Crackle. The aura of the first order of the Super Scion soared into the sky, and the entire world of the Spirit Time House was turned upside down. Above his head, a pitch-black vortex inexplicably appeared, exploding countless terrifying black currents inside. On this edge of darkness, a transparent barrier faintly appeared. It is the barrier of the Dragon Ball GT space-time world. However, VEGETA didn't care about this, and it wasn't the first time he had touched that boundary. He only cares about how he can break through to a higher realm. In the next second, his eyes froze, and the more surging energy in his body gushed out from his body like a tide. The even more roaring golden aura turned into a substantial energy impact and rushed into the sky. Directly crossed the second stage and third stage of the first stage of the Super Scion, and entered the state of full power of the first stage of the Super Scion. The Super Scion First Order full power state, for the normal combat power value, has increased to an astonishing 80 times, and VEGETA's combat power value has also climbed to the terrifying 8 ditch. Boom rumble. Under the impact of the roaring aura of the Super Scion First Order full power, the entire Spirit Time House seemed to collapse. The space was torn apart, turning into countless fragments and scattering in all directions. The diameter of the vortex located above VEGETA's head was expanded even greater, but the world barrier above was not affected in the slightest, and even cracks did not appear. It can be seen how strong the world is. Even if it will be affected, it will not be easily broken. If it could be broken so easily, it would have been broken long ago. Sure enough, it was as I expected. The space in the Spirit Time House is more solid. I can also give it a go now. Watch me break through you. Get stronger. The hysterical shouts spread, and VEGETA's eyes burst with a sharp golden light. In an instant, his momentum, which was already terrifying enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, once again ushered in a big explosion. Super Scion Second Order, Normality 100-fold increase. Super Scion Second Order, Peak, Normal 200-fold increase. The power of terror has more than doubled again with the transformation, reaching the terrifying 20 ditch. The monstrous aura was controlled by VEGETA, constantly impacting the world barrier, but it still did not hurt him in the slightest. On the other hand, the world of the Spirit Time House was turned upside down by this manic aura, as if it could collapse at any time. Before it was over, VEGETA continued to strengthen the energy intensity in his body. The golden furious hair continued to extend to the waist, the eyebrows disappeared, the eyebrow bones were lowered, and the eyes were as cold as death. Break the peak realm of the second tier of the Super Scion and upgrade from the early stage of the third level of the Super Scion to the limit state of the third level of the Super Scion. The normal 400 times to the extreme 600 times the combat power increased, once again tripling VEGETA's strength, reaching 60 ditch. The extreme furious energy has reached the limit range that the Spirit Time House can withstand. Without even sticking to the past for a second, the entire world of the Spirit Time House collapsed. Chapter 2. Meanwhile, outside. With the collapse of the Spirit Time House, the Heavenly God Temple was greatly affected. The God-servant Bobo and the Heavenly God Dandy of the time and space world looked at the Heavenly God Temple that was constantly shaking under their feet, cold sweat broke out on their faces, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. This furious aura almost completely broke through the dimensional barrier, overflowed from the Spiritual Time House, and began to destroy this world. What a furious breath! The Heavenly God Temple couldn't bear it, and it was about to collapse. Heavenly God Dandy was now full of worry, and his fear was also amplified to the limit. Tenjin-sama, be careful. The quick-eyed god-servant Bobo seemed to suddenly sense the crisis and hurriedly pushed the god Dandy away. Immediately in the next second, where Tenjin Dandy was standing before, the violent golden aura turned into a pillar of light like a magma eruption and soared into the sky. If this is affected by this anti-heavenly breath, with the strength of the two of them, they will definitely die. Good risk, good risk. Tenjin Dandy took a deep breath, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Lord Tenjin, let's leave the temple for the time being, it's not safe here now. God servant Bobo wiped the cold sweat that fell from his forehead and hurriedly urged. Well, that's all there is for now. Hopefully, when he returns, the temple is still there. Forced to helplessly, Tenjin Dandy agreed to leave the celestial temple with the god servant Bobo. Nothing like this had ever happened, and they trusted VEGETA not to mess around. Where did you think that this time VEGETA went in for 5 days in a row, and such a terrifying thing happened? Blowing up a passage out of the spirit time house is not uneventful. The opposite has happened many times. But this time, it was really too scary. At this moment, GT warriors located in different corners of the earth have also noticed the appearance of this adverse weather. Zidu. VEGETA's home. When VEGETA's aura erupted in a straight line, his children, Bra and Tenunx noticed it for the first time. And in addition to Tenunx and Bra, there is also a blonde-haired girl. This girl is also VEGETA's daughter, except that her mother is not Bulma, but Cyborg 18. In this world, Cyborg 18 is also VEGETA's wife, and did not cheapen the little bald head Klin as in the original. Led by Tenunx, everyone gathered together for the first time to discuss the situation. Although this is not the first time this has happened, this time is undoubtedly much more ferocious than the previous times. It's like, something big will happen in the next second. West of Zidu, thousands of kilometers away on Bunza Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong was cultivating at the peak of Bunza Mountain. When he enters deep meditation, he cannot disturb him no matter what happens in the outside world. But when VEGETA's breath entered his perception, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. The body instinctively ended his cultivation and stood up. This breath is VEGETA. His chi had actually risen to this point. Abominable. Another step ahead of this guy. Sun Wukong clenched his fists unwillingly, and his heart was indignant to the extreme. He and VEGETA hadn't seen each other for a while, and both were practicing penance in their own ways. He is also looking for ways to push the limits of his strength. But obviously, VEGETA broke the limit one step faster than him, which meant that the gap between them was once again widened. Spirit Time House. Space debris floated in the sky, and the originally endless snow-white world has now completely changed the ecological environment. In the sky, pitch-black thunder and lightning rage, and at the end of the darkness, an invisible barrier faintly appeared, a slender crack. After a brief silence, an even stronger aura erupted from VEGETA's body. Above the third level of Super Saiyan, it once again ushered in sublimation. The blonde waist-length hair turned brown, the hairstyle began to change, the clothes on the upper body disappeared, and the muscles were covered with a layer of fiery red hair. The pupils changed from turquoise to blue, white, and black, and the corners of the eyes were covered with a bright red eyeshadow, adding a domineering touch to it. Human posture, beast appearance, Super Saiyan 4th order. Even if it's just brunette hair. But in this form, VEGETA's combat power is terrifying, and it has swelled to a terrifying 500 ditch. It's not over yet, the metamorphosis has just begun. With a bang, VEGETA raised the Saiyan energy in his body to the peak, and the appearance of the 4th order of the Super Saiyan changed again. The long brown-black hair that reaches the waist, the color has transformed into bright red. This is a boundary breakthrough. That's all. Apparently not, the redhead boundary break is only a brief excess, and finally turns pink again. Whether it is combat effectiveness or the purity of the breath, they have ushered in explosive sublimation. Although the appearance is still Super Saiyan 4th order, the strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. From the ordinary Super Saiyan 4th order black hair state, metamorphosed to Super Saiyan 4th order red hair boundary breakthrough, once again breaking the limit, reaching the ultimate of the current bloodline power, Super Saiyan 4th order bloodline ultimate sublimation. In this form, VEGETA's combat strength value completely broke the limit of the ditch unit and entered the realm of the stream, just the combat power value on the surface has stabilized at 5 streams. Boom! Directly above VEGETA, in the chaotic dark world, an even more terrifying turmoil broke out at this moment. The unparalleled power of energy has already posed a threat to the barrier of this world, and the current world barrier has reached the critical point of collapse. Raising his head and looking upwards, the surface of the world barrier has been covered with countless cracks, which may explode at any time. VEGETA, who was focused on the transformation of his own realm, did not pay much attention to the huge vortex hanging above his head that had expanded several times compared to before. In his opinion, no matter how strong he is, he will not really break the world. After all, I had pursued this extreme in the early years, but I had never achieved anything, so I gave up. Stabilizing the transformed breath, VEGETA's eyes suddenly became sharp. Next, it's the last step. Mumbling to himself, VEGETA took a deep breath. Now, the most important time. The fists were clenched tightly, VEGETA clenched his teeth, the muscles of his whole body were tense, the blue tendons on his forehead were bulging. And the blood in his eyes appeared little by little. Chapter 3. Hey. The cry of the soul resounded through the world of the spirit time house. The pink aura around his body began to turn from a flame to a jet shape, and quickly spread in all directions with absolutely devastating power. As the breath continues to climb, the entire world of the spirit time house has once again undergone earth-shaking changes, and a huge explosion has turned everything upside down. The darkness was pervasive, lightning was everywhere, and at the center of the energy eruption, VEGETA's form underwent an astonishing transformation. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. In the position of his heart, there was a thunderous explosion. In the center of the pink aura, the silver-white aura of the road emerged, gradually replacing the pink breath of Super 4 and changing the appearance of VEGETA. The appearance of the body is constantly changing, and the breath around VEGETA is constantly changing between pink and snow white. AAA. A deafening roar erupted from VEGETA's mouth, and the power of the bloodline that had been sleeping in his body for a long time awakened. Boom! Snow-white pillars of energy light rose up into the sky, turning into divine light that penetrated the darkness. In this divine light, VEGETA's transformation is complete. Snow-white hair, scarlet three-color pupils, stronger than the fourth order of Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan 5th order undoubtedly. Moreover, it is not an ordinary Super Saiyan 5th order. This is VEGETA's form that has reached the extreme and completed a certain sublimation. At the same time, spirit time outside the house. Tenjin Dandy and Divine Servant Bobo float thousands of meters away from the temple. At this moment, the Heavenly God Temple suddenly stopped trembling, and the two thought that the turmoil was finally over, but just when this idea was just born in their hearts, the cruel reality immediately gave them a blow. SHH. The entire Heavenly God Temple exploded in response, turning into countless fragments scattered in the sky in all directions. Smoke filled the air, and fires splashed everywhere. Tenjin Dandy and Divine Servant Bobo fell silent after witnessing the explosion of the Celestial Temple. Silent for a long time, messy in place. After a long moment of silence, Tenjin Dandy trembled his voice and opened his mouth to Bobo. Bobo, in the future, don't lend the spirit time house to VEGETA to cultivate again. Good. Tenjin-sama. They think so, but to put it bluntly, they are just talking, and it is impossible to stop it. In particular, VEGETA is the savior of this world, how can they refuse VEGETA's request? With the explosion of the Celestial Temple, VEGETA's heaven-defying aura crossed the dimension, passed through the world of the spirit time house, and spread to every corner of the earth. No. It should be said that it spread to the end of the whole world. The children of VEGETA in the western capital were stunned one by one, and even if they had 1,000 words in their hearts, they were now so shocked that they did not know how to express them in words. If they hadn't personally felt it, they would never have been able to believe that someone in this world could break out such an adverse weather. Not only them, but all the strong people in the entire universe have detected this gustful breath. Even the realm kings and gods located in the realm of gods were so frightened by this terrifying aura that they couldn't take care of themselves. In addition to them, the one who was most stimulated was the Monkey King in Bun Mountain. This breath. It seems that VEGETA guy has completely crossed the limit of the 5th order of Super Saiyan. It's really unwilling. Why is this guy one step ahead every time? Now even if I complete the transformation of the 5th order of the Super Saiyan, I am far from him. Looking into the distance, feeling the amazing aura that erupted, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, and his heart was full of melancholy. Inside the Spirit Time House, with VEGETA's Super Saiyan 5th order successfully transformed, the turmoil in this small world has finally come to an end. The breath that filled the entire small world was quickly converged back into his body by him as VEGETA's mind moved. It seems that my hunch is correct, Super Saiyan 5th order is not the limit. On top of this, there must be more powerful transformations. This breakthrough, although it is a success for the time being, is still a little short of real success. Although I don't know if it is a large span transformation like Super 4 Super 5, VEGETA can be sure that as long as he completes the final exploration, he will definitely be able to take his strength to the next level. At that time, I am afraid that it will not be a problem to travel between the worlds. Taking another deep breath, VEGETA felt the changes in his body at this moment. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body was in a very active state. The energy in the body seems to be inexhaustible. This feeling has not been experienced for many years. Since becoming the 5th tier of Super Saiyan, until now, the feeling of excitement has become less and less. Before VEGETA could rejoice for a moment, the mutation suddenly appeared. Click! Click! Boom! The dark vortex at the end of the roof of Spirit Time expands to the extreme. The world barrier, which was originally inaccessible, did not know why it reached its limit. This is... What's going on? Could it be that with the collapse of the Spirit Time House, the world barrier has also been shaken? VEGETA exclaimed. This was something he didn't expect. You must know how many wars in the past, how many energy outbreaks, although in exchange for the oppression of the time and space world in different dimensions, but it has not reached this point. I didn't care before, but now it's dignified. As the world barrier burst open, in an instant, an incomparably terrifying attraction flowed out of the darkness. There is no doubt that this is a turbulent flow of time and space. It was because VEGETA's power was too strong, which led to this situation. This attraction. Damn it! I actually can't break free. VEGETA was shocked. With his Super Saiyan 5th order sublimation power, he was still unable to break free from this furious attraction. The attraction that erupted from the depths of darkness, as if purposeful, was aimed at his position and continuously increased the suction. In order to break free, VEGETA used all his means. Energy attacks, high-speed shuttle, teleportation, and so on and so on. But no matter what means he used, this attraction not only did not weaken, but became more and more powerful. After a brief stalemate, VEGETA was swallowed into the darkness by the terrifying attraction. As he was swallowed, the originally turbulent world returned to its previous calm. It's just that this messy small world of spiritual time house will not repair itself, but can only be improved by the Creator. Chapter 4. Unknown Dark World. Forcibly sucked in, VEGETA drifts through this endless dark turbulence. Around, thunder and lightning filled with the aura of destruction and the turbulence of time and space can destroy everything and tear everything apart. Fortunately, VEGETA is strong enough, and the strength of the 5th rank of Super Saiyan has also been sublimated to the maximum. Otherwise, at this time, even if he is Super 4th, pink hair, and bloodline is extremely sublimated, even if his combat power reaches the 11th Yuan level or above, he will have to be destroyed without a complete body. What the hell is going on? This? And what place? Such a chaotic chi, or such a chaotic field. It is difficult to say that I have escaped the shackles of the world and gone to the world outside the world. No. The world outside the world shouldn't be like this. VEGETA frowned in the uncharted realm. Maintaining the Super Scion, Fifth Order, and ultimate self-form, VEGETA always uses the power of his body to maintain absolute defense. Let the thunder add to his body, let the terrifying turbulence sweep through, he can resist without harm. Moving smoothly, in this dark turbulent world where no light could be seen, VEGETA began to explore and look for an exit to get out. He knew that it didn't hurt if he couldn't get out in a short time, and his strength could be self-sufficient. But if he stays in this place for a long time, the cruel environment will make him gradually lose himself, and even because of continuous consumption, resulting in exhaustion, and finally being killed by turbulent thunder because of continuous consumption. Time, I don't know how long has passed, and VEGETA, who is shuttling through the dark turbulence, also ushered in the result he feared the most. Because his physical strength and spirit gradually reached a critical point, his control over his own strength reached the limit. This may be an experience. But if he continues like this, he will also die. Abominable. Careless. This place. It's like a world, completely wrapped in isolated barriers. If I want to leave, I must use a force more powerful than breaking the world. But I can't do it now. VEGETA whispered in her mouth. Highly focused and always protected against the dark turbulence. At this time, VEGETA had actually been injured due to the consumption of body energy. And the effect of this damage is constantly superimposing, constantly destroying his body. With his current strength realm, in the GT space-time world, once he exerts all his strength, it is impossible for anyone to cause substantial damage to himself. Even if Kakarot goes all out, at most, it will make him hurt. The breath of death surrounds the body, and it seems to be urging death at all times. Just when he was at a loss. Suddenly, at the end of the darkness, a snow-white light curtain appeared. Not only seen, but also perceived by his perception. No. In the end, it is not actively perceived, but the light is actively attracting his attention. His intuition told him that this light was peculiar, an alternative in this particular world. Could it be that this is my opportunity to get out of here? Frowning, VEGETA only thought for a moment before hesitating. Through his physical instincts and keen perception, he shuttled through the turbulent world at the fastest speed, and also cleverly dodged almost all blow attacks. However, often at critical times, accidents always happen. At the time when VEGETA was about to come into contact with the light. Crackle! Suddenly, an incomparably powerful purple lightning bolt appeared from the darkness, so fast and powerful that it was unimaginable. Whipping VEGETA's body, causing fatal injuries to him. This is that the autonomous consciousness of this world seems to perceive something, and must be eliminated of VEGETA as an outsider. Poof! Just like that, VEGETA's life breath fell off a cliff, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The Super Scion Fifth Order Ultimate True Self's body was directly lost, and his consciousness became even more blurred. Fate seemed to play a big joke on him, and as he slowly closed his eyes, the only light in the darkness was assimilated and engulfed. It's ridiculous. Is that the end of it? Invincible GT space-time. At last. It ended up like this. VEGETA roared unwillingly in his heart, but it was of no use. His consciousness was also completely darkened at this moment. The body drifted with the dark turbulence, and it was getting farther and farther away from this light. Time passed by minute, and VEGETA, who was in a deep coma, did not know how long he continued to float here. Until a light and beautiful voice sounded in this dark space. Oh! It's really surprising that in this world of time and space mezzanine, there will be human beings? Already out of consciousness? Such a powerful body, it's really Saijao. In this dark world that could not be seen as far as the eye could see, a brilliant colorful light suddenly lit up. The dark world was not only illuminated by light, but with the emergence of this special force, the endless thunder retreated, and the turbulence was slowly calmed down. When the appearance and body of this being appear, the identity is also revealed. If VEGETA was still awake, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. She is the existence of the main Dragon Ball chrono world, the angel of the 10th universe. Laurie's appearance, the special costume of the angel, silver white hair, a twisted braid. As an angel, she is supposed to be by the side of the destroying god and maintain the order of the universe. However, not long ago, the 10th universe under her jurisdiction poked out some baskets because of the king god of the internship world, Zama's. As a result, she now has to make a move, come to this time-space mezzanine, personally erase some time branches that should not appear, and also smooth out the chaotic time and space, so that everything can be normalized. Waving the angelic scepter in his hand, Kessie kept approaching with a curious look. Until he came to VEGETA. The front was a casual perception, a rough glance, and now a close look, which really surprised her. Because the person in front of her is none other than that scion VEGETA from the 7th universe. In this event that solved the crisis of time and space, the guy who also made a lot of contributions. Is it VEGETA from the 7th universe? No. VEGETA of the 7th universe cannot reach such strength, nor can it be here. This VEGETA. It's VEGETA from other parallel space-time worlds, but how did he get here? Chapter 5. Mumbling to himself, Angel Keth stared at VEGETA, who was seriously injured in front of him and went into a deep coma. Encountering this VEGETA in the world of the mezzanine of time and space is unexpected and incredible. Even as an angel, she didn't know for a while, let alone how to deal with it. Because this was something she had never experienced, and it had never happened like this. Let's look at the memory first. After all, if it is an outlier, it must be extinguished. Kessie had a kind of selfless performance, and when his mind moved, a divine light shot out from his eyes, which did not enter VEGETA's mind. A mysterious power emerged at the same time, enveloping Kessie and VEGETA. The endless stream of memories is sorted out through special operations and enters Angel Kess's mind, just like watching a panoramic AR movie. If VEGETA knew that his memory was being seen at this time, he would inevitably collapse psychologically. After all, he's a crosser. Simply knowing this to others is not a trivial matter. Especially known by the angels, this will undoubtedly cause killing, even if it will not be targeted and killed, it will become a guinea pig test product. After all, his existence is about two truly different worlds. Fortunately, angels, despite their unimaginable powers, are not truly invincible. Unless the great priest. What VEGETA saw by XES was only a memory of the recent period. So that's the case, did you accidentally break the barrier of time and space when you broke through in cultivation? Getting the answer he wanted, Angel Kessie was shocked in his heart. It was the first time she had seen a mortal who could break the barrier of the world on her own. Looking at the unconscious VEGETA in front of him, Angel Keth narrowed his eyes slightly. You still have secrets that I can't even get into to the bottom. That's what makes you so powerful and special. As he spoke, Kessie exerted angelic power and swept VEGETA's whole body. She felt as if she had discovered something very interesting. Perhaps, this VEGETA in front of her can bring great changes to the world, and even, it can be used by her. Well, for your sake, you are also the strongest in time and space, and you are not evil, I will save your life. However, I wonder what kind of expression Lord Rumsey will have when he sees you. The mysterious angel power swelled again, completely penetrating into VEGETA's body, but in the blink of an eye, VEGETA had disappeared in place. It was Kessie who used her ability to include VEGETA in her scepter gem space. After handling VEGETA, Angel Keth smiled softly while waving the scepter in his hand again. For a time, the power of angels spread in an all-round way, like a wave that healed everything and smoothed everything, completely restoring this piece of time and space. After doing all this, Kessi waved his scepter again, and in an instant, a space-time tunnel appeared. Arbitrarily open up time and space channels, you can see the angels incredible. In the original work, only angels can travel between time and space. For example, later in the Dark Man chapter, Weiss says to go to the future space-time to meet Beerus, the god of destruction in the future space-time world. As Kessi enters the space-time tunnel, the space-time mezzanine world also returns to a calm state. It seems that nothing happened. This is the world of the main space-time route of the Dragon Ball world. It is also a relatively complete space-time world. The time is 780 years of IG. Unlike the thousands of branches of the Dragon Ball world, this is a real chrono world. Located in the 10th universe. Another realm of gods of the same high level as the realm king of the realm, destroying the realm of gods. As the realm where the gods live, no wonderland in the mortal world can compare with the environment here. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a paradise. In addition to the sacred, it is also sacred. The purple towering giant tree stands in the center of the god of destruction realm. The spectacular sight, like a world tree, supports the existence of this whole world. Under this towering tree, a pink humanoid elephant is strolling, leisurely, humming a ditty. He is Rumsey, the god of destruction in the 10th universe. Wang. At this moment, a space-time tunnel appeared in front of the god of destruction Rumsey, and the angel Kurth emerged from it. Upon meeting, Kes smiled and gestured, "I'm back, dear Lord Rumsey." "Wah! Coming back so soon? I thought it would take longer." Destroyer Rumsey's voice is slightly thick, and his appearance seems fierce and completely different personality. In the original book, it was also after the power conference that everyone knew that although Rumsey was not friendly in appearance as a god of destruction, he was the most calm and gentle one. As long as he doesn't provoke him, he won't take the initiative to destroy something. It's done, the space-time aberration caused by the source of evil Zamas has been completely repaired, and this time there are some unexpected gains. Saying that, Keth waved the angelic scepter in her hand, and VEGETA, who had previously been included in the space of the angelic scepter, was released by him. "Hey? He is looking at VEGETA, who was unconscious and seriously injured in front of him. Rumsey, the god of destruction, was slightly startled and narrowed his eyes instead. This person, he seems to be a little familiar, very important, but I can't remember who it is." It wasn't until Kessi took the initiative to remind him that this was the scion who solved the Zamas incident that he reacted. "Wait. XTH, you say he is a scion from the 7th universe? But why did he get brought back by you?" Destroyer Rumsey asked sharply. He didn't understand, so he looked at Angel Kessi with a confused face, seeking answers. How could the people of the 7th universe appear here? Brought back by Graham? "Lord Rumsey, it's true that he's Scion VEGETA, but he's not the VEGETA from the 7th universe of our space-time world. To be precise, VEGETA from another branch of space-time. I came across it by chance from the turbulence of space-time, and I raised my hand to pull it out." Angel Keth explained. "Do you mean another person from another time and space?" Rumsey frowned slightly when he heard this. Not long ago, the Zamas tribulation of time and space occurred in their universe, resulting in the final destruction of the future world. Now, another scion who has violated the law of time. Thinking about it, a deep purple light appeared around the god of destruction Rumsey, and there was no doubt that this was the power of the god of destruction volatilizing. He had the idea of destroying VEGETA in front of him. Chapter 6. Discovering that Rumsey seemed to be about to destroy this VEGETA, Angel Keth suddenly spoke, which also stopped this possibility. "Lord Rumsey, I have done a deep scan of this VEGETA. He is not an evil person, nor is he actively crossing time and space. As Kurth explained, he displayed the information he had obtained through a projection. Let Rumsey know what kind of existence this VEGETA is. Seeing the recent experience of this VEGETA in the picture, and even the destruction of the time and space barrier, Rumsey was sweating profusely and trembling. Hey, hey! Is this true? Kurth, such a terrifying scion. Compared to that scion in the 7th universe, it's even more powerful, right? Rumsey exclaimed. No matter how powerful their destruction god is, they can't reach the point of destroying the world's space-time barrier. The scion in front of him actually did it. Although it seems unintentional, it is indeed broken. In particular, under the attack of time and space thunder and turbulence, this VEGETA can hold out for so long. It's just incredible. In other words, if you destroy the gods, if you enter that special realm, you will definitely die. Otherwise, they would be like angels, belonging to beings beyond time and space. Right. Lord Rumsey, I think that this time I encountered this VEGETA, not a bad thing, but a good thing. Rather, leave it in our 10th universe. Saying that, Kessa's face couldn't contain the joy. It seems to be about to do something, but it is not explained. Rumsey was puzzled and also felt pressured, but Kess, this scion from other time and space worlds is also an outlier anyway. If he is left behind, I am afraid that something unpredictable will happen again. Also, should we tell the great priest? Rumsey, the god of destruction, is very daring. He only thinks about the harm, and he does not think about how much benefit it will bring to their universe by leaving VEGETA. Zamas, the king god of the internship world, is indeed an outlier, using the time ring to do such a thing. This VEGETA is different, he's not evil. I read from his heart that he is an existence who only pursues great strength. If we can take advantage of this, we can also use it to help us participate in the upcoming All-Universe Power Conference. Kess said, her expression changing slightly. Rumsey's expression changed drastically. All-Cosmic Power Conference. Will it still be held? Just because the last time the 7th universe and the 6th universe privately competed was known by Lord Chuan Wang. This is also a matter of no way, although there is no exact news yet, but I think it is not far from the news is confirmed. I remember the last time I found Lord Priest, he also talked to me about it. After speaking, a trace of helplessness appeared in Kessie's eyes. The All-Universe Power Conference, which is held for the vast majority of the main line of time and space, as long as it does not shift. She is an angel, and she is also the chief angel, and she naturally knows many things clearly. Rumsey was already irrepressible at this time. To put it bluntly, he had already hated the 7th universe in his heart. For him, if it weren't for the scions of the 7th universe, their Zamas in this time and space might not have done such a thing. I see, but without the approval of the great priest, are you sure there is no problem with the people of other time and space worlds? Rum West Road. Since the power conference must be held, since they cannot escape such an arrangement, then they must win. At least not by other universes. This VEGETA can single-handedly break the space-time barrier, and it must be strong enough. At least, they couldn't find such a powerful existence in the 10th universe. Lord Priest. Lord Rumsey, rest assured, I have a way to grant this VEGETA a temporary residence permit in our 10th universe. The problem is, he has to accept it. Kessie was thoughtful, his words were clear, and there was no drag. It was her plan, and it was her plan after meeting this VEGETA. Rumsey, so it is. As the deep conversation between Rumsey and Angel Kurz begins, time passes little by little. Unconsciously, a long time has passed, and at this moment, VEGETA finally has a sign of awakening. As he trembled, his closed eyelids began to beat. The breath turned, and there was a certain degree of ascending transformation, not like before, like a pool of stagnant water. Looking at the scion VEGETA from the 7th universe of other time and space worlds in front of him, VEGETA was about to wake up, and the god of destruction Rumsey said in a deep voice, "Kes, just do what you say. However, don't go wrong, otherwise you and I will be blamed." "Of course, dear Lord Rumsey." Happy in response, Angel Keth turned his gaze to face VEGETA. The angelic scepter in her hand gently tapped the ground. In an instant, a colorful light quickly surged up VEGETA's body, firmly enveloping his entire person. This is angelic power, and it is a very rich level. In just a moment, VEGETA in the energy package began to recover quickly. Not only the injuries on his body recovered as before, but the originally weak breath of life also rose in a straight line and returned to his peak state. As the injury healed, VEGETA suddenly opened his eyes, and the moment his consciousness returned, an instinctive sense of explosive chi enveloped everything around him. This outbreak naturally frightened the god of destruction Rumsey. After all, VEGETA's original normal level was the peak of the 9th dimensional level, and this time he recovered from serious injuries, and he touched the 10th dimensional level. As for Kes, he was full of care. This is also within her predictions. In her opinion, VEGETA is immortal beyond God. Unlike the Scions in the 7th universe of their time and space world, they do not cultivate the power of gods, but they are much more powerful than gods. Which is it? One moment to wake up, the other to get up. The psychology of defense took over, and VEGETA frowned, facing the strange environment, the strange person. "Hello, Scion from another world of time and space, VEGETA." Not taking VEGETA's guard to heart, Angel Kurth greeted him with a smile. Listening to this ethereal sound ringing in his ears, VEGETA's eyes were completely locked on the two people in front of him. On closer inspection, the pupils shrank sharply. My heart was even more shocked to the extreme. This costume, this dress, this little loli. And this pink humanoid elephant. Chapter 7. This. What the hell is going on here? VEGETA's heart felt incredible. The appearance of Angel Kurth and Rumsey, the god of destruction, was far beyond his acceptance. He broke through this time, accidentally broke the world barrier, and accidentally came to the complete Dragon Ball Super main world? This is the destroying god realm of the 10th universe? And so it was worn again? For the first time, VEGETA suspected that he was dreaming. In the next second, he senses everything around him. The accident happened too suddenly, and he actually came to this main line of time and space, completely subverting his previous imagination and cognition. He has traveled back to now, and he has been cultivating for so many years, and his strength has reached the current level. He has his own worldview, and now part of this worldview has been broken by reality and needs to be reorganized. Discovering VEGETA's strange appearance, the angel Kex was silent for a few seconds, and then smiled slightly. "Scion VEGETA of the other world, I know that you have a lot of doubts now, and even, you doubt what is wrong with you. Don't worry, after reading this, you will know." After that, Angel Kessi used the power of angels and used the angelic scepter to place VEGETA's eyebrows, and a snow-white light also bloomed. This kind of action, this kind of direct action, VEGETA didn't even have a chance to react. Completely passive. Before VEGETA could show his expression, in the next second, memories like a tidal wave began to rush into his mind, making him understand the reason why he was here. In just a dozen seconds, it was a long time for VEGETA. After digesting all the information, the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. People are always in awe and doubt about the unknown. But once you know it, even if it is terrifying, there will be a way and ability to accept it. Of course, he was calm on the surface, and his facial expression did not show much waves. But his heart is still rolling with turbulent waves. Where did he think that such a breakthrough in cultivation accidentally broke the barrier of time and space, and thus was swept into the dark turbulence? And accidentally ran into Kessi, who was repairing the time and space disorder, and was brought to the complete main story Dragon Ball Super world. This counts. A blessing in disguise? Yes. In the original world, there were actually no resources for him to support him to become stronger. Coming to a more complete mainline space-time world, it is true that he also has more opportunities and more directions. At least he is no longer invincible, and there is a more powerful existence than him. Angels, high priests, and the world's best king. Although he knows everything about the original book, VEGETA still has to pretend that he doesn't know anything. Because he had indeed never seen Kes, let alone been to this world, it was impossible to know much. So that's the case, so you saved me. VEGETA sighed, his eyes locked on Angel Kurz, and he looked up and down at the harmless little lowly. Just now, the angel Keth really stunned him. Not to mention the means of retracing memory, let's say that the kind of power that he can't resist at all, even if he transforms into the Super 5 Ultimate True Self form, he can't resist. Is this an angel? Kurz's horror may be more terrifying than the main description of Weiss and Bardos in the original book. He is the oldest chief angel. With his eyes, he couldn't see the slightest depth of the angel Kurz. The strength of the other party's strength and the depth of the realm are far above themselves. Invincible in the GT space-time world, he once guessed how powerful the angels of space-time are. He had thought that even if he was inferior to an angel, he would not be too bad. Reality told him that he was too confident in himself and thought too well. After observing Kes, VEGETA's gaze turned again and fell on the pink elephant on the side. Compared to Angel Kurz, VEGETA can clearly perceive the strength of his strength for Destroyer Rumsey. It should be slightly stronger than his normal. But in terms of the real combat effectiveness value, at most it is at the node of 100 ditches. This point just verified the original speculation. The strength of the destruction god is basically the unit ranked in the 10th dimensional ditch. It can be seen that the dimensional unit of the angel starts at least 15 dimensions. What is the unit of the 15th dimension? That's the unit of Ganges sand. It is the realm that he cannot reach now. Unless, he accomplished the feat of surpassing the 5th order of the Super Scion. Seeing that VEGETA was observing herself, Kessie did not have the slightest anger, but smiled slightly, took the initiative to speak, and pulled VEGETA's mind back. Saving you is just a show of hands. However, although it is a show of hands to save you, your existence does not belong to this space-time world after all. With my ability, although I am an angel, I can't find out which time and space world you come from. So. They. Words said, and Kes stopped. She was giving VEGETA time to react. So. VEGETA didn't ask or say anything, but prompted Keth to continue. Probably he understood, so he didn't have to get tangled. So, now you are facing two problems. As Keth spoke, he also explained VEGETA through the image projected by the angelic scepter. It is nothing more than that time and space have changed greatly because of his outlier ingress. Then, VEGETA learned from Kurz about her plans and what she was going to make for him. To solve the two major difficulties you mentioned, is to make me accept the mark you gave me, so that I can obtain permission to stay in this time and space world? Can it be unconstrained by the world? You're going to make me exist as a life in your 10th universe, and then, do me a favor. Let me blindly guess, with your strength, not about you as an angel, but on this god of destruction, what else in this world cannot be done? Between VEGETA's words, he directly stated his position and also expressed the confusion in his heart. The so-called acceptance of the mark given by Kessie is nothing more than accepting a time bomb in his opinion, right? As a guarantee that he can stay in this world, he must be within control. Then, give him this permission, he has to do things for their 10th universe. I think if you can ask these questions, then you have accepted the 2 points I said. You can rest assured that this mark only exists and has the meaning of identification, and will not affect you in any other way. Secondly, what we need you to do. Soon after, on behalf of our 10th universe. Participate in a tournament in this time and space world. Said Kes, her beautiful eyes narrowed. She loves to talk to smart people. tournament. Vegeta was stunned. Chapter 8. Does the plot of this space-time world just progress to the plot of Black Goku? Power Conference. This accidental crossing not only came to the main time and space world, but also brought me such a big surprise. There was a secret breath in his heart, but Vegeta did not show it. The tournament that Kessie said, he really couldn't think of anything other than the Power Conference. Explain that you have come at the right time. That's right. It shouldn't be too much to think that I saved you and gave you the reward of staying in this space-time world, right? Vegeta asked rhetorically, and Kes said naturally. At the same time, it also explained the content of the relevant competition, and what may be involved. In our space-time world, in the near future, a universe-wide power conference will be held by the Supreme God Chuan King. The format of the game is not much different from the general battle, but the specific rules will need to be known at that time. Because it is a big competition involving all universes, and there was a big mess in our 10th universe not long ago, it was hard to settle down. Therefore, although your appearance is an accident, it can solve our urgent needs, and I want to use your strength to help us participate in the conference of the 10th universe. As soon as the words stopped, Angel Kurza's crooked eyes could see her scheming. She wouldn't know that Vegeta was already stunned at this time. A large number of plots also sprang up in my mind. Power conference, to be held. The thing is indeed this. But listening to Kurza's tone, the real rules of the game have not yet been stated. What does that mean? This specifically means that the matter of the power conference has not yet been announced. I'm not sure if it will be held. However, Kes already knew. So it is, this can be regarded as solving the questions that have been in my mind for many years. Sure enough, the plot of the main time and space of the Dragon Ball world is all arranged. The power conference is an accident for the existence of God, but the angels have known about it, but it has not been made public, Vegeta couldn't help but think. In this way, he also understood where he was. Kurza's plans and calculations, Vegeta also guessed part of it. What do you think? Scion Vegetazen in another time and space? Kes asked again. Hearing this, Vegeta quickly returned to his senses and made a decision. I can agree to your request to compete for you, and it can be regarded as repaying you for saving me. It's just that before that, I still have a lot to know. After all, I am not a person in this time and space world, and I don't know anything about this world. My world, unlike your space-time world, is not the same. Seeing that Vegeta had agreed, a smile appeared on Angel Kurza's face, and Rumsey's frown relaxed. I thought you would reject me directly. Since you are willing to accept my request, then I will be relieved. Please relax a little, I will give you a temporary proof of this world. As for the basic situation of this space-time world, I will leave a message in this imprint, and you can slowly understand. Saying that, Angel Keth held the angelic scepter in his hand. A 7-colored light burst out from the black jade at the top of the angelic scepter, which disappeared straight into Vegeta's eyebrows. As the light faded in, Vegeta didn't feel any discomfort. But he sensed something was wrong. This thing just stayed in his mind, and constantly provided him with all kinds of information. If it weren't for the strength reaching the current limit, if it weren't for the spiritual power reaching such a height, I'm afraid it will collapse directly. Sure enough, compared to what I know, this complete main world, the system is larger. Compared to the GT space-time world? No. There is simply no comparison. Knowing a more comprehensive world of chronospace, Vegeta was touched a lot. He was in a daze, and Kessie thought that Vegeta was worried about something, and opened his mouth to explain, "Don't worry, it's just a simple mark, it can also be said to be a pass. With it, you can stay in this world for a long time, otherwise if you are detected by the consciousness of the world, you will be expelled." Expelled? Vegeta was shocked again. Doesn't that mean that the world is alive? In previous years, he did feel this way. But it has not been verified and cannot be touched at all. Yes, it may be very different from your world, but once there is an existence in this space-time world that is not recognized by the world, it will inevitably be cleared. This is only the best result. If it is serious, it will be directly erased. Kessie's harmless expression, combined with N.A. Laurie's appearance, really fully reflects this horror. Is it either clearance or erasure? Frowning, VEGETA took a deep breath. In the end, it is still not enough. Although I have always been pursuing to become stronger before, I have always said that GT time and space are the strongest. Now it seems that this so-called is the strongest, but it is. Well, since you already have the mark we have given, then you are a creature of our 10th universe. Represent our universe to participate in the power conference held in the future. Until then, this god of destruction can also allow you to temporarily stay in the god of destruction realm to rest. You can also use this time to learn more about the situation in the world. If you need anything, God will try to satisfy you. Seeing that the overall situation has been decided, the long-silent god of destruction Rumsey finally found an opportunity to say, "Stupid brush presents. Then thank you." Rumsey didn't have the conciliatory and domineering nature of some god of destruction, and VEGETA was not disgusted and nodded his thanks. "Lord Rumsey, I'll take VEGETAzen to rest first, and arrange accommodation by the way." Taking the initiative to ask for help, Kess led the way in front after speaking, and VEGETA followed behind. I came to the shore of the lake next to the big central tree. Normally, there are no outsiders living in the destroying god realm, but VEGETAzen you came, and it can be regarded as breaking this balance. Keth said as she waved her angelic scepter. In just a few moments, a modern roundhouse was built out of thin air by the lake. This hand once again shocked VEGETA. Sure enough, angels are omnipotent beings in this world. This is definitely a fabrication out of thin air, not taken out of other spaces. Okay, VEGETAzen, this is where you live from now on. Smiling, Kess opened the door for VEGETA. Chapter 9. Time flies in the blink of an eye. It's just a blink of an eye, and VEGETA has been in this world for 3 days. There is no accurate concept of time in the god of destruction realm, and there is no sun rising in the east and setting in the west. But with his powerful time perception, VEGETA knew that 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Today, VEGETA meditates as always. First, I used this experience to understand a higher and deeper realm, and secondly, I didn't want to continue to waste time, so I needed to take the next step of cultivation. When he first came to chronospace, many things still needed a certain opportunity before he could intervene. Otherwise, he can't do anything. So he only had to wait, waiting for the power conference to unfold. In this way, he can really intervene in the plot of this time and space world. Naturally, for VEGETA, he never cared how the plot went. Because he always feels that only his own existence can make sense of the existence of this world. Allah! Is VEGETAzen practicing hard again? You are already so strong, the space-time barrier has been broken by you, is it necessary to become stronger? At some point, Kex came to VEGETA's side and teased VEGETA with her harmless teasing. After 3 days together, VEGETA already knew Kurza's character. I also learned that this little lowly looks elegant and gentle, but she is actually an eccentric master. The original book did not portray her character, otherwise VEGETA would not have known about it. In your eyes, is this bit of strength of mine also considered strong? VEGETA said without opening his eyes and continued to sit cross-legged on top of the boulder. When Kessie heard this, she didn't show a strange expression, but just said in her way of understanding, "Your strength has completely surpassed the god of destruction in this world. If this is not powerful, what kind of power is strong?" Hearing Kess's words, VEGETA's expression remained unchanged. No. It should be said that he became more serious, and a rhetorical question came out of VEGETA's mouth: if your standard of judgment is only measured by the god of destruction, it is too low. What I am pursuing is stronger and strongest. After all, the god of destruction is nothing to me. What I want to do is more powerful than you as an angel. Maybe it's very slim, maybe you think I'm dreaming. However, I will not stop, I will go above and beyond one by one. The next time I enter that space-time mezzanine world, I can also break it again with my own power. This is my belief: when the strong is strong, the more courageous the battle, the more challenging it is, the more it will move forward. Domineering words spoke VEGETA's heart. Also told Kes that he still has a long way to go. She didn't need to compliment him either. After all, she is an angel, and her strength is beyond his reach. So the power that comes out of her mouth is full of pejorative meanings. Surprised by VEGETA's words, Kessie turned into a dumb girl and chose silence. Not speaking does not mean that she does not have waves in her heart. As the chief angel, she has never had such emotions because of a person. Although this VEGETA is indeed a little delusional, his body is indeed full of possibilities. Otherwise, it would not be possible to become a unique case in the billions of space-time worlds that broke the barrier of space-time. Since VEGETAzen has such confidence, then I hope that one day will come in the future. Kes chimed in. She will not show an excessive expression, no matter what. She also exists for an unknown number of years. Face everything with a smile. In fact, if possible, she would like to see that day come. She didn't care, the god of destruction Rumsey on the side would not show nothing. But he didn't dare to do anything, even if people said that the god of destruction was just like that, he was a weak person. But this VEGETA is indeed much more powerful than him, the god of destruction. Originally, on the first day of VEGETA's arrival, he still had the pride of being a god of destruction. But the next day, a random outburst of VEGETA completely crushed his degraded dignity as a god. It was the first time in so many years that he had been alive to feel such terrifying power from a mortal. It was even more shocking than the picture that Kes showed him at the beginning. He can also be sure that since the beginning of the birth of the world until now, at least he has never encountered such a powerful, transcendent god of destruction, infinitely close to the existence of angels. No longer bothering VEGETA, Keth and Rumsey head to the other side for afternoon refreshments. Time, before you know it, another 2 hours have passed. Just as the two were resting and chatting about interesting things in the nether, a special light flashed away. The angel scepter sent a message, which was also the high priest delivering a message to Angel Kurz. Not daring to slack, Kessie immediately read the information, and his face involuntarily showed surprise. It was a little earlier than she calculated. Yea, unexpectedly, Lord Rumsey, regarding the matter of the power conference, there seems to be a new step forward. Just now, Lord Grand Priest gave an order for us to immediately go to the Realm King God realm and go to the All King's Divine Temple with the Realm King God. As Kessa's words came out, the god of destruction Rumsey on the side showed a serious look on his face, and his body couldn't help but gasp. So fast? Power assembly. In that case, without further ado, we will hurry up. It wouldn't be good if you made Lord Grand Priest wait for a long time. Saying that, the god of destruction Rumsey's words turned around and landed on VEGETA, who was still cultivating, and said, "By the way, let's go, what should he do? Let him stay alone in the destruction god realm?" Speaking of VEGETA, Rumsey is not at ease. After all, with this strange and powerful existence in his own home, how can he be at ease? Kessa's eyes rolled slightly, and a playful idea suddenly came out. The news delivered by the great priest just now was much more than what she had told Rumsey. An outpost of the power assembly. Scions from the 7th universe will appear to compete with the players of the 9th universe, and also send messages to the gods of other universes, explaining the rules of the power conference. Let him stay alone in the god destruction realm. How about letting VEGETAzen go with us? What do you think? Lord Rumsey. As soon as Angel Kur's words came out, Rumsey's face changed color. Take him with you? Kurz, Don't make such jokes, if the great priest finds out, aren't we? Wouldn't it be too inappropriate? Destroyer Rumsey said with trepidation. After all, this VEGETA belongs to an outlier and is the existence of other space-time worlds. If it caused the displeasure of the great priest, what was his little god of destruction? It may be replaced at any time. Chapter 10. Kurth didn't pay attention to Rumsey's worries at all. Sooner or later you're going to meet anyway, aren't you? It doesn't really matter if you take him over now, on the contrary, it's a good thing. If Lord Great Priest directly sees the suspicion and curbs our intentions, then he will not punish us for what has not yet happened. However, you need to disguise his identity a little before going, after all, he is VEGETAsan. He can't let his identity be seen through directly. Angel Kessie said, staring carefully at VEGETA, who was still cultivating. Rumsey, the god of destruction, nodded after listening to Kurz's tirade. In the god of destruction, he is originally a very unscheming and very honest type. All along, whatever Keth said, he would absolutely believe. In that case, then do as you say, and hope that there will be no moths. Rum West Road. Kes nodded, and then the two walked to the rock where VEGETA was and woke him up. After some communication, VEGETA can be regarded as knowing where the plot has developed. It came faster than expected, but it was exactly what he wanted. So, what do you think? VEGETAsan. The words settled, and Kes asked again. Since we have all come to this space-time world and have agreed to your request, if I don't go to see it together, I won't pay attention to it. While speaking, VEGETA stood up. Moreover, I would like to know, what is the gap between the master of this space-time world and the master of my space-time world? But I have been invincible to my time and space for many years. Confident. Proud. Although it was not obvious between words, VEGETA's tone was very direct. What he meant was undoubtedly that there were any strong people in this world who were stronger than him. VEGETA actually knew it, but he also had to pretend he didn't know anything. Of course, he has not yet seen Sunbay in this time and space world, and he really has to pay a little attention. In addition, one of the important characters of the Power Assembly will definitely appear in the Outpost battle, and that person is the God of Destruction candidate Topo. It is also the second most powerful being in the 11th universe. I don't think you will be disappointed. Kessie said with a smile, and then said, however, before you go with us, I have to change your clothes and dress up, otherwise, if your identity is discovered soon, it will be too eye-catching. They. Words fell, and the scepter in Kess's hand pointed at VEGETA a little in the air. The mysterious force was launched, and in an instant, VEGETA's body was suddenly covered with a black robe, and the entire head was brought by a black hat, making it difficult to see the real face. This is only the basic operation, and VEGETA's hand also has an extra grey and white mask. Kessie asks VEGETA to wear a mask so that it is less likely to be detected. Okay, now we can go. Angel Keth had a sweet smile on her face and motioned again for VEGETA and Rumsey, the god of destruction, to come behind her. Buzz. Colorful. Rays of light erupted from the body of Angel Kurz. This mysterious power is so mysterious that it is impossible to explore at all. VEGETA wanted to carefully feel this profound and mysterious energy, but he didn't have a chance at all. The special feeling is only fleeting, the only feeling is that this power is different from the energy they use, nor is it the power of God, but a system that is more unfathomable, like a rule. This is the power of angels? VEGETA secretly sighed in his heart, and had a new understanding of the power of angels. Boom! With a roar, a huge pillar of colorful light rose up at faster than the speed of light. In just an instant, he had already flown out of the God of Destruction realm and rushed to another new dimensional world. The Realm King of the 10th Universe God Realm. It can be said that unlike other universes, the Destruction God Realm of this universe and the Realm King God Realm are almost connected and in a very close position. The King of the Realm, Kvas, had already received an order from the Grand Priest to wait here for the arrival of the god of destruction Rumsey and the angel Kurs. According to the order of the High Priest, they must all be present before they can go to the temple of the whole king together. After waiting in place for a short while, a brilliant colorful light fell from the sky of the realm king god realm, and finally landed in front of the realm king god Gervas. Seeing this situation, the realm king god Kvas knew who was coming, smiled, and took the initiative to step forward. When the colorful light dissipated, VEGETA, Rumsey, and angel Kurs appeared. As soon as he arrived, VEGETA's eyes were already looking around. After all, this was another realm he had not been to. This realm king god realm, except for the slight difference between the environment and the destruction god realm, is basically not much different. Lord Rumsey, Lord Angel Kurth. The king god of the realm bowed respectfully. After a respectful greeting, his gaze fell on VEGETA, who was dressed in black. A strange feeling hit his mind, making him feel very strange. This is... I don't know my identity, but I am dressed like this, and the king god Gervas is puzzled. In order to go to the temple of the whole king next to meet the high priest and the whole king without problems, he opened his mouth and asked. He has been a realm king god for an unknown number of years, and he can be regarded as one of the veteran realm king gods, and he naturally knows that this existence is not simple. After all, can it be simple to follow the side of the god of destruction and the angels? His only guess is that this is because after the events of Zamas in the early stage, the new candidate for the god of destruction cultivated by Rumsey? He is the warrior I brought, a very powerful warrior, and this time he will also follow us to the temple of all kings to watch the battle. Angel Keth took the initiative to explain. It also gave Rumsey a chance to dump the pot. So that's it, I see, Lord Kurs. The realm king god Gervas already had the answer in his heart, so he didn't ask more. In fact, even if he still wanted to ask, as a realm king god, he did not have this authority. The angels have all given an answer, what else? Well, if there's nothing to do, let's go. Destroyer Rumsey said in a calm tone. This kind of unobtrusive diversion of the topic is indeed remarkable. It also transferred the mystery of VEGETA. I see, Lord Rumsey. With the activation of the ability of the realm king god Kvas, those present were teleported out of the realm king god realm. Chapter 11. This is a super realm that is above the realm king god realm and the destruction god realm. This is the supreme place located outside the 12 universes. The Temple of the Kings. At the entrance of the Temple of all Kings, the space suddenly overflowed with a special layer of space waves. Immediately afterwards, a special energy emerged, and in turn, the angel of the 10th universe, the god of destruction Rumsey, the god of the realm, the god of Kvas, and VEGETA in black robes and masks descended here. At the entrance of the Temple of all Kings, a priest dressed in a blue divine costume and carrying the aura of the angel supreme aura behind him stood here. He is the butler beside the king, the supreme angel and high priest. Angel Kessi bowed slightly. Some days are gone, Lord Great Priest. Rumsey, the god of destruction, and Kurvas, the king of the realm, bowed on the ground and shouted, "See Lord Archangel." The three supreme beings showed different reactions after seeing the great priest. VEGETA, who was dressed in black robes, looked at the great priest in front of him. His face under the mask was calm, but his heart had already set off terrifying waves. It's so shocking, the kind of face-to-face, unparalleled deterrence, for the first time he felt it. This is the great priest of the main story chrono? Beings above all angels, VEGETA thought to himself, and couldn't help but take a deep breath to suppress the instability in his heart. It can only be said that it is really worthy of the existence of the entire Dragon Ball world, second only to the existence of the king. The ceiling combat power in the Dragon Ball world exists, just standing in place. The angelic coercion that invisibly exudes will make people feel afraid from the bottom of their hearts. While he was looking at the great priest, the great priest was also looking at him. The great priest only fell, and VEGETA felt a chilling sensation coming from his body. His identity was really seen through. It's just that VEGETA is silent. Since it was arranged by Kes, there would definitely be no problem, so he was not worried. VEGETA was so calm that the look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the great priest, but for a moment it disappeared again. He probably knew what was going on, but didn't say anything, just thought it was interesting. Moreover, since it was his eldest daughter Kessie who did it, then he, the father, also cooperated and turned a blind eye. As long as you don't make too much trouble, as long as you don't jeopardize the balance of the world, there is no problem. The grand priest didn't say anything, but VEGETA's unruly behavior scared the god of destruction Rumsey and the king god of realm Kvas. What is this guy doing? Don't hurry up and salute yet. I knew I shouldn't have listened to Kex. Bring him with me. Rumsey, the god of destruction, kept accusing VEGETA in his heart, and the pink elephant's face was sweaty, and his face was extremely nervous. God knows this VEGETA would be so ignorant. He should have said yes long ago, so that he must worship the high priest. The head of the realm king god Kvas was buried lower, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The hearts of destruction god Rumsey and realm king god Kvas had already raised their throats and eyes, and their breathing became extremely rapid. I haven't seen a human being as powerful as you for many years, and I didn't expect that in the 10th universe, there would be a warrior like you. No wonder, I will come with you, Flatten. As the high priest's words fell, the god of destruction Rumsey and the king god of realm Gervas's fearful hearts were able to calm down. Almost, didn't scare them to death. At the same time, they were also unbelievable about VEGETA's existence, but he was just a mortal, and he could get the praise of the great priest. Especially Rumsey, the god of destruction, who knows VEGETA's true identity. Now he only felt fortunate because VEGETA was not seen by the high priest. Kurth didn't lie to him either. He didn't know. The grand priest looked at VEGETA and smiled at Kes. How could he not see VEGETA's secret? Okay, since you've arrived, let's go to the platform of the outpost battle of the all-world competition first, and soon the gods of other universes should also arrive. Without wasting too much time, the grand priest opened his mouth and gestured, Kessie, you take everyone there. Obey, Lord High Priest. Angel Kes answered in place of everyone. In the next second, several people bypassed the great priest and walked into the Temple of the Kings. Entering the Temple of all Kings, you will be greeted by a dazzling crystal corridor, exuding a leisurely magical light and being extremely comfortable. With each step forward, these crystals automatically glow to illuminate the path ahead. In the surrounding dark environment, countless star points are shining like planets, and they seem to be in the starry river. Several people walked together, and after advancing to a certain place, Angel Kessie suddenly stopped. We've arrived. The words fell, and the scepter in Angel Kess's hand lightly touched the ground. In an instant, the azure translucent crystal under his feet bloomed with a strong light, and a mysterious spatial power expanded rapidly, enveloping everyone. VEGETA only felt a lightness in his body, and this profound power was fundamentally different from the spatial power he usually used. Can directly teleport a person to another realm. The light of the crystal corridor under his feet became more and more dazzling, and when the light completely dissipated, the VEGETA foursome had disappeared. When they reappeared, everyone had been teleported to a special space inside the Temple of All Kings. This is also the place where the outpost battle of the preview contest is held. The location they are in is also the platform of the 10th universe. Looking around, they weren't the first to arrive. On the platform directly in front of them, the god of destruction from the first universe, Ivan, Angel Avamo, and King God Anat had already arrived first. I thought our universe was the first to arrive, and that guy from Yuan came really fast. Destroyer Rumsey looked at the first universe destroyer Evan on the platform in front of him, and his words revealed a hint of unpleasantness. It seems that there is something between him and the god of destruction Iwang. It's not a good thing to come too quickly, we have to wait next. Angel Kessie couldn't help but complain that everyone had not yet arrived. Counting their arrivals, there were 10 vacant platform locations around. The king god of the realm Gusvas was silent, and on this occasion, it was better to keep silent as much as possible. VEGETA on the side turned his gaze and fell to the platform position of the first universe. Chapter 12. Through the diffusion of perception, VEGETA conducts a basic assessment of the gods of destruction, angels, and realms on the opposite side. Without much mental effort, VEGETA had already got the answer he wanted. According to preliminary estimates, the combat strength value of the god of destruction Ivan over there has reached the level of 1,000 ditches. Although it is also a ditch unit level of strength, the unit magnitude that Yuan is in is a class higher than that of Rumsey. According to the original portrayal of Iwang, if his strength is in Qiangu, then several other powerful destruction gods should also be at the same level. As for the god of destruction Beerus, perhaps he exceeded the 10th dimensional level and reached the 11th dimensional level. Secretly thought in his heart that everyone has everyone's thoughts, the gods of destruction have ghosts, the gods of the realm kings hide secrets, and the angels are silent. VEGETA is no different. While focusing on Angel Avamo's body, VEGETA's expression under the mask changed slightly. Although he was also unable to perceive the depths, the feeling that Avamo gave him was far less than that of Kurz. Unfathomable is true, but it is only a huge chasm, and Kes is an abyss in VEGETA's eyes. There are also strong and weak angels. VEGETA was not completely sure before, but now it can be affirmed that the level difference between angels is also very large. The first universe above the platform. Angel Avamo seemed to notice VEGETA's gaze and smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. He immediately saw that VEGETA was special, but didn't think too much of it. He is only regarded as a very powerful warrior in the 10th universe, and may even be a candidate for the destruction god of the 10th universe. It seems that we came too rashly, and we should also bring the powerful warriors of our own universe with us. Yuan said displeased. Obviously, it was Rumsey who made this play and made him feel that he was behind. What does it matter? Lord Iwan. The 10th universe is still far from us. And this time it is the confrontation between the 9th universe and the 7th universe. Even if it brings the warriors of our universe, it does not make much sense, but exposes itself. Realm King God Anat complimented. For a long time, the first universe that considers itself the supreme universe, whether it is the god of destruction, the god of realm kings, or the angels, has a normal state of contempt for people and extremely conceited. They feel that other universes are just foils, and they can't compare to them no matter what. As everyone knows, they are just average. The other side. Although they couldn't hear what was said, the expressions of Ivan and Anat of the first universe had already shown contempt. This can make Rumsey a little angry. Sovaz's personality is quite calm, and he also dissuades Rumsey, who is not very bad. Lord Rumsey, the gods of the other universes, should be here soon. Until then, let's wait quietly. On the side of the first universe, when the power conference comes, it naturally makes them not even know how to cry. Angel Kurz's words turned Rumsey's mood around. With VEGETA's super trump card, the odds of winning the power conference have reached 90%. You must know that VEGETA's power is beyond the realm of the god of destruction. In the 12 universes, there are indeed guys whose strength exceeds the god of destruction, but they can be counted on one hand. Moreover, a terrifying existence like VEGETA, at least their space-time world should not exist. Humph! I really can't wait to see how Ivana Savage looks after losing the game. Rumsey criticized and stopped talking. Time, little by little. VEGETA just stood by Kurz's side and didn't make any more moves. Close your eyes and recuperate. When the gods of the congregation gather, all the gods of destruction and the gods of the realm appear, and the angels. With such a big scene, even he had an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. In the past, he was invincible to the GT space-time world, and he had no opponent. Now coming to this time and space, there are so many powerful beings for him to challenge. What a wonderful thing! The master is lonely, and the height is cold. VEGETA craves opponents and hopes that he can be defeated so that he can go further. As time passed, before I knew it, another 5 minutes had passed. It may seem like only 5 minutes, but the wait is very long. With the appearance of a white light, located at the booth position of the sixth universe, the god of destruction Elephant Pa and the angel Bardos and the god of the realm god Fava appeared first. After their appearance, the gods of destruction and angels of other universes also began to appear one after another. Another flash of light. The destruction gods of the second universe, Helis, the angel Savoy, and the god of the realm, Pel, arrive. Immediately after appearing are the destroyer of the third universe, Moscow, the angel Kanperli, and the realm king god El. The fourth universe, destroyer Quitra, angel Konako, realm god Kur. Fifth universe, god of destruction Yaruk, angel Kyukatel, and king god Ogama. Eighth universe, destroyer Ligir, angel Koron, king god Iru. Universe 9, destroyer Sitara, angel Mojito, king god Lothar. Along with them, there were also 3 competitors they brought, the eldest red wolf Berguimo, the second yellow wolf Leifanda, and the third red wolf Basil. 11th universe, the clown god of destruction Mimtu, angel Mach Erida, king god K, and a black-robed man. VEGETA knows the identity of this black-robed man, and it is none other than the captain of the proud team in the original book, Topo. The 12th universe, god of destruction king, angel Mardinu, king Godagu. Except for the 7th universe, all of them have arrived. 11 gods of destruction, 11 gods of realm kings, and 11 angels. VEGETA's gaze swept all the way, judging by his perception what the strength of all the destructive gods currently present had reached. It's good that this doesn't look good, and it directly startled him at a glance. Of all the destroyers present, although they only showed superficial combat power. But the weakest are all in the early trenches. The average level even reached the middle and late stages of the groove unit. For example, Quitra, the god of destruction in the 4th universe, and Yaruk, the god of destruction in the 5th universe. The surface combat effectiveness of the former has reached 5,000 ditches, and the latter, although weaker, also has 4,500 ditches. The combat power on the surface does not represent full strength, which VEGETA is especially aware of. And if the 2 gods of destruction in front of him really burst out all the energy in their bodies in one breath, their combat strength values are at least the units of the 11th Yuan. It may even be approaching the middle of the 11th Yuan. Chapter 13. It seems that the original book said that the god of destruction is in the 10th dimension, and if the unit of Beerus is 10, VES is 15. This is just an overview. The idea in VEGETA's mind was validated. There is indeed some excessive arrogance ahead. Because after seeing the strength of the god of destruction Rumsey, he boldly thought that the god of destruction who could surpass the 10th dimension and reach the 11th dimension should be Beerus. Looking at it now, there are at least 4 or 5 destruction gods, who are more than the 10th dimension in terms of true strength. Of course, this answer is not terrible. VEGETA doesn't fear the god of destruction either. Because with his strength, now descending to this time-space, he can completely defeat all the gods of destruction. His Super Scion 5th Order Ultimate True Self form has been perfected, and he can burst out with a combat power of more than 10 billion times. This means that his current 9th dimensional peak realm can explode to the 12th dimensional positive unit in one breath. Even, reaching the peak of the 12th dimension is a breeze. Before he broke through, he could reach the 12th dimension with a billion-fold increase of more than 5 peaks. VEGETA can judge that he may be able to break the 12th dimension and impact the 13th dimensional Z unit. With his eyes narrowed slightly, he has a clearer goal for the future, and these gods of destruction have become stepping stones and motivation for him to become stronger. It's really interesting. After coming to this world, for a long time, I won't be bored. With ideas, the future becomes more and more interesting. Turning his gaze, VEGETA divided his attention a little more on Topo, who was also dressed in black robes. The candidate for the destroyer god of the 11th universe is indeed not to be underestimated in terms of strength. At least only the surface strength, it has the ultimate power of the unit. According to his performance in the original Power Conference, he reached the 9th dimensional unit, and even finally, he broke through to the destruction god form, and his combat power was comparable to the 10th dimension. Let me see in a moment, what kind of realm your strength has reached. Don't let me down, you'd better be stronger than the original. 11 gods of destruction, 11 gods of realm kings, and 11 angels came together. Such a grand occasion can be said to not happen once in 100 million years. However, in this situation, there has been silence in this space, no one speaks, and no one takes the initiative to provoke anything, so quiet that it makes people feel creepy. A needle dropped to the ground can be heard clearly. Everyone is waiting for the last culprit of the universe to appear. At this time, on the last platform that was originally vacant, a burst of colorful light suddenly lit up. Subtle spatial fluctuations spread, and the 7th universe's god of destruction Beerus, Angel Weiss, and the king of the realm god Xin, and the contestants they brought with them, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Majin Buu, and a leak picker, the world champion on Earth, Satan. Finally, is it coming? Kakarot in this space-time world, and Beerus, the god of destruction. The personnel of the 7th universe arrived, and VEGETA immediately cheered up. It can be said that he, like everyone, carefully observed the 7th universe. In the simplest words, he waited for this moment, expecting enough to forget about food and sleep. Focusing all his spirits and amplifying his perception, he is judging the combat power of Destroyer Beerus and Chrono Kakarot. Undisputedly, Destroyer Beerus is the strongest of the 12 destroyers. The breath was unwavering, and his whole body exuded a mysterious coercion, just judging the surface combat strength value of VEGETA. The god of destruction Beerus has reached the peak of the 10th dimension, with a combat power data of 9,999 dich, and as long as people are willing, they can burst out the power of the 11th dimension at any time. Casually it is the unit of the stream, then it can be imagined that this strongest destroyer must have reached the 12th dimension. The reason why he is so determined is also because the original book mentioned that this guy Beerus not only mastered the destruction of divine power to the extreme, but also was comfortable with extreme skill. Even if it's not the pinnacle, it's a free. Moreover, in the original book, he also helped VEGETA understand the self-extreme. God knows how deep his water really is. The strength is far beyond other gods of destruction. No wonder the world has been circulating in the past life, and all the gods of destruction go together, and they are not the legends of Beerus's enemy. Diverting his attention from the god of destruction Beerus, VEGETA looked at Kakarot in the space-time world, and Son Gohan, the son of Kakarot in this space-time world. The Monkey King of time and space, after experiencing the Black Wukong incident in the future world. His strength should have ushered in a significant increase. It's just that his normal combat strength value is only 5,000 yuan, which makes VEGETA can't help but want to complain. He is normal in the 10th dimension fast. He is still wandering in the 7th dimension. Sun Wuhan of time and space, he was really a wild rice like the original in this period, and his combat power was outrageously low, barely reaching the extreme of 100 million. Compared to his GT time and space Son Gohan, it was a world of difference. After all, in the GT space-time world, he also mentored Son Gohan and kept him cultivating. Majin Buu surprised VEGETA, and the combat power value was as high as the unit, and this was only the appearance. He returned to the big boss level of the year. Earthling Satan, VEGETA simply ignored it. An ordinary person who does not even have 100 combat power, even if he is a savior, he cannot enter his eyes. In summary, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. As the protagonist of Kakarot, who has the strongest combat power in the 7th universe today, he only has a combat power of 5,000 under normal circumstances. Even if this is only the surface combat strength, his all-out burst should be only the peak of the Yao unit. At most, it will be upgraded a little more to the unit of the 8th dimension. In terms of normal combat strength, the difference between them is so big, even if they use transformation to level the gap, they can't do it. Yosi. The people of the 7th universe have arrived, and now they are all here, and the good show is about to begin. By the way, VEGETA should be very interested now, right? In your world, there should also be the existence of the Monkey King, right? How is the Monkey King of your world compared to the Monkey King of this world? Angel Kessie looked at VEGETA on the side with a smile, undoubtedly expecting VEGETA's answer. She already knew that it was to surprise VEGETA. As a result, VEGETA's performance did exceed her expectations. There was no surprise, and there was nothing too much to show. VEGETA just shook his head in disappointment. Chapter 14. With the arrival of the personnel of the 7th universe, the destruction gods and angels of the 12 universes have gathered at this moment. Located directly above the ring, the Grand Priest, 2 kings and 4 personal guards are located at the highest point, overlooking everything below them. All the gods have come here. From now on, announce the outpost battle of the Power Conference, which will be held here. Under the witness of Lord Chuan Wang, the initiator 7th Universe Association and the players of the 9th Universe will have a 3-on-3 competition. As long as the satisfaction of Lord Chuan Wang is obtained, then the Power Conference will also be held as scheduled. With the announcement of the Great Priest, the outpost battle before the Power Conference was finally about to begin. The 2 kings in the supreme position danced with joy, and in their opinion, something interesting was finally about to begin. But for all the gods present, this is not the case. It's not just a game, it's a big deal about the survival of the universe. The atmosphere also became extremely solemn at this moment. It can be said that all the gods and angels did not say a word, but pointed the spearhead at the 7th universe. In the next second, the tense atmosphere collapsed with the initiative of the Monkey King of Space. The Monkey King of the 7th universe waved his arms to the Supreme King on the platform of the 7th universe, greeting and shouting, "Hey! Ah Chuan! Long time no see!" Such unruly behavior and words without the slightest reverence stunned all those present. How dare this mortal! It can be said that the Monkey King of this time and space world is a little heartless and lungless. For the sake of great strength, in order to be able to fight with a strong opponent, it has been a little forgotten. In the end, he was actually not stupid, let alone stupid, but took advantage of the relationship between the king and him, and thus took the initiative to propose the holding of the Power Conference. He thinks he's smart, but he doesn't actually realize he's being used like a pawn. All the gods of destruction present dropped their jaws in shock, and the angel also showed a shocked gaze. Including Destroyer Beerus and Angel Weiss. In their opinion, Super Sun Wukong offended the whole king so much, and there was only one end. Dead. But an even more unexpected scene happened. In the face of the initiative of the Chrono Sun Wukong, the 2 kings not only did not wait to see, but behaved very friendly. This is what the protagonist's aura brings. If not everyone knew that the whole king is the whole king. This scene is like friends who have not seen each other for a long time. And just as Sun Wukong was about to fly to the position of the king for closer communication, the unbearable god of destruction Beerus grabbed his ankle and pulled him back abruptly. "You idiot! On weekdays, you can forget it, give me a little peace on this occasion." The god of destruction Beerus was already so nervous that he was sweating, and his hands were clutching Chao Wukong's face. He really wanted to destroy him. If only he continued to let this nervous guy continue to be presumptuous like this. Sooner or later, the seventh universe will die because of him. If it weren't for the fact that there would be a power conference next, where would Destroyer Beerus let him continue to mess around? I got it. Lord Beerus. Chrono Sun Wukong's face had been pinched red by Beerus, and he made a slurred voice of assurance. He wanted to calm Beerus's anger. But how could it be that simple? Destroyer Beerus hated the appearance of iron not steel, and was so angry that he couldn't help himself. With so many gods and angels there, and all the kings and high priests watching, he could only reluctantly let him go. Pain and pain. Chrono Sun Wukong rubbed his flushed cheeks and continued his complaints with a resentful expression. Well, Lord Beerus, you are also too petty. I am just saying hello to Achuan. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? As soon as these words came out, the god of destruction Beerus gritted his teeth even more angrily, and a trace of gloom flashed on his face, and he had already become murderous. If it weren't for the fact that now was not the time, even if he didn't destroy Sun Wukong, he would have made him feel cruelty. Stinky boy, you are really tired and crooked. It is better for this god to destroy you now. It is better than our seventh universe being destroyed because of you. Saying that, the god of destruction Beerus pretended, and a profound destructive divine power flashed around him. The purple light suddenly appeared, and the chill revealed instantly made Sun Wukong's whole body tremble and feel a creepy. He knew that he had really offended the god of destruction Beerus. That. Lord Beerus. I'm sorry, I won't do it again in the future. Chrono Sun Wukong trembled and his body kept falling backwards, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. When the joke came to this, he stopped. So, he's really not stupid. Humph. In this regard, the god of destruction Beerus snorted coldly, and no longer paid attention to the Monkey King of space-time. As the farce ends, the outpost battle goes into rhythm. The high priest asked the king for instructions, and after receiving permission, he pronounced, before summoning everyone to come, I have informed you that Lord Xuanwang is looking forward to the upcoming power conference. So, in order to experience that bloody happiness first, he hereby prepared this outpost battle, firstly, so that all the gods and angels of the universe can see this match, so that they can be prepared, and secondly, to give all the universes a chance to perform. Unlike the power assembly, this time the way the 7th universe and the 9th universe compete is one-on-one in this ring. Okay, the introduction is almost the same. Now, ask the first fighter to be sent by both sides to the ring and play the first match. Under the announcement of the high priest and witnessed by the whole king, the outpost battle officially began. Let me kill the people of the 7th universe to pieces. On the side of the 9th universe, obviously can't wait, Red Wolf Basil jumped and left the platform directly and came to the ring. Bloodthirsty, he anxiously wanted to shred the miscellaneous pieces of the 7th universe. He licked the corners of his mouth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Overconfidence in their own strength and thinking that the world is invincible. Therefore, he used the contestants of the 7th universe as a tool to show his strength. Looking at his victory in hand, it was as if he was really 100% sure that he would defeat everyone in the 7th universe. However, such people who released bold words before the war are often defeated. The three wolves in the original work ended badly. Whether it's an outpost battle or a formal power conference. Chapter 15. With the initiative of the 9th universe side, Basil's mighty posture appeared in front of the gods of the universe. I don't know, I really thought he was strong. That debut, hands on the chest, like an invincible force in the world, is really extraordinary. When the original book first appeared, VEGETA watched cartoons in his previous life and felt that he was also a master with a bit of strength, and he never imagined that he would pull so much. Berguimo, third man, don't lose the face of our 9th universe, and kill me from the 7th universe. Lavanda, Goo. Those guys look weak and weak, I'm afraid they can't even hold out Basil for 3 rounds. Shouting continued. Because they were so confident, the realm king god Luo and the destruction god Sitara also gave absolute trust. That expression was like waiting to see the situation in which his own universe won. The 9th universe has always been the last universe in the universe ranking, although the opponent is only slightly higher than the 7th universe, but this game is won, which is naturally good for them. There is always a difference between the first to last and the second from the bottom. Once the 9th universe wins, it is not at the bottom. At that time, the 7th universe will be the tail of the crane. On the side of the 7th universe, seeing that the fighters of the 9th universe had already entered the ring, after a short period of deliberation, the contestant who decided the first match would send Majin Buu. Majin Buu, the most powerful boss in the Z period. It stands to reason that it is impossible to lose to the Red Wolf Basil. However, his appearance did not usher in the praise of the gods. After all, the gods of this space-time world belong to goods that only look at the surface. They think that Basil is so wild and domineering to be strong, and Majin Buu is so weak. Nono's appearance is weak. In the simplest words, in the eyes of the gods, I don't know the horror of Majin Buu, and I only think that this pink fat man with small holes all over his body is to be funny. Cut, the players sent by the 7th universe are too unspeakable. This kind of body, this body type, there is no muscle at all, and there is no strength at a glance. How is it possible to win this game? In this battle, the 7th universe is lost. Seeing Majin Buu appear, Rumsey couldn't help but make a critical voice, and at the same time said the most intuitive opinion in his heart. In the words, it is inevitable that there will be some targeted meaning. After all, their universe collided with the 7th universe not long ago, and finally evolved into such a catastrophe. Although it is now solved, it has to be said that the 10th universe has been lowered a lot because of the 7th universe. Personal grudges aside, in Rumsey's worldview, only muscles represent strength, and he is a muscle admirer and lover of it. It is because of his hobby that the contestants of the 10th universe's power conference in the original work are all heavyweight muscle men. One is bullier than the other, and one is more perverted than the other. Listening to Rumsey's words, the realm king god Gervis on the side bowed his head and fell silent. He didn't want to say anything, even though he wanted to remind Rumsey that the 7th universe was definitely not as simple as it seemed. But he knew that even if he said it, it was useless. So he might as well shut up. Angel Kessie also did not express a position. Firstly, the angel would not say anything to suppress the destruction god of her own universe, and secondly, in her eyes, Majin Buu was indeed nothing. What about units that have reached the 7th dimension? It's still not worth her effort to evaluate. Not to mention that in front of the angels, in front of individual powerful realm king gods, the units of the bow are actually nothing. What about the god of destruction? With her eyes as an angel, it is naturally impossible not to see the difference in strength. On the contrary, she can see at a glance how strong the strength of Majin Buu is. It's just that the strength of Basil in the 9th universe is not bad, and he also has the strength of the unit level. Who is stronger and weaker, you have to fight to know. Standing behind, Kessa's attention was attracted by VEGETA next to her, so that she couldn't help but use her divine sense to transmit the voice. Vegeta-san thinks, who will win this game? As soon as Keth asked, Vegeta turned his head to look at her. What I saw was also a smiling face that was being ridiculed. Without speaking, his eyes silently fell on the body of Majin Buu. This is in answer to Kurth, who thinks Majin Buu will win. Not only does he understand the plot of the original book, but also because he is indeed sure that Majin Buu's strength and ability have overshadowed the Red Wolf Basil. Hey! Is Vegeta-san so sure? What a surprise! I thought you would think that Wolf could win, but I didn't expect you to be so optimistic about this little pink fat man. Angel Keth said with a strange expression. In this regard, Vegeta felt depressed and could only say, don't take people by their appearance, and don't just look at the surface. The ability and strength of this Majin Buu are far more powerful than you think. After all, my world also has his existence. Not only is the strength strong, the talent is also quite terrifying. Any trick that appears in front of his eyes, or what he wants to learn, he can easily imitate it. Of course, the strength of Basil of this so-called ninth universe is also good, but it can be felt, his ability should be in combat skills. This Majin Buu may not be as good as this, but if it makes Majin Buu angry, this Basil can't even hurt him, and even if Majin Buu grows up, the three guys from the ninth universe combined may not be able to win him. The words were told by VEGETA to the angel curse through a voice. This also made Keth interested, but he didn't expect that this fat pink man was so powerful and received such a high evaluation from VEGETA. In the ring, with the players on both sides in their respective positions, the battle began. Basil was full of fire as soon as he came up, and the stormy and terrifying offensive continued to destroy the body of the demon Buu. Every move and every style, it seems that the destructive power is amazing, but in fact, even the skin of Majin Buu has not been scratched. The difference in combat power between the two sides may not be too big. But in terms of ability, in terms of the composition and strength of the body, it is completely different. Basil's combat power reached 10 units. Majin Buu's combat strength value on the surface also hovers between this value. The situation is in a one-sided state. Under Basir's powerful offensive, Majin Buu was constantly forced to retreat. Equal combat power, the performance is completely different, which is also a difference in the way of fighting. Basil is a fast attacking type, and he is suitable for defeating opponents with great skill and strength. Majin Buu naturally uses the special nature of his body to deal with his opponent, until he plays until the last moment, grabs the opponent's flaws, and kills in one hit. Chapter 16. What to say? Although the strength of this Majin Buu is good, it is inferior in some aspects to my Majin Buu in that time and space world. Looking at the battle in the ring, VEGETA couldn't help but say in his heart. In fact, the strength of Majin Buu in the two worlds is not much different. It's all the seventh dimension. It's just that the Majin Buu of this time and space world belongs to the early stage of the seventh dimension, and the Majin Buu of his world belongs to the late peak of the seventh dimension. The comparison in combat effectiveness is secondary, mainly or the Majin Buu of this time and space compared to the Majin Buu of GT space-time, which is too conservative. Obviously, the Majin Buu of this time and space should have never fought much, so he seems very dull. It's like being a newborn, everything needs to be learned slowly. GT time and space Majin Buu, because of his relationship, has been practicing in disguise, and did not fuse with Buu in the later stage. In general, as soon as the contrast is made, the damage comes out. In the simplest terms, Majin Buu of his world is his father, and Majin Buu of this world is his son. Dad basically knows everything, but son can't do anything. Even because of years of laziness, they have forgotten how the battle should be conducted. With VEGETA's inner sigh of emotion, Angel Keth smiled slightly. Obviously VEGETA's unintentional sigh was heard by her. Of course she didn't squeak, because it was unnecessary. She really saw it better than anyone, knowing that Majin Buokong had strong potential and power, but she couldn't show it. On the side, King God Kvas and God of Destruction Rumsey stared at the battlefield. Obviously they didn't know what VEGETA was saying in his heart. Now they only thought that the first game of the seventh universe was going to lose. The fighting has been one-sided. Such a situation made the momentum of the ninth universe climb to the top, and the morale on the side of the seventh universe fell to the bottom. The once big boss has now become like this, who can not worry? Naturally, someone is really not worried. This person is naturally Sun Wukong. Because he knew that although Majin Buu had not been systematically trained and did not fight much, his strong strength was not weak. Especially important is Majin Buu's ability. It is with this ability that he can exploit loopholes in the competition. Above the ring, Majin Buu is like a leather ball, flying back and forth in the sky. But even as the injuries on his body continued to increase, he himself did not show the slightest expression of pain. Boom! With another bang, Basil hit Majin Buu's jaw with a heavy blow, sending it directly into the sky. This kind of crushing battle made him feel bored and wanted to end this boring game immediately. It is precisely because the performance of Majin Buu is also like that, his self-confidence has become more and more inflated, and he looks like heaven and earth, solipsism. Cut. Fighting with this kind of guy is not interesting at all. One-sided ravages are not my favorite battles. I'd better beat you down quickly, and then solve the other opponents. Fat Pink, give you another gift. During the attack, Basil showed a hideous and cruel smile on his face, and a red light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, his right leg charged strength, and the scarlet light became more and more dazzling. The energy materialized. And the scarlet energy sphere condensed at his ankle, and with his sudden force, the intensity of the energy continued to climb. Get out of the ring! Flash shock! With a muffled snort, Basil slammed his strength, his right leg cut through the space and kicked out, and the unstoppable energy ball was also kicked out by him. Majin Buu, who was located in the air, suddenly stabilized his upside-down body, and a harmless smile appeared on his face. In the next second, he had a premonition of a crisis, and his hands opened sharply, aiming at this scarlet energy sphere and slamming down. Boom! A bang, an attack that seemed to be incomparably powerful, was lightly pinched and exploded by Majin Buu. This scene shocked everyone and God. Even the angels looked slightly sideways. Nanny! Seeing this, Basil's eyes widened in shock. The move just now, he released it with the belief of killing Majin Buu. However, instead of defeating Majin Buu, this move was easily pinched by the other party. In the flames of the explosion, Majin Buu fell back into the ring. With a heavy blow, the ring shook. Obviously, Majin Buu also began to get serious. It's fun, it's really fun, that thing just now, it's really good. Majin Buu was like a child, smiling brightly. Usually, this kind of laughter is fine, very innocent. But at this time, it is very penetrating. In the next second, Majin Buu took a deep breath, and the large and small fist marks that spread all over his body disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the large and small uneven scars on his flesh disappeared. He directly returned to his original appearance, looking like a nobody. This. How so? What kind of abilities do you guys have? My attack didn't have the slightest effect on you. Basil was stunned, and the terrifying ability displayed by Majin Buu made him feel at a loss for a while. He didn't know that this was just one of the terrifying abilities of Majin Buu. Even if you cut him into hundreds of pieces, as long as one cell exists, he can regenerate and resurrect. As long as it is not a fatal injury, it is not even an injury for Majin Buu. It's fun to have fun with you, but it seems that the game must be divided between winners and losers, otherwise Satan will be unhappy. Now that you're done, it's my turn. Majin Buu said as his long squinted eyes suddenly opened. The body leaned forward, arms folded, and the surrounding area of the body flashed pink from time to time. The astonishing energy fluctuations in the body were revealed, and the terrifying momentum caused the ring to shake. Being in the same ring as Majin Buu, after Basil felt this unparalleled fierce breath, his face changed drastically, and cold sweat fell on his forehead, where was the arrogant and domineering look before. The god of destruction Beerus and Angel Ves located in the 7th universe view zone, Chronospace Monkey King and Chronospace Son Gohan all had smiles on their faces. The situation is finally beginning to reverse. This pink fat man, has he finally started to get serious? God has been worried for so long. The words of the god of destruction Beerus seemed to be nesting fire, but they were actually very calm, and there was no sound of emotional fluctuations. Good villains are the demons in our universe, and not everyone can defeat them. Angel Wise said in a flat tone. It's really an amazing aura, obviously Bulletin OU has not practiced much. But his strength has improved so much. Chronospace Sun Wukong sighed. Chapter 17 located on the side of the viewing area of the 10th universe. As Majin Buu showed his true combat power, both the god of destruction Rumsey and the god of realm King Kvas were shocked. Not only them, but all people and gods were taken aback. God knows that this seemingly ordinary fat man will have such great power. And the main thing is that this seemingly innocuous guy has the ability to make God pay attention. I can't imagine that this guy who doesn't look very powerful has such amazing and strange energy in his body. But the fly in the ointment is that there are too few muscles. If we are warriors of the 10th universe, I will definitely urge him to train a strong body. Destroyer Rumsey complained. Speaking of which, this god of destruction can say such words. Train Majin Buu to become a muscle Buu. Your idea is a little reluctant. Although strength is inseparable from physical strength, it is not useful to everyone. Retorting Rumsey, VEGETA's gaze had already returned. What the outcome of the battle will be, even without the memory of the plot of the original book, he can predict. All in all, this level of battle is nothing more than a child's life in his eyes. Even Majin Buu, who is full of firepower, has a combat power value of only 100 yuan. Then Basil may also be. I hope the game ends soon. No matter who is on the side of the 7th universe, they can't compare to that cockroach. It's better to sleep than to watch these boring battles. VEGETA clasped his hands to his chest, which was an expression of inner emotions. These words shocked Rumsey and Kvas, and were even more shocked. Angel Kessie on the side smiled knowingly. It's indeed a little boring, but it's all an appetizer dessert before dinner. Can't you also try it alive? As you say, that's even more boring. I even have a feeling now that you let me participate in the power conference, it is for me to abuse the vegetables. VEGETA spoke up. These words also stimulated Rumsey and Kvas again. Is this something that a person can say? God is more angry than man, angry with death. Kvas didn't know the specifics, and felt a little arrogant. If he knew, he wouldn't have thought like that. In the ring, Majin Buu's mouth made a muffled sound. He kept pounding his chest, and hot white smoke came out of the holes all over his body. His seemingly fat body moved ridiculously fast. Almost instantly, the huge body crashed into Basil's body. SHH. With a bang. The space rippled layer by layer, which showed how much power there was. A Basil's body rushed straight into the sky like a rocket, wailing continuously. Before it was over, Majin Buu's arm suddenly stretched straight and directly grabbed Basil's ankle. The power attacked, and Basil was swayed back and forth in his hand by the demon Buu like a meteor hammer. Boom! Rumble! 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 The sound of bombardment spread continuously. Basil is like a toy, ravaged back and forth by the demon Buu. As time passed, he rolled his eyes and looked half dead. Oh! I was like, overdone. Satan shouldn't be angry, right? Majin Buu paused, remembering Satan's instructions not to kill people, not to go too far, and put Basil down again. Having just escaped the control of Majin Buu, Basil was still a little puzzled. However, the cloudy eyes soon became clear. Consciousness returned. And he trembled and quickly got up, and quickly stepped back to open the distance. Abominable! Damn it! Dead fatty, you dare to make my Uncle Basil so embarrassed! Basil's eyes burned with heavenly anger, as if he could burn everything. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hideous face was as terrifying as a hell wolf crawling out of the abyss. Then you still admit defeat and change someone to play with me? After thinking for a moment, Majin Buu said something that almost made Basil angry. As soon as these words came out, they completely broke the last line of defense in Basil's heart. Fat fan, don't be too arrogant! Basil roared at the demon Buu twice in succession, and then, his gaze turned and landed on the platform of the 9th universe. Give me that thing! Basil has made up his mind, even if he uses drugs to boost energy. Then give it to you, but you have to be responsible for the consequences. The realm king of the 9th universe, God Luo, ignored it and threw a red fruit at Basil. Seeing this, Basil hurriedly jumped up to catch the fruit, swallowed it without hesitation, and sent it into his belly. Wang! As the fruit was eaten, a scarlet light flashed in Basil's eyes, and his body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole person was extremely strengthened. Looking at Basil's changes, Beerus, the god of destruction in the 7th universe, was not happy. Lord Great Priest, is it okay to devour medicine to increase strength? He's already fouled. Destroyer Beerus asked the high priest. When the great priest heard this, he schemed his gaze slightly and looked at the two Lord Chuanwang behind him. After seeing the two kings dancing in anticipation, a mysterious smile appeared on their faces, and he turned to respond to the god of destruction Beerus. This outpost battle tournament does not contain any rules and constraints. In order to meet the viewing experience of Lord Chuanwang, you only need to fight until Lord Chuanwang is satisfied. Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed across the face of the god of destruction Beerus. He had 10,000 disobedience in his heart, but helplessly, the great priest had already pronounced the sentence, so he could only follow the order. It's okay, Lord Beerus, Bu's power is more than that. Hey! Chrono Sun Wukong crossed his hands at his waist, obviously not caring about this kind of cheating. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, any fancy means are useless. Just like when they fought against Bu. Dad is right, Bu's power will definitely not lose. Chrono Sun Gohan seconded on the side. Although the Realm King God Xin did not express his position, there were no mood swings on his face. The horror of Majin Bu, how could he not know that back then, including modern times, it almost hit him more than once. You guys, you're optimistic enough. Glancing at the optimistic group of people beside him, the god of destruction Beerus was not like them. His instincts as a destroyer told him that something very serious would happen next. But what exactly happened, he didn't know. Chapter 18. In the ring. After devouring the mysterious fruit, Basil roared. The potential of his whole body was released in a short time, causing his strength to climb to a certain point. Tenfold. The combat power value has increased tenfold, from 10 to 100, to the same height as Majin Bu. The increase in strength made his heart greatly expanded, so that he thought that he was standing at the top of the pyramid. No matter what kind of enemy, it was absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Ha 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 ha. The fat man of the 7th universe, do you feel my power now? Now I am very different from before. Let you come and feel for yourself how strong my Basil terror is. Wolf, stamping. Basil instantly erupted at several times more ferocious than before, and the fruit not only stimulated his body to become stronger, but also indirectly restored his injuries. It should be said that no matter which universe, there are some magical prop species. Although the embodiment of this fruit in the original book is only temporary, it is indeed a good fetish. The strong body appeared in front of the demon Bu like a phantom, and he kicked it unstoppably towards the sky and was kicked out by Basil heavily. Bang! A sound of flesh exploded. Majin Bu's head was twisted by this terrifying force to the point that his facial features were disguised, and his fat body rushed straight into the sky because of recoil. It's not over yet. Dead fat man. Ha 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 ha. In a burst of maniacal laughter, Basil soared into the sky. The sensitive legs unfolded the mad destruction of Majin Bu from many different directions. Majin Bu's body, like a leather ball, flew back and forth in space. Basil's move beckoned death. Either attack the position of the opponent's weaknesses and internal organs, or hit the dead hole. If his enemy were humans, I am afraid that he would have been reduced to ruins under this stormy and ferocious attack. But Majin Bu is different. He not only has super defense recovery ability, but also does not have such things as internal organs and vital points. So no matter how he fights, as long as it doesn't smash him to pieces, or smash him to pieces, these injuries are completely negligible to him. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? You're not the only one before. Just. When Basil was arrogant and proud, constantly mocking Majin Buu. Majin Buu's counter-offensive began. The arms stretched in an instant, locking Basil on his shoulders. The body constantly flew upside down, and the hands were stretched to the extreme like rubber bands, and then retracted in an instant. In Basil's astonished gaze, Majin Buu slammed his head and landed on his face, and the sharp pain of drilling his heart, the pain made him grin his teeth, and his eyes flashed Venus. Basil, who had been hit hard, trembled his legs and retreated one after another, covering his bloody nose, and his heart was extremely resentful towards Majin Buu. After repelling Basil, the injuries received by Majin Buu in the battle were repaired again, which once again shocked the eyes of everyone in the 9th universe. Ha 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 ha! Fun and fun! Majin Buu was happy like a 300-pound child, laughing heartily. When his true ability was revealed, the gods did not dare to underestimate this harmless fat man anymore. Such an ability is already extraordinary. The battle, for the time being, ushered in a time of calm. All the destruction gods present were studying and analyzing the combat effectiveness level of the warriors of the 7th universe. One by one, they were very serious and focused on the battle. After all, the 7th universe is the culprit that initiated the power conference. All universes want to be the first to do something to the 7th universe. VEGETA, who was on the platform of the 10th universe, was bored and almost fell asleep at this time. For him, the Majin Buu of this time and space is indeed a bit of a sight, but it is obvious that this kind of battle continues, and it is a little spicy to the eyes. Although this battle looks boring, don't worry, there are 2 more games to go, and those 2 scions in the 7th universe should be about to strike. You should also care about the Monkey King in our time and space, right? After seeing the power of this Monkey King, you should be a little interested. After all, the purity of the divine power he has mastered is quite good. What you are cultivating should not be the power of God, you should be surprised. Saying that, Kessie had an expectant look in her eyes, and said, how about it, if you have the opportunity in a while, are you interested in going up and giving it a try? I believe that with your strength, a simple shot can shock the audience. Angel. Kurz's words were full of teasing of VEGETA. Although she knew that this was unrealistic, she still said it, really expecting VEGETA to make a move, causing a storm that shocked the gods of the universe. After all, mortals who are powerful enough to surpass the god of destruction, as far as Kessie knows, an existence like VEGETA does not exist in this space-time world. Listening to Angel Kess's ridicule, VEGETA couldn't help but roll his white smoke, and after a moment of silence, he said, although I was really looking forward to it at the beginning, as far as I can see and feel now, Kakarot in this world is much weaker than him in my world. What level of divine power can be reached will require me to see it before I know it. But even if he used God's power, it seemed to me that it would be no more than that. If I were in this world, maybe I would be more interested in raising a little more vigorously. With that, VEGETA continued to maintain his posture. If it weren't for the fact that there was no place to sit, he would have leaned back in his seat at this time and rested on his own. Outpost battle, far from the standard he expected. In the truest words in VEGETA's heart, that is, will this all-universe power conference of time and space become his abuse conference? Is it? That's a shame. Knowing what was in VEGETA's mind, a look of loss flashed in Angel Kess's eyes. Originally, she also wanted to take this opportunity to show off a wave of their universe in front of all the angels. Now, the chances are a bit slim. People simply can't look at their Monkey King in this time and space. It is also true that the gap in strength is slightly larger. The Monkey King of this time and space world, even if he transforms, it is difficult to compare with VEGETA who has not transformed. Of course, this is indeed a good thing, because VEGETA is so powerful, the final winner of the Power Conference will only be their 10th universe. Chapter 19. Switch to the ring again. After a short silence, the battle began again. Abominable fat pink. Don't get too carried away. Forcibly suppressing the pain in his body, Basil yelled at the position of Majin Buu. He was still so arrogant and unscrupulous, and Majin Buu also changed his heart at this time. That said, you've been insulting me since the beginning of our game, and I'm a little angry now. I'm going to kill you. Majin Buu's face showed the evil expression that he had when he first appeared in the Z period. He put on a classic turtle school Qigong wave posture, and his majestic energy also soared in a straight line. There are more than 100 yuan, and the power that this energy can burst is at least 500 yuan. At this time, Basil did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and still thought to himself that his strength was definitely stronger than Majin Buu. As everyone knows, he is a toy of Majin Buu from beginning to end. You said. You're going to finish me off. Less daydreaming in that day. Pink fat. Several blood-shots spread out of Basil's eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes was fully displayed. His self-proclaimed invincible power was also being rapidly condensed by him. However, the gap had already appeared at this time, but he did not notice it because he ate the fruit and caused a great change in his heart. In front of his eyes, Majin Buu's energy became more and more substantial, and the balls of energy light in the palms of his hands slowly became active. The earth-destroying aura expanded rapidly, climbing to nearly 1,000 units almost instantly. It also shows that Majin Buu's launch is real and all-out. The energy condensed to the extreme, and Majin Buu aimed his palms at Basil. No kidding. How could this slow-swallowing attack defeat me? See my complete next. Basil chanted the words in his mouth, and in the most stupid way, he resisted the energy of this blow with his flesh. The golden energy rays expanded like a tsunami, and in an instant, swallowed up Basil. Boom! With a bang, the roaring energy swept through the ring, rushing straight towards the far side of this world. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, smoke rose, and rocks flew. Everyone on the 9th universe platform froze and fell into sluggishness. On the other hand, everyone on the platform of the 7th universe was smiling at the moment, and in their opinion, if there were no accidents, the victory and defeat of this battle would already be known. Time passes minute by minute. Basil's scarred body loomed in the smoke. When the smoke cleared completely, his battered body was revealed. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Did you see it? The guys from the 7th universe. Basil endured the pain and let out a hoarse and disgusting laugh. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is now just the end of a strong crossbow. Sure enough, when Basil was just arrogant for a while, the strong side effects of devouring that mysterious fruit erupted. Several dark red electric arcs exploded around his body, and in the next second, his aura decreased sharply like a cliff. All the injuries accumulated in his body erupted at the same time, and his body collapsed in an instant. The battle, it's over. The winner is divided. In the first round, Majin Buu of the 7th universe wins. With the order of the Great Priest on the high platform. The result of the first game was decided. Even if the people of the 9th universe have any unwillingness in their hearts, they are helpless. In the first round, they lost, losing on Basil's conceit and stupidity. If Basil doesn't end up the opponent's trick, it's not so simple for the other party to win. The side effects of the fruit will not directly erupt because the body reaches its limit. In the eyes of the Realm King God Luo and the God of Destruction Sitara, Basil lost the face of the 9th universe. If it weren't for the fact that the gods were there now, and there were more great priests and kings above, the God of Destruction Sitara would definitely destroy him. Lord Realm King God, Lord God of Destruction, this is just a small accident. The next game, leave it to the second brother to handle, he will definitely not let you down. Those guys in the 7th universe won't be so lucky all the time. Berguimo, who knew the character of the two gods well, quickly knelt down on one knee and took the initiative to plead guilty. In doing so, you are also sneaking around in order to survive. Moreover, this is also the only chance to keep the third Basil. I hope so, I can forgive you for losing the first game. But if that's the result of the second game, you know what I'm going to do. A haze flashed in Destroyer Sitara's eyes. Even if he doesn't do it now, he will do it after returning to the 9th universe. Now, it is still possible to save the face of the 9th universe, and infighting cannot be produced. According to the rule of 2 wins in 3 games, if they lose again in the next game, the face of the 9th universe will really be lost. Subordinates understand. Berguimo's expression was calm, and he lowered his head, his eyes full of scheming. He turned his head and looked at Yellow Wolf Lavanda with serious eyes. Second brother, I'll leave it to you next. Absolutely, absolutely can't lose, you know. Berguimo instructed. Goo. Big brother, you can rest assured to hand it over to me. I'm not like the third idiot, my poison has no antidote, he. Lavanda smiled sadly, spitting purple poisonous gas from his mouth from time to time. Although the combat effectiveness is not as good as Basil, if there is no real material, how can he firmly occupy the position of the second oldest? The screen changes and comes to the platform of the 7th universe. Unlike the serious and tense atmosphere of the 9th universe, the 7th universe that won the game was much more relaxed and cheerful. Majin Buu, who won the competition, angel-wise conjured up a large number of snacks as a reward, and Majin Buu was eating happily at the moment. Moreover, they also arranged the players for the next match. Chrono Monkey King and Chrono Monkey Rice. Gohan, I'll leave it to you next, let them see your power. Remember, as long as you get serious, no one will be your opponent. Chrono Sun Wukong instructed. For his son, he is still very confident. It's abandoned, but the potential is still there. As long as he is stimulated by the powerful outside world, he will be invincible if he regains the feeling of fighting. Naturally, there is a sentence that is hypocritical, that is, to be serious, no one is Son Gohan's opponent. To be honest, even if the current Son Gohan awakens the mysterious form, it is just like that. If it is a Super Saiyan Beast form, it is slightly interesting. For his father's encouragement, Chrono Son Gohan listened to his ears, and also nodded with a smile. Although he did not win the opposite side in his heart, he would definitely do his best in this battle. Chapter 20. As the time passed 2 minutes, the 2 sides each determined the players. As a ring for battle, because the previous battle has been destroyed, it was also restored in an instant under the mysterious power of the Great Priest. It should be said that the Great Priest is the Great Priest, and he is almost omnipotent. The ring is restored, and Ravanda and Son Gohan are on this side of their respective universes. The battle has not yet begun, and all the gods and angels of the universe have made basic assessments and judgments on both sides of the game. Unlike the 9th universe, the players of the 7th universe are of different races. And it still looks very weak. On the platform of the 10th universe, VEGETA quietly looked at Son Gohan and Lavanda below, without making any statements or making any comments. At the end of the day, disappointment is inevitable. Whether it is the Yellow Wolf Lavanda or the Monkey Rice of Chronospace, they are too weak. Weak enough, he blows a breath, it is enough to kill them. The strength of the Yellow Wolf Lavanda is far less than the Basil who just played, but it is just a unit of Jing. According to the original work mentioned in his offensive methods, most of them rely on the accumulation of corrupt gas in the body. It is worth saying that such a color is regarded as the bearer of the 9th universe, and it would be strange if the 9th universe could rank high. Besides, Chrono Son Gohan, it is very difficult for him to even become a Super Saiyan at this time, let alone awaken his mysterious form again. If it were not for Son Gohan to participate in the later stage of the original work, he would definitely not let Son Gohan awaken the mysterious state so simply. In the end, it's about making up the numbers. Naturally, in this real world, there may be a little difference. Compared with Vegeta's GT Son Gohan in that world, it is somewhat influenced by him and Kakarot in that world, although it is not very strong, but it is definitely not as unbearable as the Dragon Gohan in front of him. This is also the feeling that Vegeta had when he first saw this time-space Son Gohan. It's just that it's now magnified. The extreme of billions, the beginning of trillions. What is this? Even if it transforms into more than 2, that is, the increase is only 100 times, the unit in Beijing is considered the limit. GT Son Gohan has remained in a mysterious state for many years, and that form has been cultivated to the peak. If it were not for the neglect of cultivation in order to take care of Xiao Fang in the 2 years of the evil dragon incident, I am afraid that he would have broken the boundaries of the mysterious state and stepped into a higher realm. Besides, GT Son Gohan's normal combat strength, no matter how bad it has reached the unit of Yao, and after taking out the power of the mysterious state, it can even reach the unit of the 8th dimension. This Son Gohan is really not worth mentioning. For Vegeta, the only thing that can be slightly expected is the battle between Monkey King and Berguemo in chronospace. Of course, this is just an appetizer, and the battle between Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Blue and the Topo of the 11th universe is the main event. This time the outpost battle can always help him verify the questions that have been in his mind for years. How much can the Super Saiyan God make his body stronger? In other words, how does the realm of Super Saiyan compare with the 4th order of Super Saiyan? In the ring, Lavanda licked the corners of his mouth. From time to time, Ahara slipped from his mouth, and the saliva had a strong corrosive effect, leaving small holes in the ring. His playful and greedy gaze was fixed on Son Gohan. This kind of look is like a hunter looking at his prey. For Lavanda's provocative gaze, Son Gohan did not care too much, secretly raised his vigilance, remained calm, and dealt with the upcoming battle. Power Conference, 2nd Session. It's officially started. As the words of the great priest fell, the second game officially began. In an instant, the two sides took action. The speed of the explosion and the power of the instantaneous explosion have reached a certain standard. It's just that there was the battle between Basil and Majin Buu before, and now looking at their battle, it is somewhat worthless. The figures of the two are like ghosts speeding through the ring. Mutual temptation, a series of hand-to-hand combat offensives continue to unfold. At this moment, Son Gohan will not know at all that his opponent is not good at fighting, but poisoning. Careless, he has already caught the way of Lavanda. Hey, hey! In the 7th universe, is your strength only that? What a disappointment! Not good at fighting, Lavanda thought at first that Son Gohan would make him work hard. Now under his fierce pursuit, Son Gohan has completely fallen into passivity, allowing his vanity to burst and get unparalleled satisfaction. Look down on people less, the real battle is only starting now. Temporarily, Son Gohan shouted unwillingly. Bang! Pound! 2 consecutive booms. The fingers of the two sides interlocked and stalemated each other. Son Gohan glared angrily, but the corners of Lavanda's mouth were slightly cold, and an evil smile was revealed. As he opened his mouth, a deep purple mist permeated from his mouth, and the defenseless Son Gohan, his eyes were polluted with poisonous gas. The sharp pain in his eyes forced Son Gohan to retreat again and again, covering his eyes with his hands. At this moment, his eyes could not be opened, and because of the poisonous gas invasion, he entered a state of temporary blindness. Seeing this, Luo, the king god of the 9th universe, and Satara, the god of destruction, secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Finally, I was able to take back a city. On the platform of the 7th universe, everyone saw this, and their pupils shrank sharply. Oops! His eyes were poisoned. The god of destruction Beerus can see Son Gohan's current state at a glance. After losing both eyes and losing their eyes, their strength will also be greatly reduced. What a despicable trick, People can't guard against it. Realm King God Xin broke out in a cold sweat, anxious, and said. At the same time, his mind moved, and a sack appeared out of thin air in his hand, and what was contained in it was Xian bean. Just in case, he even brought Sendu. Wait a minute, Lord Realm King God, it's not the time to use immortal beans yet. Go on him, he hasn't lost yet. Seeing that the Realm King God Xin was about to throw the immortal beans to Chronospace Sun Gohan, Chronospace Sun Wukong quickly stopped it. Although outpost battle matches do not have too many regulations, the use of fairy beans is allowed. But as a father, he knows that giving his son fairy beans now will make him dependent. Dilemma can help his son break through and become stronger. Metamorphosis sometimes requires a simple opportunity. The outpost battle is only the beginning, and there is a power assembly behind, and he believes in his son. Chapter 21. Gohan. Recall the events I experienced back then. You can do it, as long as you can be serious, then no one in this world is your opponent. You probably don't want to rely on fairy beans to fight, right? As Sun Wukong's series of words came out, Sun Wuhan on the field was obviously infected. This wave of mouth, Sun Wukong did say it in place. Although it is still that ridiculous sentence, it does touch the inner feeling that Sun Gohan has always had. Sun Gohan in the ring, even though he was blind in both eyes, was more calm. I don't need fairy beans. Father. Will I rely on my own strength to defeat him? When the words fell, the chi that had been a little chaotic around Sun Wuhan also became stable. Ha 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 ha. Sion, do you think that if you use your lip service, you can resist the poisonous gas released by Uncle Ben? I can tell you unequivocally that even if you use foreign objects, it is useless, but I am using precious treasures against you. Scions of the seventh universe, if you lose, once my poison is contaminated, it will invade your body little by little. Imagine how your body becomes rotten and festering because of the poisonous gas infection, aren't you scared? So you can also choose to surrender quickly, maybe you can save a small life. Yellow. Wolf Lavanda began to get carried away arrogantly. He took himself too seriously. In the original book, Sendu can play a therapeutic role and remove his toxins. Throw in the towel? Hee hee. I don't throw in the towel, I've neglected to exercise for years, and now that's the test and training for me. I have to thank you, because without you, I wouldn't have had this experience. Chrono Son Gohan knew that he had caused this situation to be his own. And he did not complain about himself, chose to accept. He understood that he had not exercised himself properly for many years, and if he still maintained a keen combat intuition like he did back then, it would be impossible for Lavanda's sneak attack and poison to calculate him. Humph. In that case, then I will fulfill you until your body decays to the point that there are no white bones left. Don't blame me, Babble. Yellow Wolf Lavanda licked the corners of his mouth and let out a strange smile. Don't take me flat. My power. And it's much more than that. The unbearable Son Gohan directly detonated the energy pool of the first order of the Super Saiyan in his body. Although this transformation, he only took out the power of the early stage of the first order of Super Saiyan, but the increase in combat power under the normal 50 times also made him gain momentum and have the confidence to deal with Lavanda. Transform? The strength has indeed improved, but you without eyes, I can't help me. And, the stronger your burst of power, the faster my toxins will seep in. Lavanda laughed playfully, and once again spat out two strange clouds of poisonous gas from his mouth attached to his fists. In the next second, his body pounced on Son Gohan at an extremely fast speed, launching a fierce attack on Son Gohan from many different angles. In the face of this overwhelming offensive, Chrono Son Gohan found a way to deal with it in a desperate situation, judging the direction of Lavanda's attack through breath perception. And because of the sense of crisis brought by Lavanda, the energy intensity of his Super Saiyan First Order increased step by step, and after a while, He entered a state of full power from the early stage of Super Saiyan First Order. The Vietnam War is getting stronger. Saiyan characteristics. Here. With a loud gulp, Eternal Space Son Gohan slammed out his fist and smashed into the abdomen of Yellow Wolf Lavanda. Poof! Ravanda, who had been hit hard, spat out a pool of poisonous water in its mouth and staggered backwards several steps. He covered his injured abdomen with one hand, a look of horror appeared in his eyes, and asked puzzledly, "This? No way! Can your eyes still see? Your pungent poisonous stench, I can smell no matter how far away, thank you for regaining the feeling of battle for me." With a solemn expression, after Space-Time Son Gohan finished speaking, he locked the position of Lavanda, and just planned to jump. Suddenly, the poisonous gas attacked the heart, making his Super Saiyan First Order full power state unsafe. On the surface of the skin of his body, a faint poisonous gas appeared, and then the chi suddenly decreased by half. "It's a pity, although you do have some skills, my poisonous gas has penetrated into your body, Babble." Seeing this, Lavanda laughed even more grimly. In his opinion, the balance of victory has begun to tilt completely in his side. However, he still underestimated the tenacious will and vitality of the Saiyans. Even though the toxin had invaded the bone marrow, Chrono Son Gohan still stood up and forcibly transformed into a Super Saiyan First Order full power state. Hey! Son Gohan also had the will to fight, which made Lavanda glared in surprise. "As long as the toxins completely destroy my body, beat you. That's it." Cheering up, Son Gohan jumped and killed Lavanda again. Cut! Guys who can't die. Seeing this, Lavanda was resentful in his heart, and he didn't want to dodge, and he swung his poisonous fist to meet him. Boom! In a deafening roar, the battle between the two sides began again. In the ring, two afterimages flew past each other, and the roar brought by the collision again and again continued. In a desperate situation, the combat power of the Chrono Heaven Gohan outbreak became stronger and stronger. Lei Fan Da has gradually become a passive side, there is no poison gas, although his combat power is in the unit in Beijing, but it cannot be exerted. Magnitude, it's just a trillion. Under the fierce chase of Emperor Gohan in chronospace, he has already shown the route. Now, it's over. Gohan grabbed Lavanda's shoulders with both hands and threw it into the sky with all his might. The palms of his hands merged, and the energy condensed and formed in an instant, and the powerful magic flash energy burst out from his palm. Abominable! In mid-air, Lavanda hurriedly controlled his body, and in a curse, he folded his arms and covered his body. Poisonous gas gushes and protects outside the body. The roaring energy spurted out straight out, engulfing the body of the yellow wolf Lavanda. Impossible! You yellow-haired boy! Can you beat me? The protective body poison gas was broken through by the energy of the magic flash in an instant, and the yellow wolf Lavanda let out an unwilling roar. However, no matter how stubbornly he resisted, the energy of the magic flash eventually devoured him mercilessly. Chapter 22. Boom! As the energy in mid-air completely exploded, a blinding fire covered the sky. In the flames of the explosion, the body of the yellow wolf Lavanda has been burned black. His eyes were white, his consciousness was lost, and he fell straight from the sky and fell to the ground. With the fall of yellow wolf Lavanda, the Chrono Son Gohan also reached the limit at this moment. The poisonous gas aggravated again, causing him to directly spew out a mouthful of black blood. The breath collapsed, and the Super Saiyan's transformation form was not guaranteed, and he lost support and fell to the ground. The two players can be said to have lost their ability to fight at the same time, and such a scene made everyone, God and angel, fall into silence. Only VEGETA kept his heart because he knew what the outcome would be. This. How to judge it? A drop of cold sweat fell on Destroyer Sitarla's forehead. Such a result is also unexpected. The performance of the yellow wolf Lavanda is not bad and decent. God knows that Son Gohan will also pull Ravanda to the end when he dies. It should be counted as a draw," replied Realm King God Luo. Obviously, even if he thought about the draw, he would not consider that his universe would lose. Second brother. Berguimo looked at the fallen Lavanda in the ring, anger surged in his heart, and he secretly clenched his fists. If this game is lost by Lei Fanda, then the ninth universe not only lost face, but also has no chance to raise its head. Even, there is no need to compare the third game, 2-1, what else to play? Berguimo obviously didn't think that even if he ended, the final result would only be worse. The second game of the outpost battle, both players lose the ability to fight at the same time, this match, draw. With the announcement of the judgment of the Great Priest, the final result of the game was announced. Such a verdict is honestly unfair, but there is no problem. Because the two sides are only a few seconds apart, they fall to the ground at the same time. The gods and angels of the whole universe were stunned together, and Beerus and Weiss of the seventh universe, as well as Sun Wukong, were a little resentful. According to the normal game, whoever falls first loses. Before they could refute and question, the top, as the world's most powerful king, began to complain. "It's not interesting, this game is really boring." At this time, the King of the Sky said sullenly. "That is to say, it is not as good as the first game, not at all." The kings of future time and space are also not happy. The words of the two kings immediately made all the destruction gods and realm king gods present panicked. This is the supreme being, and everything happens to satisfy the king. When the great priest heard this, he hurriedly turned around, bowed respectfully to the two kings, and said, "Please Lord Chuanwang be calm, and the subordinates will order the third game to begin. In the third game, your friend Monkey King will also fight." As the great priest's words fell, the two kings quieted down and said happily, "Is Goku going to play? Goku's words will be very interesting. I want to see the transformation, I want to see the gorgeous light." Chuanwang behaved like a child. But the more innocent it feels, the more terrifying it feels. Such beings are moody, and they will only follow their hearts. In any case, it is the core of the world consciousness. Both the world. Soon, the contestants who lost their combat capabilities on both sides were sent back to their respective cosmic platforms. The progress of the third game was also advanced. Berguimo of the ninth universe and the timeless Monkey King of the seventh universe came to the ring at the same time. The third game must be interesting to the king, otherwise, before the power conference has begun, the survival of the 12 universes will be at stake. For Berguimo, firstly, he must be appreciated and satisfied by Lord Chuanwang, and secondly, he must abuse Sun Wukong, the last player of the seventh universe and the culprit. For Sun Wukong, he obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. When it was his turn to appear, he stared at his opponent Berguimo with a fighting intent. VEGETA, who was on the platform of the 10th universe, looked at the Monkey King on the ring, which was a little bit of spirit. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only Sun Wukong alone. Everyone present was ignored by him. Even the Supreme King could not attract his attention now. The previous battle, except for Majin Buu's match, which was a little fancy, the second game was a complete waste of time. The level is too low, it is nothing more than a trick. If that Lei Fanda has a little brain, it is clear that it can win, and if it loses, it is lost in excessive self-righteousness. And overconfident in his own toxins, ignoring that Son Gohan will fight to the death. Come on, let's get started. Kakarot, in this time and space world, let me witness with my own eyes what realm the power of the Super Saiyan God can make you reach. VEGETA whispered in her heart. To be honest, the combat power of the Monkey King in chronospace is only 5,000 yuan. VEGETA had already roughly guessed what would be the result. But he hadn't seen it, he still wanted to know, as he thought before, how much would the Chrono Monkey King improve in combat effectiveness after transforming into a Super Saiyan God? His Super Saiyan 4th rank, simply from black to pink. Brunette hair can increase by 3,200 times the normal, and perfect Super 4 black hair can reach 5,000 times. Super 4 red hair can reach 6,400 times. The boundary of Super 4 redheads can skyrocket to 10,000 times the norm. As for Super 4 pink hair, it can reach 20 times to 50 times the breakthrough of Super 4 red hair. How much difference is between Super Saiyan and Super 4? At this time, in the deep imagination, VEGETA remembered more memories. In the original work of the previous life, although the increase in the strength of the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue is a mystery, no one knows what point it can reach, and can only secretly speculate. However, a lot of information is reflected, including various data comparisons, and there is a certain analysis. VEGETA's concentration was seen by the angel Keth on the side. It seems that although VEGETAZan said that he didn't care, he still cared about Sun Wukong's battle in his heart. But yes, compared to the first two battles, this battle is more worthy of attention. Moreover, the Monkey King in VEGETAZang's world should also be his fierce enemy. Angel. Keth felt in his heart and refocused his attention on the ring. Chapter 23. In the ring. Belgumo received the attention of the whole universe and did not start at the first time, but began his own performance. With his unique verbal skill, almost all the charges were pressed on the head of the Monkey King of space-time. Although it is a bit of a villain to say these at this time, he is indeed right. It is because of the relationship between Sun Wukong that it led to the holding of the Power Conference, and it will also plunge all the universes into crisis. With Bergumo's awe-inspiring gesture of righteousness. Before the game began, Monkey King was completely described by Bergumo as the culprit of the crisis. The gods were also moved by his words, and they all began to target Sun Wukong. Moreover, the whole king was led by Bergumo once, and the innocent king was also given one last chance. If Bergumo can defeat the Monkey King, the rule that the defeated universe will be destroyed will no longer exist after the Power Conference is over. As soon as these words came out, the gods were even more excited, and their hearts hated Sun Wukong even more, and countless eager eyes fell on Bergumo's body. Thus, Bergumo became a savior. As long as Bergumo can defeat the Monkey King, the rule of destroying the universe will disappear. However, no one nor the gods knew that this was nothing more than a bait used by the whole king to stimulate Bergumo to come up with a stronger power. It can make the game a little more exciting. What has been done will be done again, and what has been done will be done again. The superfluous universe has long been wanted to be cleared by the king, because he does not see the value of existence. So how could it be changed because of a little Bergumo's 3 words? Unfortunately, Bergumo was kept in the dark at this time, and he thought that he was favored by the whole king, and his whole body was in a state of excitement. This is exactly what the king wanted. All the gods, all the players, actually only thought of this one-sidedly. The angels know the inside story, and so does VEGETA, who knows the plot. Even without the holding of the Power Assembly, the universe will be liquidated. Although Sun Wukong's original intention in requesting a power conference was not to save the universe, but to satisfy his desire to fight. But it also has to be denied that it is precisely because of his suggestion that 8 of the 12 universes have been given a chance to survive. Hear that? The Monkey King of the 7th universe. Lord Xuanwang listened to my request. Next, on behalf of all the universes, I will defeat you, the culprit that caused the crisis. Bergumo was so emotional that at the moment, he even considered himself the last line of defense to protect all the universes. Listening to Bergumo's series of accusatory words, the Monkey King was still unmoved. In his opinion, destroying the universe or something, becoming a sinner or something, this is not his head at all. After all, things have not happened yet. Monkey King has one advantage that no one can compare, and this advantage is excessive optimism. He felt that even if he caused this crisis, as long as he won the game in the end, then the universe would not have to be destroyed. After all, the winner's reward is Super Dragon Ball, and it is completely possible to wish for the restoration of the destroyed universe. First of all, although you are thinking about the universe not being destroyed, I still won't show mercy to my subordinates in this battle. If you really have the ability to beat me, I can't ask for a change in the rules of the game. Looking at the high-toed Belguimo in front of him, Sun Wukong's words revealed his thoughts. Of course, there is an absolute certainty that you can win. Because he always thought that he was very strong. And with his eyes and battle intuition, he can clearly see that the black wolf in front of him, Berguimo, although his strength is much stronger than the two wolves that appeared before, but it is only to that extent. His intuition was correct. As the boss of the dangerous trio, Berguimo has titles such as Smashing Skills, and his fierce combat power is not even inferior to the Golden Frieza when he first debuted. His strength is doubted by Murong, but this strength, compared to Sun Wukong's normality, is at most not too much. The normal combat power broke out in full force, and the monstrous aura turned into a rolling wave and spread. Sun Wukong no longer hesitated, took the lead in attacking, and the terrifying momentum made Berguimo in front of him feel a trace of pressure, and his body took 2 steps backwards uncontrollably. Under normal conditions, the firepower is fully opened, and Sun Wukong's combat strength value exceeds 5,000 yuan, directly climbing to the situation of 8,000 yuan. It's just that under normal circumstances, if Berguimo doesn't have special skills, he has already been compared. A drop of bean-sized cold sweat fell on Berguimo's forehead, and the strength of the Chrono Monkey King was even stronger than he thought. But that's exactly what he meant. Come on! Monkey King! In the face of the power of the Monkey King, Berguimo also directly activated his own abilities. My real strength is much more than that, open your eyes and look at it. Hey. Without the slightest drag, the Chrono Monkey King directly transformed into the first-order full power state of the Super Saiyan after a sentence. The normal 80-fold increase in combat effectiveness increases his combat effectiveness value to 64. Crossing the 7th dimension, it has reached the combat power of the 8th dimension. Crackle! Golden! Electricity filled his body, and Sun Wukong had a confident smile on his face. This look is like saying, "Do you still think you can beat me? Humph! It's really amazing energy, you can attack me and see. If you just do this, I would have over-expected." Berguimo grimaced and spoke in a playful tone. Immediately, his arms were wide open, and for a moment he was full of flaws. Seeing this situation, Chrono Sun Wukong frowned and felt surprised. Such a good opportunity, he naturally will not let go. In an instant, a strong step rushed forward, and Sun Wukong's fists swung rapidly, constantly hitting Berguimo's body. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! The continuous sound of striking exploded in space like a muffled thunder. Each of these blows contains the power of shattered stars. After eating Sun Wukong's heavy punches several times in a row, Berguimo clenched his teeth and endured the pain. The ability continued to activate, a red light flashed around his body, and his body began to gradually expand. Looking at Berguimo, who became taller and taller in front of him, Chronospace Monkey King was surprised. Through breath perception, he also noticed that Berguimo's aura had been greatly improved. Chapter 24. How? Found my horror, right? No matter what kind of attack you cast, it will turn into my nourishment to become stronger. Don't stop, continue to attack. Give me all your energy. Berguimo said triumphantly. Guys like this who like to take advantage of their tongues, the final end is often miserable. Berguimo was clearly taking his abilities too seriously. He, like the other two wolves, was overly proud and overconfident. Absorb energy to strengthen yourself. Sounds interesting. In that case, let you see my stronger power. When Chrono Sun Wukong heard this, he raised his interest a little. Countless ferocious attacks followed, and the relentless offensive of the Chronospace Monkey King became more and more powerful every time. Berguimo endured the pain, absorbed the energy, and his body grew taller and larger little by little. Only a short 1 or 20 seconds later, he turned into a small giant 5 or 6 meters tall. Ha 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 ha! Thank you for the energy you have provided me, and now, I am stronger again. Berguimo laughed wildly unbridled. This feeling is really cool for him. As long as he can fully absorb it, then he can become stronger. Raising his giant fist, Berguimo bloodthirsty slammed down on the brain door of the Chrono Monkey King. After the body became larger, the strength increased greatly, but the speed dropped a lot. This was like a meteor hammer-like blow, which was easily dodged by the Chronospace Monkey King with a dodge. SHH. With a bang, the ring under his feet was hit hard and fell apart. So much strength? Can you continue to be stronger? Chrono Monkey King had a playful smile on his face. He had sensed Berguimo's weakness. But he was not in a hurry to defeat the other party. He wanted to see where the limit of this existence that absorbed the energy of others became stronger. Back then, he had encountered similar opponents, but in completely different ways. Drink! It was another sullen body, the golden aura exploded, and the Chrono Monkey King burned with rich golden flames around him. Super Saiyan Second Tier Pinnacle. For the increase in combat effectiveness under normal conditions, it has reached a terrifying 200 times. Sun Wukong's combat strength data at this moment has reached a terrifying 160. Monkey King, who turned into the peak of the second order of Super Saiyan, began to rush out at a faster speed, launching more ferocious attacks in many different directions throughout Berguimo's body. Again and again assaults, Berguimo was caught off guard, and his body continued to grow during the battle. Until the end, the body can occupy half the size of the ring. Having absorbed so much energy, his combat power value has also reached the unit of Zi. It's just that it seems that this is the end of the day, and after reaching Bezi, it is impossible to continue to improve. It seems that this is your limit, and the energy absorbed has reached the top. Then I'll give you all my strength to see. With a loud drink, the Monkey King smiled playfully and jumped. The moment he flew into midair, the divine power in his body was pulled and erupted. The divine voice of the gods sounded in the space, rendering the entire space. The Super Saiyan Blue energy pool was mobilized, and suddenly, dazzling azure light shone in all directions, which caused the gods to shock. The Realm King gods were shocked one after another. And the god of destruction also showed an incredible expression. At the beginning of the birth of the world, until now, there have really been very few such guys born. Unlike them, the 12 angels were always flat. Although it is an incredible thing that a mortal can master the power of God and cultivate to such a high intensity. But to this extent, it is far from shocking them. When the blue light dissipated, the Chrono Monkey King stood in midair in the blue state of Super Saiyan. His aura had undergone earth-shaking transformation compared to before. VEGETA, who was on the platform of the 10th universe, looked at the Monkey King in midair. Judging by perception, the current Chrono Monkey King has a combat strength value of at least 6,400. After calculation, after the Chrono Monkey King transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue full power state, his combat effectiveness increased by at least 8,000 times. The guess in VEGETA's heart was also answered at this moment. So it is, sure enough, as I guessed before, the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, the increase in normal combat effectiveness, should be between the level of Super Saiyan 4th order boundary breakthrough. Super Blue is like this. Before this, the Super Saiyan God realm is probably only comparable to the Super Saiyan 4th order black-haired state. Looking at the Monkey King in the middle of the sky filled with the power of the monstrous god, VEGETA's face did not change. Although this power is indeed special, in his eyes, the combat power value of the Monkey King in the Super Saiyan Blue state at this time is only 6,400. It's only the late stage of the 8th dimension, and even the units of the 9th dimension have not yet touched it. This strength, it can be said that he does not even have 1/10,000th of his strength under normal conditions. With one look down, he can super blue Sun Wukong in seconds. Even if Sun Wukong used the Upper Realm King Fist again and raised the multiplier to the highest level, it would still be the realm of the 9th dimensional unit. Weak. It's just too weak. I also thought that this Monkey King may also hide his strength. As a result, it was a big surprise. I don't know what gave this Monkey King confidence and made him feel that he could defeat all the masters of the universe. You must know that even if VEGETA reached this state, he never thought that he could be invincible. The strength of Super Sun Wukong is only that, in the plot of the original Lenovo book, Super VEGETA, I am afraid that the strength should be between Bo Zhong and Super Sun Wukong. Super Sun Goku and Super VEGETA are not enough to hang their teeth. If the two of them could merge into Goita and VEGETA, thinking of this, VEGETA was a little excited. If he could, he really wanted to witness it. As a traverser, he fought back all the way after becoming VEGETA, so he never tried to merge. Now that I come to this time-space world, I may have the opportunity to encounter it. Before I can see Gogeta or VEGETA, the only thing that can lift my spirits a little is that Jillian of the 11th universe, he should be, at least the 10th dimension. VEGETA thought to himself. After all, if the plot of the original book remains unchanged, the Power Assembly Monkey King and VEGETA will not merge, let alone merge. Jillian, still the strongest. Chapter 25. Grey Jillian. Only this strength is praised in the original work as a warrior comparable to or even surpassing the god of destruction, which can make VEGETA arouse a trace of interest. Regardless of the depth of Jillian. Simply speaking of Jillian's performance in the original book, even the strongest god of destruction Beerus showed a frightened expression, from which it can be concluded that at least VEGETA cannot rely on normality to defeat. After a power conference, if he doesn't need to transform to win, it will be too boring. Do I want to promote the advancement of the plot a little? Or to make the players who are going to participate realize the seriousness of the problem, so that those players become stronger in a short period of time? After all, only when the pressure is in place, the strong can be affected by it and become stronger. Secretly thinking in his heart, VEGETA had an idea. After all, in the stage of the original power conference, almost every fighter breaks through once in the game. Why did important characters, such as Kakarot, such as VEGETA, such as Toppo, such as Jillian, etc., break through once? In the ring. Berguimo stared blankly at the super blue Monkey King in the sky that exuded monstrous divine power, with a solemn expression. Now, he has absorbed a lot of energy, and his strength has increased I don't know how many times, far from being comparable to before the battle. In his understanding, he has become stronger with the help of the Monkey King, beyond his limits. However, now compared to the Monkey King at this time, the blue transformation of the Super Saiyan made him feel awe, letting him know that the gap between him and the Monkey King was still very huge. The jealousy on Berguimo's face and the faint hesitation that appeared made Super Blue Sun Wukong laugh proudly. Sun Wukong is a battle maniac, yes, he is very naive and simple, and his pursuit has always been to fight with the strong. However, this does not prevent Sun Wukong from having times when he is proud. For example, in the face of an existence with a certain strength, he will also be proud of showing his strength to crush the other party, making the other party afraid of himself. Berguimo, in the eyes of Monkey King, is actually quite a good opponent. A few years ago, he could have put pressure on him. But now, Sun Wukong can be said to be not afraid at all. Even though he has the ability to absorb energy infinitely, he has his own way to knock it down. Come on, Berguimo. Let me see, where exactly are your limits? I will use all my strength to defeat you. Intending to give Berguimo the next fierce meal, Super Blue Sun Wukong used the Realm King Fist again after a loud drink. This is not only to deter and defeat Berguimo, but also Sun Wukong is deliberately showing his full strength. In this way, it will not only establish its own status, but also shake all the universe, so that the power conference that will be held in the near future will be more interesting. He longs for the players who appear in the power conference, stronger than the three wolves. After all, if they are all masters of this rank, it is not enough for him to fight well. A scarlet light emerged from the azure surface of the divine power, completely wrapped and attached to the periphery of the divine breath. The color of the entire space has changed to a certain extent. The addition of the double realm King Fist doubled his combat power again, breaking through the limit of the 8th dimension and entering the unit of the 9th dimension. The combat strength value has reached 1 to 2800. Abundant. This is the true god of destruction realm. The energy increased again, and the super blue monkey king put his hands together to form a sunflower shaped, placed on his waist, and the amazing divine power condensed towards his palm under the control of his mind. Feeling the unparalleled destructive power of Sun Wukong's blow, Berguimo's heart trembled. Don't be too arrogant. Scion Monkey King of the 7th universe. My energy won't lose to you. Berguimo gritted his teeth, and at this point, he couldn't go back. After a hysterical roar, it erupted in full force. All the energy in the body was triggered by him at this moment. In this roar of exhaustion, his combat power value even crossed the limit to reach the level of 1,000 seeds. However, this short burst of time is too far behind the Monkey King who superimposed the double realm King Fist in the blue state of the Super Scion. Amazing gas! But, that's the end of it. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong, Bo. The energy condensed to the extreme, and the Super Blue Monkey King sent his own special move. A super blue pillar of energy light with a diameter of 20 meters shot out from his palm like a roaring dragon. Give me! Broke in. Evil wolf, penetrating. Berguimo's eyes lit up with scarlet as he made a final stubborn resistance, unleashing his special move with all his might. Crimson light shot out violently from his fist, carrying unparalleled penetrating power. Boom! A deafening bang. Berguimo's evil wolf penetration collides with Super Blue Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong wave. For the first time, it was really taken advantage of by Berguimo. However, as the explosive power weakens, there is a clear lack of follow-up. The endless aftermath spread, and after only 3 seconds of stalemate, Super Blue Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong wave penetrated and crushed Berguimo's evil wolf with an overwhelming trend. Comparable to a tsunami-like monstrous energy, it ruthlessly devoured Berguimo's huge body. In the baptism of the sea of energy, Berguimo let out a wail of pain. Boom! With a bang, the energy exploded, and billowing smoke spread. Most of the ring was destroyed by Super Blue Sun Wukong's powerful blow. Berguimo also completely collapsed under the power of the Turtle Sect Qigong wave because the energy absorbed by his body reached the limit, not only fell out of the ring and returned to the platform of the 9th universe, but also fell into a deep coma. Such a scene silenced the gods on the high platform, and the entire space was suddenly silent. The destruction god of the 9th universe, Sitara, and the realm king god Loer had even more ghostly expressions, and cold sweat broke out on their faces. The overwhelming strength of the Super Blue Monkey King is something they dare not imagine. Even if it is as strong as Berguimo, it has been easily solved. Even, what shocked Sitara was that the power of this Monkey King had touched the realm of the god of destruction. He may not even win their universe. 3 against 3 defeated. As an angel, Mojito shook his head wordlessly. This result was obviously expected from the beginning. But he was still very helpless. Spread such a universe, stall such an incompetent god of destruction and realm king god. Chapter 26. It's over. The king of this time and space spoke. It's over. The kings of future time and space followed. Gaku Suniichi. The king of this time and space said again. Gaku is so good. The king of future time and space followed. In their opinion, the third game is indeed much better than the previous two games. However, it did not fully satisfy them. The outpost battle was originally prepared so that they could look forward to it more. Now Sun Wukong's gorgeous transformation and display of power have had an effect. Lord Chuanwang, according to the rule of 3 against 3, the match between the 7th universe and the 9th universe has ended, and the 7th universe has 2 wins and 1 draw, so the victor of the outpost battle is the 7th universe. The great priest respectfully reported to the king. His voice also echoed in space. No one spoke, and the quiet atmosphere was particularly solemn. Then announce the results. Announce, High Priest. To all kings. The whole universe was silent, and now the whole king and the great priest spoke continuously, and no one dared to interject. But then again, all the gods of the universe remember to hate Sun Wukong, and they also hate the 7th universe. Chrono Monkey King apparently did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Under the announcement of the great priest, Sun Wukong, who had won the outpost battle, suddenly burst into confidence. Apparently not satisfied with the battle, he did not return to the platform of his own universe after lifting the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, but after the great priest announced the result, he raised his head to look at the gods above. The words that triggered the anger of the gods of the universe in the original work also came out. It's just that it is more explicit than in the original work. Lord Chuanwang, and Lord Great Priest, since the matter of the power conference is now a foregone conclusion, then please forgive me for saying more. God of the whole universe, since you all regard me as an enemy, then let the horse come, no matter what kind of opponent, I can defeat it. Power assembly, you all attack. Such arrogant rhetoric. The god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus, was stunned for a while. Even he was infuriated by Sun Wukong's arrogant declaration. Still not big enough. I think I've lived too long. Provoke the whole universe. This kid still doesn't understand his weight. Although the strength is not bad, it is just that. This power conference is related to the survival of the universe, and when it comes to the official competition, no matter which universe, it will inevitably give everything, and countless powerful beings will also flock to it. Although they won the outpost battle with the 9th universe this time, this is only the beginning. What is the 9th universe? That's the tail of the crane. It has always been the most crotch-pulling one of all the universes. Although the 7th universe ranks low, to be honest, it has only been these years, and part of the reason is caused by the extermination of the frozen demon race. The combat power level of the 7th universe is not high, but it is not low. The irony of Sisoso's argument began to sound. There is no doubt that all the realm gods and destruction gods of the universe are speaking, but the voices of all the gods are not loud. And finally this situation occurs. They are all talking, but no one can hear them. On the platform of the 10th universe, Destroyer Rumsey, King Kvaz gasped. Unlike Rumsey, who also has anger, Kvaz has a deep affection for the Monkey King because of the Zama's incident, so some are just worried. He probably knows what Sun Wukong means and wants to fight a stronger opponent. But this approach is too extreme. Arala, this Monkey King is really amazing, and one sentence has made the 7th universe the target of everyone. Not only that, but all the gods of the universe regarded him as the first object to be defeated. Kes couldn't help but tease. Her mentality has always remained playful, and she is no more than other angels who just treat Monkey King as a monkey. While being interesting to the Monkey King, there are also expectations, expecting the Monkey King to do more amazing things. Sure enough, it still happened. Not only did it happen, but it was even more arrogant than what the original said. VEGETA didn't speak, just said something in his heart. I thought that such a scene might not happen, but I didn't expect that not only did it happen, but it happened even worse. This Monkey King, in order to fight with the strong, has reached the point where there is no bottom line. Apparently so confident that he didn't even think about the consequences. Shifting his gaze, VEGETA looked towards the platform of the 11th universe. You should have been unable to bear it, right? The 11th universe break. You who are just will not tolerate the existence of people like Cockroach who harm the world. After VEGETA's imagination. At this moment, on the platform of the 11th universe, the tall and burly black-robed warrior made a move. Lord Mime, Lord K, please forgive me for being rude, I can't help it. Topo's dull voice was full of anger. In the next second, without waiting for the god of destruction to be beautiful and the king of the realm god Kai to stop it, Topo had already jumped down from the platform of the 11th universe and came to the ring. In an instant, this play attracted the attention of the gods. Everyone looked at Topo's body. Sun Wukong's eyes were solemn, he had already noticed this existence. What he said just now, to put it bluntly, is also a temptation, to see if the masters of other universes will directly strike. Fight with more masters and seize every opportunity. Above, 4 all-king guards blocked in front of the king, this was their duty, to guard the king's protection from being disturbed by the night. The great priest's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face showed an interesting look. Tuo Xiao, who fell to the ring, topped off the black robe on his body with a wave of his big hand, revealing his strong muscles and his true appearance. Without paying attention to the gazes of all gods and angels, he temporarily ignored the existence of Sun Wukong. He knelt on one knee and said in a reverent tone to the 2 kings and the great priest on the high platform, Lord Great Priest, Lord King, the villain knows that he is rude, please forgive me, I have something to say. Hearing this, the 2 kings looked at each other, as if they thought it was very interesting, and nodded. The 4 guards retreated to the sides again. What do you want to say? The All-King Road of Time and Space. Yes, yes, say whatever you want. The All-King Road of Future Time and Space. After obtaining the permission of the whole king, the great priest looked down condescendingly at the Tuopo below him. Your reckless behavior, Lord Chuanwang, has not been blamed in the past. If there is anything you want to say it now. Chapter 27. As the great priest's words fell, Topo's eyes became sharp. In an instant, his cold and ruthless gaze was directly locked on the Monkey King of Time and Space. He is a warrior with rules and a backup to the god of destruction of the 10th universe. In the face of the menacing Tuo Xiao, the imminent momentum oppression, chronospace Sun Wukong took a deep breath and slowly landed in the ring to look at him. After feeling the strength of Topo, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was this expression that completely made Toro angry. Arrogant Monkey King! Don't you even realize how ridiculous you are? Lord Chuanwang said before that as long as you are defeated, you will be exempted from the rule of destroying the universe. Under the 13th Universe Pride Team, I hereby beg Lord Chuanwang to give me a chance. I'm going to defeat the Monkey King. For the sake of justice, I, the warrior of justice, Topo. Suppress the evildoers. Topo's words directly defined the chronospace Monkey King as the embodiment of evil. This guy, who is also a bit of a middle two, wants to play the role of a savior. Wrong. It should be said that Topo has always considered himself to be the actor of the savior. No one can suppress the arrogance of the Chrono Monkey King, and the warriors of the 9th universe are all waste, so it can only be up to him. As Topo said his original intention, the Realm King God of the 11th universe, K, thought of something, and hurriedly took this opportunity to ask for Topo, Lord Chuanwang, Lord Great Priest, Torpo is the warrior of our 11th universe to maintain the just order of the universe, so he is particularly disgusted by the existence of Sun Wukong, which harms the universe. Please also forgive him for his abruptness, it is really that Sun Wukong is too blind. Listening to the words of Topo and the Realm King God Kai, the 2 kings at the top of the Supreme are also talking to you and me, as if they are discussing something. In the end, they made a decision. The king of this world said, "The rules have changed, and we haven't seen enough of the battle just now." The king of future time and space continued, "Warriors from the 11th universe, if you can defeat Goku, it is not impossible to remove the rule of destroying the defeated universe in the power conference." As soon as these words came out, the gods present were once again in an uproar. At the same time, Toppo's heart felt an incomparable sense of presence. As a righteous warrior, he would feel greatly honored to be able to complete this task. Since Lord Chuanwang has allowed it, then add another battle, just like the previous rules. The great priest spoke after receiving the instructions of the king. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the 12 destruction gods and the eyes of the 12 realm king gods were focused on Toppo's body. As long as it can be won, the universe will not be destroyed. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Chuan King, and Lord Grand Priest. He bowed deeply to the two kings and the great priest again, and flames burned in Toppo's eyes. Turning around, he faced the Chrono Monkey King. Hee. Interesting, maybe you don't know me well enough, so there is a big misunderstanding of me. I apologize for the reckless provocation I just made. But it's still the same as before, if you want to beat me, you can't come up with some real material. In the face of Toppo, Sun Wukong's smile seemed to be awakening, but it actually gave people a feeling of being even more fiery. He is like this without heart and lungs, so even if his heart is good, it will make people feel that he is teasing. Humph! What a lot of nonsense! Evil you, don't deserve to stand in this ring at all. Toppo doesn't care what Sun Wukong says now. He has tacitly agreed that Sun Wukong must be defeated by him. Is it? Then show me your means to show me if you are qualified to let me out. It just so happens that I haven't played enough before. Chrono Monkey King has already understood the meaning of Toppo. Rubbing his hands, his eyes showed a fire of eagerness. Although it was not the strange black-robed man of the 10th universe, with a strange and familiar breath, that he was most looking forward to at the beginning, Toppo was also one of the targets. Exactly, it can satisfy his desire to fight. In the next second, Chronospace Sun Wukong's mind moved, and he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan second-order peak state. The golden aura surged all over his body, setting up a fighting posture and preparing for action. The confrontation between the two sides began, and the terrifying momentum swept through the broken ring, setting off layers of storms. Knowing that the opponent's strength is not weak, he also pretended to humbly use the transformation of the second order of the Super Saiyan. When fighting, you don't have to give your full strength, you are testing the other party, and you are also underestimating the other party. This is the Achilles heel that the Monkey King possesses no matter which time and space. It is precisely because of this contempt that he will inevitably suffer a big loss in the next battle. At this time, the combat power displayed by Tuo Xiao was far above that of Bai Xiao. When the two destructive auras collided with each other to the limit, the battle began. Humph! Arrogant fellow, since you don't take out that blue transformation, then I will force you to take it out. With a cold snort, a cold light burst out of Toppo's eyes. That seemingly burly and strong body exploded at an amazing speed in an instant. Far from being comparable to the previous three wolves. The ring under his feet shook constantly, and such speed and strength made the Chrono Monkey King smell a long-lost sense of crisis. Hey! The breath erupted, and the Monkey King of time and space was not afraid and killed head-on. He took the initiative to attack Toppo, but he did not want to be opposed by the other side. The seemingly burly body was extremely flexible, bypassing his attack in an instant and coming behind him. The huge palm domineeringly grabbed the right arm of the Chrono Monkey King, and the terrifying power burst out instantly, twisting the joints of the entire arm. Gat! A crisp sound. Sun Wukong's entire right arm was dislocated, and the pain of drilling his heart made his face hideous. He underestimated Toppo. The other intact arm quickly elbowed backwards, hitting the broken abdomen, barely pushing it back temporarily. With a respite, Chrono Sun Wukong hurriedly jumped a few times to distance himself from him. Holding the dislocated arm joint in one hand, forcibly resetting it, moving the arm, and quickly entering the combat state. That's all you are. It's not so weak just now, justice is not extinguished, take it. Monkey King. With a loud drink, Topo shot out again. Every time his foot falls on the ground, it will arouse the vibration of the ring, and looking at this situation, it is bound to take down Sun Wukong directly. Looking at the menacing Tuo Shao, the Chronospace Monkey King did not dare to be careless. Chapter 28. Knowing that Super Saiyan Second Order is not Topo's opponent, Sun Wukong used a higher level energy pool in a single thought. Hey 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 hey! In a loud shout, the energy of the Chronospace Monkey King was sublimated again. The golden light was like a pillar of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. The fury extends to the waist. The eyebrowless hero, Super Saiyan, Third Order appears. The 600-fold increase in combat effectiveness of the extreme normal increases the limit of Sun Wukong's combat power value to 480 units. With the blessing of Super Saiyan Third Order transformation, the reflexes, speed, and strength of the Chrono Monkey King have been greatly improved. He turned passive into active and began to throw a punch at Topo. However, just when he felt that he could deal with Topo, just as his fist was swinged, Topo's huge body instantly disappeared in place. This sudden scene made the Chrono Monkey King so shocked that he stared dryly. In the next second, the premonition of the crisis struck again, and the Chrono Monkey King suddenly raised his head, and his huge body was on top of his head. With such a huge body, the speed of movement is difficult even for my Super Saiyan Third Order to detect. I've met a master. Sun Wukong was shocked in his heart, and after gasping, the corners of his mouth followed by a slight cold. What he wants is this feeling of being suppressed. In the next second, he charged his legs and jumped forward, launching a fierce stormy attack towards Topo. In an instant, a huge tornado swept the entire arena, and the storm of battle made the two supreme gods and kings at high show expressions of joy and appreciation. The battle far exceeded the previous magnitude, and countless deafening roars filled the space. Even with the blessing of Super 3, Topo's combat power still stabilizes Sun Wukong, and from the beginning of the battle to now, Sun Wukong has not really mastered the dominance. He was like a toy to be broken and played with between his palms. Located on the platform of the 11th universe, Kai, the king of the world, the angel Makarita, and the clown god of destruction Mimi saw that Topo was in an absolute advantage, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed that everything was as they expected, without any surprises. Sun Wukong's arrogance ignited the fire of justice in Topo's heart, and I haven't seen him so angry and persistent for a long time. Seeing the one-sided situation of the battle, Kay couldn't help but chuckle and commented. That scion named Sun Wukong is really conceited, and he still doesn't use the power of God. Or is he afraid that if he doesn't pay attention, he will defeat the Topo, and he will be very boring? Oh, too, Topo is not as weak as he thinks. Angel Makarita satirizes the Chrono Monkey King in a playful, yin and yang strangeness. This is also in line with her identity as a clown woman. No matter what she faces, she is in this cynical tone. Humph. It's good to appreciate it slowly. Even if Sun Wukong has the power of God, the real power of Topo is far more than that. The clown god of destruction said lightly, besides, Topo is my candidate. As long as he awakens completely, Sun Wukong is an ant. On the platform of the 7th universe. When they saw that Sun Wukong was severely suppressed by the other party from beginning to end, everyone in the 7th universe fell silent. After experiencing the outpost battle with the 9th universe, the 7th universe won a big victory on the surface, which would have been a good thing. At least, its own universe has a head start. As a result, because Sun Wukong got too carried away, this happened. Others don't know. Beerus and Weiss clearly know that the power of the Monkey King in the 7th universe can indeed go sideways, but other universes are also extremely powerful, even comparable to the existence of the god of destruction. The strength shown by Tuopo not only stabilized Sun Wukong, but also obviously hit a lot. Although Sun Wukong did not take out the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, but in the case of each of them having reservations, it also means that the other party is weak. Oh, yes, this righteous warrior from the 11th universe is very strong. If Gaku-san does not show all his strength, I am afraid he will be defeated. After watching the battle for a moment, Angel Weiss gave such an assessment. With his eyes as an angel, he can see more, and there will be hiding, and it is not ordinary hiding. There are some things that he can say clearly, but there are some things that he can only keep in his heart. I said a long time ago, let this kid not be so high profile, just don't listen. Damn it! This stinky boy thinks that he can see no one with a little ability. Until now, you don't need to use the power of the Super Saiyan God, and you will be defeated. The god of destruction Beerus's face showed a hint of gloom. For Sun Wukong, he can be regarded as both love and hate. This kid can bring himself a lot of surprises, but that self-righteous attitude makes him, the god of destruction, quite unhappy. After this matter is over, it is necessary for him to repair this guy fiercely. At this moment, he can only stay here and watch. The Realm King God Xin on the side was sweating profusely and did not dare to interrupt. Sun Gohan, Majin Buu, Satan, and these people can only watch quietly. Although the battle is very unfavorable, Sun Gohan's confidence in Sun Wukong is great, because he knows that his father's strength is now less than 1/10. On the platform of the 10th universe, several people were quietly watching the battle. This guy who suddenly appeared and called himself a righteous warrior has a very good strength, and he can actually suppress Sun Wukong. Destroyer Rumsey said seriously. To be honest, he's a little panicked right now. Whether it is Sun Wukong or Tuo Xiao, in terms of strength, it has already touched the realm of destroying gods. Looking at the 10th universe under his jurisdiction, although the average value is high, none of the warriors who have reached this level have been found. Not long ago, there was Azama's, but because of the relationship of Sun Wukong, it evolved into that. The strength of both sides is very good, but after all, if it is only this level, it is only to this extent. Angel Kessie did not finish speaking, his eyes slightly glanced at VEGETA. At this moment, VEGETA was watching this battle like a family with a straight face. Seeing that VEGETA was unmoved, the corners of her mouth hooked slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. VEGETA's heart was already very disappointed. For him, this battle is a boring temptation between Topo and Sun Wukong. In the simplest words, in fact, if the current Tuopo awakens the power of the god of destruction, it can at least reach the unit of the 10th dimensional ditch, and then Sun Wukong, even if he is Super Blue plus Realm King Fist, he will be defeated. Chapter 29. The battle is ongoing. The Monkey King, the Third Order Chrono Monkey King of the Super Saiyan, was toyed with between the palms of his hands. Now he finally understood that not all the masters in other universes were as powerful as he thought, and they could exist like the masters who could fight against him. The previous battle with the 9th universe was completely crushing. It also gave him the illusion of invincibility, thinking that no matter what kind of enemy, he could defeat it. Now he understands that the strength of Tuopo is not inferior to himself, and the strength that the other party has is even far beyond his current self, and if he does not show his true ability, he will not be able to fight at all. Being able to have such thoughts shows that Sun Wukong is indeed reflecting. However, Sun Wukong himself will not know. His idea is still too conceited. He felt that Topo's strength was not stronger than himself, but not inferior to himself. This is also an illusion. In fact, Topo truly awakened, and he only had to be abused. It should be known that VEGETA in the original work almost lost in the state of Ultra Blue Second Order Deep Blue Evolution. Can you still be as arrogant as before? Monkey King. Tuopo snorted coldly, and the powerful blow, wrapped in unparalleled impact, hit Sun Wukong fiercely. Boom! With a bang. Even if Chrono Sun Wukong made a defense in time and crossed his arms, he was still repelled by the barbaric force that broke out to tens of meters away, and his body almost fell out of the ring. Feeling the sharp pain coming from the center of his arms, Sun Wukong's face showed embarrassment. His arms were trembling slightly because of the power of the explosion. The power of the third order of the Super Saiyan was completely lost, and there was no way to fight back. "I'll give you another chance, Monkey King. Take out the power of God before, if you are still so conceited, then I can't blame me." Tuo Po snorted coldly, an endless cold light burst out from his eyes. As his words fell, the momentum of his whole body changed instantly, and the cold aura that was invisibly filled made the Chronospace Monkey King tremble. The other party is telling him that in the future, it will no longer be a small fight. But it also ignited his passion for fighting. "It's really exciting. I didn't expect that there are masters like you in other universes. Since you said so, then if I don't take it seriously, it's wrong of me." Suppressing the fanatical fighting intent, Chrono Monkey King adjusted his state. As his mind moved, the realm of God that had been dormant for a long time in his heart was awakened. Unlike the previous transformation, it caused a shocking uproar. At this moment, the Monkey King of time and space appeared extremely calm, and fiery red aura erupted from his body, filling the four sides of the ring. The profound divine power filled the entire ring. This form is not Super Saiyan Blue, but Super Saiyan God. Super Sun Goku, who became the god of Super Saiyan, has undergone earth-shaking changes in strength. The increase in its strength is far from comparable to the transformation of the first order of Super Saiyan to the third level of Super Saiyan. Although it is not as good as Super Saiyan Blue, the Super Saiyan God's increase in normal combat power has reached 5,000 times terrifying. Equivalent to Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4th Order Brunette Extreme. When this profound and hot divine power was withdrawn into Sun Wukong's body, his form at this time was completely revealed. Normal appearance, thin but also toned body. With fiery red hair and fiery red pupils, the breath is like a calm sea, and it seems that it will set off terrifying waves at any time. Although the sense of oppression is not as good as the previous Super Saiyan Blue, this form once again refreshed the god's understanding of him. Mortals, being able to master the power of God is already very against the sky, but this Saiyan has also played with the power of God. "Kept you waiting, now, we can get started." As soon as the words fell, Chao Sun Wukong took the initiative to attack and seize the opportunity. Under the transformation increase of the Super Saiyan God, his speed, strength, and reaction power have ushered in a qualitative leap, and various functions and reaction abilities of his body have ushered in sublimation. Looking at the Super Sun Wukong killed in front of him, Tuo Po snorted coldly, disdainful, and a cloud of anger burned in his eyes. How could he not see that Sun Wukong was still hiding? At this time, it is still playing tricks, that is, looking for guilt. "Humph! You are seeking your own death, Monkey King." Unable to bear it, he let out an angry shout. In an instant, the speed of the explosion was several times faster than before. Two red streamers crashed towards each other, and in this light, Super Son Goku and Toppo threw a punch at the same time. Boom! With a bang, the world-destroying fists of the two collided, erupting into devastating aftermath, and the manic fist pressure spread out in all directions. The ring under their feet fell apart instantly after the impact, and a huge deep pit appeared on the soles of their feet. The fists of the two sides are scaring each other, there is a stalemate, and no one is inferior to the other in the competition under pure strength. "Hey, hey!" Chao Sun Wukong smiled slightly, and the next second turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. "Don't try to escape, Monkey King." Tuo Po quickly locked Sun Wukong's position, his legs were charged, and he jumped straight into the sky. A frenetic battle began. Bang! 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 They Deafening muffled sound continued to explode, and as far as the eye could see, two auroras collided rapidly in the sky. The offensive means of both are comparable, and the speed is no longer able to be described simply as fast. The fist and foot kung fu is quite terrifying, and each attack carries the power of 10,000 shots, setting off a thunderous bombardment sound in the space. The 12 destruction gods present also raised their spirits and watched this heated super fierce battle intently. Whether it is Topo or Super Sun Wukong, the strength they are now showing has reached the realm of destroying gods. Even, some of the veteran gods of destruction must be ashamed of themselves. The king, who was located at the highest point, overlooked the battle below and was thoroughly excited. The battle between Topo and Sun Wukong was not at all comparable to the previous 3 games. Super intense, super enthusiastic. Gaku and Topo, both of them are so strong. Yes, yes. Good expectations. Looking forward to it. They. 2 kings danced and cheered, feeling unprecedented joy. In addition to them, the great priest and the king's guard were also slightly interested in the enthusiasm of this battle. Even these supreme beings of them rarely saw this level of battle. Although, it's still like a child. Chapter 30. In the ring. As the battle continues to progress, this duel has entered a white-hot phase. The energy bombs in the sky were as dazzling as the stars of the universe, and the aftermath of the explosion when they collided with each other was even more brilliant. On the basis of hand-to-hand combat, the 2 sides suppressed energy bombs. The battle between Super Sun Wukong and Topo has once again been raised by a level, and it is no longer the same as at the beginning of the fight, with each other's victories and defeats, on par. After seeing the strength of the Super Sun Wukong, the god of Super Saiyan, the fierce Topo was no longer hidden, and directly burst out his true ability, with a combat power of up to 6,000 seeds. Launched an offensive against Super Sun Wukong with the momentum of thunder. Under this gushing continuous onslaught, the Monkey King in the state of the Super Saiyan God was defeated and continuously crushed. The once beaten Super Sun Wukong felt extremely humiliated in his heart, and he couldn't believe that his Super Saiyan God could be suppressed to such a situation. This situation, except for Zamaza's in the last incident, can be done, and only VEGETA has given him this kind of pressure. Just when he endured the continuous offensive of Toro, he also revealed fatal flaws. You're finished. Monkey King. Justice is crushed. Seizing the opportunity, he cleverly jumped the space behind Sun Wukong, and locked the body of Super Sun Wukong with both hands. The terrifying force frantically squeezed Super Sun Wukong's body, and you could even hear the cracking sound of bones. Ah! Yes! Yes! Super Sun Gaku let out a wail of pain. He struggled with all his might to break free from the shackles of Topo, but the power of Topo was far from what he could compete with in the state of Super Saiyan God. He, as in the original book, is still the same, only now it is even worse, and he is pinned down under the Super God form. As a righteous warrior, I will not kill you. But, as a punishment for you, I will smash all your bones little by little. Sun Wukong, you deserve it. There was a hint of anger in Topo's low words. The arms continued to exert force, constantly squeezing and twisting the body of Super Sun Wukong. Chao Sun Wukong, who was forced into a corner, gritted his teeth, and only burst out the divine power in his body again. And, it's all. He didn't dare to continue to raise it. Drink! In the roar, azure divine power gushed out. The powerful impact repelled Topo in an instant, and also brought Super Sun Gaku out of the crisis. Super Saiyan Blue reappeared, the azure divine light shone in all directions, and the divine blessing sound throughout the space. Looking at the Super Blue Monkey King in front of him, whose momentum was completely different from before, Topo's eyes flashed with solemnity. Finally took out this transformation. But what's the point now? Tuo Xiao said in a deep voice with an unchanged face. If I don't take out this transformation, I'm afraid I will really be defeated by you. However, I have already transformed, so then the next thing is my home turf. The corners of Super Blue Sun Wukong's mouth twitched slightly, and a confident smile was revealed. After the transformation, it seems that they have forgotten how they were suppressed before. On the platform of the 11th universe. After seeing Sun Wukong use the Super Saiyan Blue transformation again, the clown god of destruction Mimeide's face finally showed a serious look. The little fight is finally over, Topo. Use your strength to suppress the Monkey King to me. The clown god of destruction Mimi is bound to win this battle. In the previous battle, it had always been Topo who had the upper hand, which also made him think that Sun Wukong, even if he took out the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, was not Topo's opponent. As long as Topo wins this game, it can not only abolish the rules of cosmic destruction after the defeat of the Power Conference. He can also take this opportunity to fiercely taunt the destroyer of the 7th universe, Beerus. The cards of their 11th universe are played here. With all due respect, Lord Mime, I don't think this battle will be won so easily. It's true that Topo's strength is very strong, but you know his situation. In addition, the Monkey King of the 7th universe is also a character that cannot be taken lightly. In my guess, the strength of the two of them is between Bozhong, and the victory or defeat of this battle will end in a draw. The Realm King God K on the side said. In his opinion, after all, the Super Blue Monkey King has used the power of God to this point, and it is not impossible to win, but even if he wins, the price paid can be imagined. Moreover, in addition, there is a very important factor: Topo has always adhered to justice, and cannot really put aside what he insists on. This also led to the fact that as a candidate for the God of Destruction, he was unable to use the power of the God of Destruction. What Kaisen said is very reasonable. According to my observations, the Monkey King of the 7th universe is probably far from showing his true ability. This is a tentative battle. This Monkey King is very smart. He is testing our depth, but he is also trying his best to lower his skills and keep the whole cards. Angel Macarita seconded. The clown female angel's scheming was quite deep, and even this step was seen through by her. Humph. No matter how strong he is, that's the same thing. If Topo really puts down his insistence and uses that power, a finger can easily destroy Sun Wukong. The clown god of destruction said quite proudly. You must know that Topo is a candidate for the god of destruction that he personally selected and cultivated, and he must be more inclined to Topo. Topoyo. Let all the people and gods see your power. As my beautiful candidate, it is just a Monkey King, and it is difficult for you. The clown god of destruction Mimi thought secretly in his heart, and the smile on his face became more and more eerie and weird. This side of the 7th universe. When Sun Wukong reappeared the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why the previous battle was suppressed was because Sun Wukong was not serious at all. Now it's different. The Monkey King in the Super Blue state is completely different from before. This kid has finally had enough. Hurry up and fix this outspoken guy for me. The god of destruction Beerus has also abandoned everything before at this time, because Topo is too arrogant, making him rub his fists and just want to win. In terms of his thoughts, it has already reached this point. The fight is over. Now, everyone's attention and God's attention is focused on the match in the ring. But there is only one God who is not focused on the playing field. Rather, the viewing area of the 10th universe. This God is also the destroyer of the first universe, Ewan. Chapter 31. Lord Ewan, you have been absent-minded from just now until now, you. What are you looking at? First Universe Realm God Anat asked puzzled. In response to his inquiry, Destroyer Yuan did not answer, but motioned for him to look at the platform of the 10th universe. Following the sight of the god of destruction Ewan, the black-robed and masked VEGETA came into his line of sight. Isn't that, warrior of the 10th universe? The king god of realm Anat was puzzled as to why even the god of destruction would be so attached to this mortal. But when he began to use his perception to explore the depth of this person, the whole person was stunned. Even he, the realm king god, could not feel the other party's aura fluctuations, as if it did not exist at all. Previously, all the attention was on the seventh universe and the game, but although it was transferred to Topo's body, he did not perceive other beings at all. Now I know that his heart is in turmoil. He knew what Yvonne meant. This warrior may not be weaker than Sun Wukong and Topo. Lord Iwan. Do you say? The king god of the realm Anat had an incredulous look on his face. It seems that you have also noticed the realm king god Anat saying, the person in the 10th universe. Compared to Sun Wukong and the 11th universe, this person is even more unfathomable, even I can't see through his depth. The words of the angel of the first universe Avamo fell, which shocked the realm king god Anat even more. Even angels can't see through the depth of existence? The 10th universe. There is such a terrifying guy. Doesn't that mean? Realm king god Anat sighed apprehensively, but he quickly calmed down. Anyway, as the universe with the first numerical value, their universe does not have to participate in the chaotic battle of the power conference. Therefore, there is no need to worry about being swept away by Lord Chuan Wang. Switch and get back in the ring. Topo and Sun Wukong collide again. One side is a fiery red aura as hot and dazzling as the sun, and the other is a bright azure aura like a god. The two energy flames of different colors form a sharp contrast. Those who don't know think that God is punishing mortals who disrespect him. Boom! The momentum of the two collided more and more intensely, and the ring under them shook continuously. The air pressure became unstable due to the confrontation, countless small stones began to slowly float, and the fragments of the ring were peeled off. The coercion generated by the collision of the two people is just the unparalleled courage released, which can make people feel terrified and their scalps numb. The power of this magnitude is undoubtedly at the level of the god of destruction, and it has reached the point where it can easily destroy the universe with a single move. After Chao Lan Sun Wukong felt the fiery breath of Tuo Shao, his eyes also became solemn. This chi is not below him, even if there is a gap, it is only a slight gap, which can be ignored. The series of battles just now had already made him truly appreciate the strength of Tuo Po, at least comparable to him now. To be able to fight with such a strong man, he will cherish it well. I'm very happy to meet you, Topo. Fight with you, my body is starting to heat up. How can you force me to the next step? With a feverish battle intent bursting out of his eyes, Super Blue Sun Wukong took the lead in attacking. Turning into a seeping blue streamer, and killing Topo head-on with a thunderous momentum. This kind of straight-line attack, simple and rough and effective, is unparalleled in its power in an instant. Less arrogance in that arrogance. Monkey King. After a hysterical roar, Tuo Po's momentum rose, and his combat effectiveness once again ushered in an improvement. Judging from the numerical value, at this moment, his combat power value has reached 6,400 seeds, comparable to the Super Blue Sun Wukong. The huge palm clenched into a fist, and the fiery red aura attached to the fist blade, slammed out towards the oncoming Monkey King. Boom! A deafening roar exploded, and two unparalleled forces collided together, setting off layers of raging storms and piercing sonic booms. This special space also produced subtle ripple fluctuations because of the powerful power of the two. Both of them are late stage of the Qi unit, even infinitely close to the peak level of warriors. The strength of the strength has reached the peak of the 8th dimension, and has reached the point where they can affect space and even burst space. Of course, with their current skills, it is absolutely impossible to break this special small world space, even if it is a unit that has reached the 9th dimension. Unless, they can break the limit again, enter the 10th dimension, and truly belong to the realm of the god of destruction. The two sides competed for strength, and the power that Topo was proud of was actually pressed by the Super Blue Sun Wukong, knocking Topo's whole person to the ground. Like a meteor falling towards the ground, his legs landed on the ground, and in just an instant, a huge crater with a diameter of tens of meters was formed. The entire area of the ring is occupied by this crater. It is equivalent that the ring is no longer a ring. The support that fell to the ground quickly adjusted his state, and his hands gathered energy and kept jumping in his palms. He even took out his housekeeping skills. Shining! Just as with a loud shout, countless densely packed red gas bombs quickly burst out from Tuopo's hands. In the face of this level of energy-sweeping attacks, Sun Wukong was unhurried, accurately and skillfully controlling the flow rate of his breath, like a fish in the water, cleverly and accurately dodging all energy attacks. In the ring, he continued to increase the output of energy, compressing the scope of Super Blue Sun Wukong's actions. This attack is just a waste of energy. Torpo, pick me up. Under the intensive attack of energy bombs, Super Blue Sun Wukong was violent again, shuttling wantonly through the space. The strength of his divine power once again ushered in an increase, and he put his hands together, putting on an ancestral turtle school Qigong wave posture. At this moment, the combat strength value of Sun Wukong has reached 8,000. This is also the true full power of his Super Saiyan Blue. Super Blue full power. Normalcy has increased 10,000 times. The Super Blue Monkey King shuttling through the space, the energy of the killing blow condensed to the extreme. With a movement of his mind, he cast the teleportation skill, and in an instant he got rid of the attack of the energy bullet and descended in front of Topo. Back then, he relied on the skills of teleportation and turtle Qigong waves to catch the complete Shalo off guard. Now in the face of Topo, he used this combination technique again. Not good. Seeing this, the sweat hairs all over his body stood up, and a huge sense of crisis emerged. There was no time to dodge, and he hurriedly folded his arms together and protected him to form a defense. Chapter 32. Looking at the Tuopo in front of him, the corners of Super Blue Sun Wukong's mouth were slightly cold, and the blue energy was beating rapidly in his palm. Such a sudden attack, Sun Wukong has always kept it as a special move. Now that he shows it, it also shows that he attaches great importance to Topo, and even believes that Topo is strong and can defeat himself. Seizing the opportunity, the turtle sect Qigong wave energy condensed to the limit instantly exploded. Boom! The roar of energy like a dragon resounded in all directions, and the roaring energy swelled to 100 meters in size the moment it broke out of the palm, swallowing up the broken body and most of the ring like a rushing tsunami. After the wild energy dissipated, the ring had sunk several meters deep, and most of the ring had been destroyed. In this billowing smoke, there is no trace of Topo. Located on the platform of the ninth universe, the god of destruction Sitara, the god of realm King Luoer, and the three wolves who had just woken up froze. Especially the three-headed wolf as a contestant, when they saw the battle with Sun Wukong in front of them, they understood that their previous battle was nothing more than a small fight. Compared to the current battle, their previous battle was like a child's family, and the level was too low. They, before, still vainly thought that they could win against the Monkey King. Especially when Smashing Gong Berguamo recalled his unashamed words about going to fight Sun Wukong, he felt bitterness in his heart at the moment and felt a blush. Shame is simply lost at home. If Sun Wukong had directly brought out this level of power when he had transformed before, he probably didn't know how many times he had died. On the 11th cosmic platform, Angel Makarita, god of destruction, and Mimid, and King God K were all stunned when they saw this. That Monkey King guy actually hid such a hand. This is teleportation. No. It's different. Cold sweat broke out on Kai's forehead. The first thing he thought of was the teleportation of the realm King God, but he knew that it was not just similar. The power of the blow just now was terrifying, and it properly reached the magnitude of the god of destruction. In such a sudden situation, Topo was hit at such a close distance, and even if he did not die, he had to be seriously injured. Topo. The clown god of destruction Mimi had a worried look on his face. The blow just now was so powerful that even he would be injured even if he was caught off guard. If you have not given up your self-support, I am afraid that your life will be in danger if you are hit by this blow. The angel Macarita on the side frowned slightly. With her perception as an angel, she could know that Topo was not in danger of life, but after eating this blow, the victory and defeat had been revealed. At least, as things stand, Topo is a step behind. Several people on this side of the seventh universe, when the Super Blue Monkey King reversed the situation in an instant, everyone showed different expressions. This trick reminds me of the picture of the battle between my father and Shalo back then. Back then, my father caught Shalo off guard with this blow, and almost won. Unexpectedly, in today's competition, this trick was also reproduced by Dad. Son Gohan clenched his fists excitedly. There was no doubt that after this blow, the victory was decided. Their universe won. Not only that, but he also recalled himself at the beginning. The scene back then was so emotional, even if Son Gohan was no longer a vessel, he woke up at this time. This kid Goku always brings us unexpected surprises at critical times, and he finally hasn't lost the face of our seventh universe. The suddenness of this move, even if I didn't deliberately defend, I was afraid I would be caught off guard. However, this kid seems to have gone a little too far. I'm afraid that guy has already been killed under this blow. Now, the situation is very delicate. Our seventh universe has become the target of everyone. Destroyer Beerus was worried and excited, but there was no joy at all. He is very worried about the situation of Sun Wukong next, and he is even more worried about the seventh universe. Although there are no rules in the outpost battle this time that say that you can't kill the opponent, Sun Wukong so directly and continuously ordered the masters of the ninth universe and the 11th universe, not only becoming a thorn in the side of all universes, but also a thorn in the flesh. And once defeated a strong enemy, by the beginning of the Real Power Conference, everyone will not only regard Sun Wukong as the first object that must be defeated, but their seventh universe will also become the first target of the entire universe. Beerus was a little anxious, because this had never happened to him. At least if from his perspective as a bystander, once other universes implicate his own universe and are so arrogant, then he will inevitably do so. Lord Beerus, it's not so easy to kill the Tory of the 11th universe, but with his current state, he should not be able to continue the next battle. This battle, if there are no variables, should be the victory of Goku-san. Goku-san. He not only established his power by suppressing the 11th universe, but when the power is great, the other universes will be more careful with us. Not necessarily, it's not a good thing. Just see what Goku-san will do next. I was looking forward to it. He gave us a lot of surprises and surprises. Angel Weiss not only told the result, but also the situation. Apparently he was thinking more than Beerus. As an angel, he also completely discovered that Toppo was still unable to unseal the destructive power hidden in his body. Therefore, regardless of the power conference, at least now Sun Wukong's victory is a foregone conclusion. And in his opinion, Beerus's concern is not wrong, but the 7th universe will definitely not be directly targeted. Not to mention the angels, let's say that the gods have survived for so many years, who would be stupid enough to directly kick the rebound board of the Monkey King? Everyone, are tempting. Weiss's thinking was indeed not wrong, and his predictions were not flawed. It's just not absolute, because the 9th universe in the original work is to attack the 7th universe with all its might. As a result, it has also become the fastest and most miserable universe. You said surprise? This is a fright. Beerus had a fire in his stomach that never came out. Winning is a good thing, but it's not a good thing either. He has been in a high position for so many years, and he has experienced more deception between the gods of destruction, and it is easy to think of some bad things. Let's just say that the current situation in the 7th universe is indeed because Sun Wukong won, so it will shock other universes. But now the trump card of the Monkey King has been completely exposed to other universes, and the 7th universe means that there are no bigger hole cards. Chapter 33. The gods and angels of the entire universe all had special thoughts because of this sudden outburst of the Monkey King. After all, Tuopo, who originally had the upper hand, was suddenly turned around by Sun Wukong. It is equivalent to all the previous surprises have come to naught. At this moment, in the ring, as the killing energy released with all his strength dissipated, Super Blue Sun Wukong was also tired and gasped. This killer blow, but he used all the strength in this form, and the successful execution of the move also means that most of his physical strength has been consumed. However, even with all his strength, Super Blue Sun Wukong knew that it was impossible to defeat Topo by relying on this blow. Topo is the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. At least so far. Whether it is his arch-rival and best friend VEGETA, or Black Goku, who appeared in the future some time ago, or the killer Hit, who was commissioned to assassinate him not long ago, he is inferior to the current Topo. Strength, speed, and fighting style all touched him a lot. Woo! I haven't had a big battle like this in a long time. Topo, you guy, really strong. With a long breath, Super Blue Sun Wukong straightened his waist and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. While relieving himself, he also tried his best to recover his strength. This battle is not over yet, others do not know, but he knows. It's just that there are masters like you in an outpost battle, and I look forward even more to how many powerful people will appear when the power conference begins. When I think of this scene, my whole body trembles with excitement. Before the battle was really over, Super Blue Monkey King was already thinking about the upcoming power conference. This attitude, this behavior, Super Blue Monkey King is indeed a little arrogant to the point that no one in his eyes. After all, Topo is not completely defeated now. He blindly thought that it seemed that no one could suppress him except the god of destruction. In other words, this guy just lacks a beating, and only after being crushed by a real strong person and destroying his self-esteem will something change. Time passes minute by minute. The billowing smoke from the explosion dissipated. On the burly body, he appeared with a lot of injuries, standing on the ruined ring. The red tight squad uniform on his body was mostly broken, and the energy tore open the wound, and blood flowed from it. It can be seen how much damage the Super Blue Sun Wukong's all-out blow Turtle Sect Qigong Wave caused him. It is already impossible to win with this ruined body. Unless he makes up his mind now, abandons the justice he has long adhered to, truly embraces the power of destruction, and becomes the god of destruction, he will never be the opponent of Super Blue Sun Wukong. Moreover, the Super Blue Monkey King in front of him still has hidden killing moves that have not been used, and this tentative battle has not yet reached the point of using everything without reservation. But Topo, I don't think so. Unwillingly, he chose to fight until the last moment, even if he knew that he was not the opponent of the Super Blue Monkey King now, he must stand for the justice he adhered to in his heart. The eyes of the Realm King God and the God of Destruction of the 12 universes were focused on the two of them. Especially Topo. Before he took the initiative to stand up and attack with unparalleled strength. Fighting with the expectations of all the gods of the universe, but also trying to change the rules of the power assembly. If he loses this battle, he will betray the trust of the gods and become the object of their disdain. Looking at the tenacious Tuo Shao in front of him, the smile on the face of Super Blue Sun Wukong did not decrease. Since the other party insists on fighting him, then he can't fail the other party, can't he? Don't be too arrogant, Monkey King. The flames in his eyes moved, and he once again mobilized the energy in his body regardless of his injuries. Perhaps because his self-esteem was strongly attacked, the energy intensity of his explosion this time was even stronger than before. Judging from the numerical point of view, his combat effectiveness data even reached 7,000 seeds. Remarkable. Has the breath been raised again? Yasi. Then I will also show my real skills. Feeling the rising battle intent of Topo, Sun Wukong grinned, and the blue divine power burst out. Around him, a layer of scarlet light faintly appeared, which was a harbinger of the imminent use of the Realm King Fist. The battle is about to start again, but in the eyes of the gods, this is just a useless struggle. He has failed the expectations of the gods, and now the gods no longer pin their hopes on him. The god of destruction of the 11th universe, Mimid, the king god of the realm, K, unlike the disappointment and indifference of other universes, showed indignation. How they hoped that they could shake off the burden on their bodies. Located at the highest point, the two kings looked at the increasingly high and fanatical aura of Tuopo and Super Blue Sun Wukong, and the essence flashing in their eyes became even more expectant. The great priest in front of him, after noticing the change in the mood of the king, also understood that the purpose of this outpost had been achieved. The fourth game, let's stop here. With the sentence of the great priest, the second round of Super Blue Sun Wukong and Topo was forcibly stopped. At this time, the King of the Void said with a little dissatisfaction, "Hey? Why stop the game? Obviously the fun has just begun." They. King of future time and space, yes, great priest, I haven't seen enough. I'm sorry, Lord Chuanwang, if they continue to fight, one side will lose their lives due to the match. Moreover, if the outpost battle is so intense, the power conference that will be held next will definitely be even more exciting, so please also ask Lord Chuanwang to be patient and focus on the power conference. The great priest bowed respectfully and explained. At this point, the two kings had no choice but to give up. They seem to be good children, but in fact they know better than anyone. Affordable to put down. The fighting spirit of the two in the ring had just risen, but the match had been forced to terminate by the words of the great priest. Well, it's a pity. Originally I was going to let you see my more powerful power. It seems that I can only fight again when the power conference is held. However, I have to say, you guy is really powerful, and fighting with you is a great experience. After this fight, I think I will also become stronger. Super Blue Sun Wukong's unhurried words were like sharp silver needles, fiercely piercing into Tuopo's heart. Stimulated. He could only grit his teeth angrily, and his heart was full of anger but helpless. Since the great priest had already announced the end of the game, he could only hold it even if he was angry again. It was also he who did not seize the opportunity and did not take advantage of the time to completely defeat Sun Wukong. Chapter 34. Humph! Don't be too arrogant, Sun Wukong. Your strength is only comparable to mine at most, and I haven't brought out all my strength in this battle, and when the power conference begins, you will regret it. In the 11th universe, my strength can only be regarded as good. My ally, his strength is far stronger than mine. You definitely can't win him. They. Indifferent words fell, and Tuopo jumped out of the ring and returned to the viewing stage of the 11th universe. However, his last warning words not only failed to lift the spirit of the Super Blue Monkey King, but made this scion more excited. Is there a stronger existence in the 11th universe than you? If that's the case, then it couldn't be better. I didn't show my real skills in this battle, and I was far from satisfied. When the official competition starts, I won't be merciful like I am now. Super Blue Sun Wukong grinned, feeling that his whole body was full of power. At this moment, the gods of the entire universe are looking at the Super Blue Monkey King with resentful eyes. This mortal who did not know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth had dragged them into an irresistible chaotic vortex. Located in the war zone of the 6th universe. Angel Bardos looked at the match that had ended in the ring, and the expression on his face did not have the slightest wave. On the surface, this is the case, but her heart is not too big. With a turn of his gaze, he coincidentally fell on the platform of the 10th universe. VEGETA, who was dressed in black robes, had already noticed, and with her eyes as an angel, she could not see the depth of this person. The 10th universe is the universe under the jurisdiction of her eldest sister, and she was actually very curious at the beginning, but she didn't bother to ask more. Now that she has gone through the things of the 11th universe, she has found an opportunity. It just so happened that at this moment, the god of destruction Xiongpa, looking at the super blue Sun Wukong's appearance of flaunting his might, was very unhappy. As the brother of the god of destruction Beerus, the god of destruction Xiongpa can be described as a bad stomach, thinking all the time about how to pit the god of destruction Beerus. Now super blue Sun Wukong is out of the limelight, coupled with the previous loss of face, causing Xiongpa's jealousy to skyrocket. Allah, Lord Elephant Paw, you can really endure it this time, but in normal times, you have already begun to mock Lord Beerus. Bardos said intentionally or unintentionally. It was regarded as directly ticking out Xiongpa's anger in one breath. That guy Beerus, it's really upset to see him win. And that Monkey King, always so self-righteous. It was like thinking that heaven and earth were invincible. The god of destruction Elephant Paw grinned and said with displeasure on his face. His jealousy causes Super Soon Goku to have no affection for him. Not to mention his good deeds that have repeatedly been broken. When he saw Super Soon Goku's smug look, it was like seeing Beerus flaunting his might to himself, making his teeth itch. Seeing that his strategy had succeeded, Angel Bardos smiled slightly and proposed, Lord Xiongpa, perhaps, this time the matter is not over, look over there. Hey? Over there? The god of destruction Elephant Paw was slightly stunned and looked in the direction prompted by Angel Bardos. What entered his line of sight was the 10th universe not far from his platform. In the 10th universe, there is also a black-robed warrior. He hadn't paid much attention before. Hey! Rumsey, you're so boring, aren't you? Since your universe has also brought a warrior over, you might as well let him go to the ring to fight as well. Although the battle between Sun Wukong and Topo was stopped by the Great Priest, but the god of destruction Elephant Paw opened his voice and shouted at the location of the 10th universe. His words not only reached the ears of Rumsey, the god of destruction in the 10th universe, but also all the other destruction gods. As soon as these words came out, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus, showed a confused expression. This time, it's endless. It was clear that the Great Priest had ordered it to end. Abominable. Like Pa Yu Gai. Destroyer Beerus is angry at this moment and wants to beat Xiongpa. This dead fat cat is obviously deliberately pitting him. Knowing that Sun Wukong's situation at this time was not good, he deliberately added fuel to the fire and added pressure to their 7th universe. Whoa, it seems that things can't be easily over. How will the Great Priest decide? Weiss couldn't help but speak. He had actually noticed the black-robed warrior of the 10th universe a long time ago. Even he didn't figure it out. This is not a god of destruction candidate that can be compared. This is a real strong man. Why, Beerus, you seem very unhappy. I'm obviously thinking about you. Sun Wukong, that scion looks like he hasn't fought enough. Since there is still a fighter in the 10th universe, he is obviously prepared. You might as well ask Lord Chuanwang and Lord Great Priest to also go to the ring to fight. The god of destruction Elephant Paw said with concern. Who is present who does not know his true purpose? However, no one intervened, because this was obviously not the time to speak. After all, just now, Lord Grand Priest had already announced the end of the game. Now this stubble is to challenge the authority of the Great Priest and the King. Sit back and enjoy the benefits of the fisherman. Elephant Paw was also reduced to the first bird of all the cosmic gods. Shut up! Xiongpa, the affairs of our 7th universe are not your turn to be hypocritically concerned. The exasperated god of destruction Beerus shouted angrily at Elephant Paw. Beerus was annoyed, and things turned out interesting. The whole king and the high priest did not stop it, and the angels were watching the play. This situation made Quitra, who hated Beerus the most, speak. As the destroyer of the 4th universe, he is Beerus's nemesis. I think that like Pa is right, wouldn't it be too unfair if the outpost war ended so soon? The players of the 11th universe are all on, but the players of the 10th universe will not let him go on. Lord Great Priest, Lord Xuanwang, I request to continue the outpost battle match, even if it is only to let the other party and Sun Wukong have a little move. Otherwise, wouldn't it chill the hearts of other cosmic players? And how to fight the power conference well? Moreover, doesn't the Monkey King player of the 7th universe think that he is very powerful? Beerus, you shouldn't be worried that he'll lose, right? Saying that, Quitra's sinister expression was on full display. It seems to be righteous and awe-inspiring, but it is actually insidious and cunning. Destroyer Beerus and Destroyer Elephant cast malicious glances at the same time. The matter between me and my brother, when will it be your turn to interject? Nosy stinky rat, when the power conference begins, the first one to be eliminated is your universe. The two gods of destruction spoke ill of Quitra, and the conversation between brothers could say anything, but when it was the turn of an outsider to mix. Humph! After feeling the hostile gazes of the two, the god of destruction Quitra snorted coldly, turned his head, and stopped talking. Anyway, he has already said what should be said. The effect also worked. Chapter 35. Located on the high throne. After the speeches of the two gods of destruction, Xiongpa of the 6th universe and Quitra of the 4th universe, the expression of the great priest remained unchanged, and he always kept smiling. He did not speak or respond immediately, but looked at the two kings. At this moment, it is impossible for him to go beyond direct decision, although he is also interested in VEGETA in this other time and space world that Kessie has brought with him. So, go ahead. The king of this time and space said. It can't be unfair. The king of future time and space answers. The two supreme beings ordered, and the next trend has been determined. I see, Lord Xuanwang. However, I have to ask the 10th universe specifically, after all, this player has not expressed his opinion from beginning to end, and we can't force it, what do you say? The great priest said respectfully. The two kings nodded at the same time and responded childishly. I don't know, I really think that they are harmless to humans and animals. 10th universe this side. As things got to this point, the gods of the other 11 universes were all focused on them at this moment. Feeling the eager and longing gazes around him, Rumsey, the god of destruction, continued to sweat cold sweat on his forehead, and his face also showed a bitter look. Instead, he wanted VEGETA to go up and show his edge, and fiercely suppress the arrogance of the Super Blue Monkey King. However, the person is not his subordinate at all, and he is not qualified to order this VEGETA at all. The bitter smile became more and more obvious, and Rumsey could not just look at Angel Keth with a pleading gaze. It was his only lifesaver. Allah! Now that the gods have noticed, even the great priest and Lord Xuanwang have approved it, they will show their hands a little, what do you say? Angel Keth asked tentatively to VEGETA. As soon as these words came out, Rumsey looked at VEGETA with a wistful gaze, but he couldn't understand Kva's on the side. A god of destruction, an angel, even need to be invited so low-key? He also had a greater curiosity in his heart. All the attention was on him, but VEGETA still didn't make any moves. In his eyes, Chao Sun Wukong is just a frog at the bottom of the well. He really didn't have the slightest interest in suppressing such a small role, even if it was cockroach. After all, the full strength of the people is not even his normal. Is such a battle still necessary? Just like the original Jillian is in the ring of the power conference, why he is slow to make a move is because the opponent is too weak, even if added together, he can't compare with himself. If it weren't for the opening of the 7th universe all the way, if it weren't for the continuous strengthening of Monkey King and VEGETA, he would not be qualified to fight him in the end. Super Soon Goku is arrogant and offends all the universes. As long as he does not take the initiative to provoke him, the existence of other universes wants to use side knocks to make him suppress Kakarot's arrogance, he will not be fooled. He came here just to go through the motions, test his inner conjecture, and see how this outpost battle went." He didn't speak, and the angel Kurth on the side began to make trouble. Unmoved VEGETA, people are not interested in Sun Wukong at all. After pondering for a while, Angel Kessi thought of an idea and simply proposed, "In this way, if you act to suppress Sun Wukong on behalf of our 10th universe, you can put forward a condition within my ability, and I will try to satisfy you." "How?" They, Realm King God Kvas and Destruction God Rumsey on the side were directly dumbfounded when they heard this. Shocked aside, the angels actually begged VEGETA so much. In this world, there is never anyone who can make angels give in, except for the high priest and the king. And a condition for receiving the promise of an angel is equivalent to an omnipotent wish. At this moment, VEGETA, after hearing the conditions of the angel Kessi, could not avoid being moved. Well, this is the human favor of angels. Just when he was considering whether to intimidate Sun Wukong, suddenly, he sensed a gaze from above. The great priest looked at him with a smile on his face. Looking at this look, it seems to be expecting something. "Great priest, do you also expect me to take action to suppress Kakarot?" "Interesting." VEGETA said silently in his heart. His gaze turned, and he fell into the ring. In the ring at this time, the conversation of the gods was undoubtedly listened to by the Super Blue Monkey King. He raised his head and looked at the black-robed VEGETA on the platform of the 10th universe. "The perception of breath expands, and I want to use my perception to detect the depth of the other party's strength." After experiencing the Battle of Topo, he knows very well that the one who hides and never makes a move is the real master. He wanted to see how strong VEGETA was, but no matter how much he amplified his perception, he couldn't detect the breath. If it weren't for the other party standing there, he would even think that there was no one in that place. This also made Super Blue Sun Wukong more convinced that the person in front of him must be a master, even more powerful than the Tuopo who had just fought. The more powerful the existence, the more it can arouse the fighting spirit of the Super Blue Monkey King. "Hey, guy over there, after watching there for so long, but indifferent, I still admire you. After seeing my power, don't you really want to come down and give it a try? Now, Lord Xuanwang and Lord High Priest have allowed you to come down and fight me. And I fought just now, but I didn't even show 1/10 of my strength." A thunderous roar came from Sun Wukong's mouth, and the momentum of Super Blue Sun Wukong skyrocketed again. In the state of Super Saiyan Blue full power, it was superimposed with a 10-fold increase in the Realm King Fist. Just in an instant, the furious divine power swept in all directions like a huge wave. The scarlet aura rose violently, and the rising energy caused the gods to shake. Especially the 11th universe. Monkey King. Did he even hide such a lot of energy? The Realm King God Cade was taken aback by this soaring divine power. It is 10 times more powerful than the power that erupted just now, or even more. If this strength was taken out during the battle just now, I am afraid that Tuopo would be beaten down if he couldn't even hold up 10 moves. The guy from the 7th universe. Too arrogant, do you really think that you can do whatever you want with a little ability? With this level of energy, this god can poke you to death with one finger. The clown god of destruction and Mai's teeth itched, and right now, Super Blue Sun Wukong's action was undoubtedly hitting him in the face. His alternate god of destruction, Topo, is not qualified to let the other party use this power. Delicious adults. I'm afraid, it's not as simple as you think. That Monkey King, there is still a lot of hiding. Angel Macarita whispered with a solemn face. What did you say? The god of destruction was so shocked that he was speechless. In addition to the 3 of them, nothing was hit the hardest. This divine power has steadily overpowered him, and unless he makes up his mind to use that power, he will definitely not be his opponent. However, once that power is used, it is equivalent to completely abandoning everything that has been held. Justice is gone. Chapter 36. On the platform of the 6th universe. Boom, there will be a good show to watch next. Lord Xiongpa. Angel Bardos covered his mouth and chuckled. There was 100% interest in what was about to happen next. How strong will the warriors of the 10th universe be? She was curious. That being said, but can that guy from the 10th universe really be able to rival Sun Wukong? This divine power has increased a lot compared to the last time we met. Hit is probably no match for him at all. Feeling the power of the divine power that the super blue Sun Wukong burst out, the god of destruction Xiongpa looked embarrassed and sighed. Not necessarily, Sun Wukong-san of the 7th universe has indeed improved a lot in energy. But Hit in our universe has always become stronger. Besides, the man on the platform of the 10th universe. Not necessarily weaker than him. Angel Bardos explained, staring intently at the black-robed VEGETA on the platform of the 10th universe. After listening to Bardos's explanation, the god of destruction Xiongpa stabilized his emotions. Well, the warriors of their own universe are not easily compared. Interesting, so Beerus is going to be a mess this time? Hey, hey, hey! The god of destruction Elephant Paw had a smug smile on his face to hide the panic in his heart. This side of the 7th universe. The outpost battle, which should have ended, will begin again. I thought that Sun Wukong could keep a low profile and not provoke others, but he took the initiative to challenge the black-robed man on the platform of the 10th universe. Gaku, this brainless idiot. Does it have to be that all the universes are offended? Destroyer Beerus gritted his teeth angrily. Obviously, it can stop here, stop the work, and also maintain this stable situation. It's time to provoke others and save money. This kid, in his opinion, really has to be suppressed, otherwise he doesn't know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. The angel of the 7th universe, Weiss, was staring intently at the black-robed VEGETA on the platform of the 10th universe. He didn't speak, but already had an answer. Dad is really... Alas! What should I do now? At this point, Son Gohan could only sigh helplessly. His own father, how could he not understand? However, he is not worried about losing. Several successive victories also blinded his wise man by victory. As everyone knows, the person provoked by Sun Wukong this time is far from ordinary. Lord Beerus, Gohan-san, this time, Gaku-san should be suffering. That mysterious man on the platform of the 10th universe. The dimension is too high. As if to give his own universe the endurance to accept the results, Angel Weiss sighed. It was precisely this sentence that made the hearts of everyone present and God tremble, and a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. Can Weiss say such words? What kind of monster is that guy on the platform of the 10th universe? If nothing else, the strength is definitely above the current Super Blue Sun Wukong and Topo. Abominable. Is it so strong? The Super Saiyan Blue under the King of Realm Fist is far from it. Destroyer Beerus clearly knew the meaning more than anyone else's understanding of VES's words. Grinning, he couldn't wait to grab the Super Blue Monkey King and beat him up. Son Gohan was dumbfounded and only understood the surface meaning. Gaku-san is indeed a little too unseen, and being suppressed may not be a good thing. Angel Weiss picked up another sentence. Experiencing more setbacks can make a person stronger. On the platform of the 10th universe, VEGETA looked down condescendingly at the super blue cockroach below him, who had already invited him to fight. He still didn't speak, just watched, sensing the strength of his strength. It is too weak, even with the blessing of the tenfold Realm King Fist, the combat power value has only reached 8 units. The angel Kessie on the side flashed with anticipation in her eyes, putting aside the conditions she mentioned. Super Blue Monkey King now took the initiative to invite battle, which is the best fuse. The strong are not allowed to be blasphemous. The god of destruction Rumsey also began to cheer up, and the eyes of the gods converged on VEGETA's body. This is pinning hope on VEGETA. The condition you just said. I promise now. VEGETA's bland words made Angel Keth ecstatic in her heart, and also revealed the demeanor of a little lowly Fang girl, and her eyes flashed Venus. Destroyer Rumsey was in high spirits, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This scion VEGETA from other space-time worlds is finally going to act on behalf of the 10th universe. As a god of the 10th universe, can he not be happy? Good show, it's about to start. At this moment, the Super Blue Monkey King in the ring can't wait. Even if I am now, can't I enter your eyes? The power you see is not my full strength. As long as I want to, this energy can even be improved again. How? Reluctant to come down and fight me, are you afraid? Seeing that VEGETA still did not act, Super Blue Monkey King simply changed his strategy and used the agitation method to stimulate VEGETA. He really thought how powerful his strength was. The atmosphere became extremely strange at this moment. The air pressure became dull invisibly, and the sound had completely quieted down, as if a needle had fallen to the ground, all of which were earth-shattering. Ants. A murmur was followed by a cold snort. VEGETA's instant violent temper was followed by an aura storm that was enough to turn the entire world upside down. Boom! The momentum of destroying the world turned into a violent hurricane that engulfed all things. In an instant, the entire special space fell into chaos. The heavy and incomparable aura coercion swept away like a 9-day storm. At this moment, the gods trembled, and the angels also looked sideways. Strong. In addition to being strong, it is still strong. It's outrageous. The 8th dimension, the combat power unit of Qin, is already the apex that nether creatures can reach. However, all the existences that can break through the 9th dimensional units have already preliminarily possessed the qualifications to become a destroying god. The 10th dimension, the unit of the ditch. It's already in place for the senior god of destruction realm. Right now, the monstrous power that VEGETA burst out of is undoubtedly the unit of the 10th dimension, the power of the ditch level. Even some veteran destroyers are just preliminary steps into the 10th dimensional level. Lemsi, the god of destruction beside VEGETA, and Sitara, the god of destruction in the 9th universe, and Elephantpa, the god of destruction in the 6th universe. They were all the last group of the god of destruction, and now VEGETA's explosive momentum was not inferior to them in the slightest, and had even stabilized them. Without using the transformation of a super scion, he can detonate such terrifying power, which is also the method that VEGETA has mastered to control his power as he wants after years of cultivation. Transformation is just a medium for becoming stronger. When it is powerful to a certain level, these mediums are not needed. As strong as you want, as strong as you want. Chapter 37. The terrifying storm drives the ultimate coercion. At this time, VEGETA, like the awakening of a super ferocious beast during the flood famine, emitted monstrous power. Even the gods could only be shocked, and the angels were also deeply attracted by this scene. There is no doubt that this powerful strength is no less than any god present, and even vaguely has reached the realm that only angels can reach. The main thing is that this is just a thought on the other side, the power caused by a light snort. In the 10th universe, existence transcends God and chases the existence of angels. As the 10th cosmic angel, Kurza's face is full of mysterious smiles, and the god of destruction Rumsey's smile is equally unfathomable. Rao-Iskvas began to pretend, even if he was stupid, he knew how outrageous this warrior of their universe was. For their universe, occupy the highest peak of the universe. In the ring, Sun Wukong was already dumbfounded. This breath. How can it be? Super Blue Monkey King is already overwhelmed by this powerful aura impact. It can be said that the will to fight is completely lost. How to fight? How is this going to be beaten? The state of the tenfold realm King Fist automatically dissipated, and the Super Scion Blue full power transformation also dissipated as his belief wavered. At this moment, a chill that was cold to his heart rushed through his body, and when he came back to his senses, he found that his body was soaked in cold sweat. Just the aura storm that broke out in just one thought made him lose his mind, and his fighting intent was dispersed. He constantly wanted to control his body to calm down, but the instinctive fear made him tremble continuously, and the extreme suppression on his bloodline made him temporarily lose control of his body. At this moment, every cell in his body was screaming in unison. Chrono Sun Wukong was in a trance at this time, and his face was pale. At this moment, he understood how weak he was. He was also ashamed of his previous arrogant provocation. After winning several matches in succession, he thought that he was invincible, and even if all the masters of the universe went together, it could not be his opponent. How arrogant before, how fearful and scared now. At this moment, he understood that his previous arrogant actions were so ridiculous. In front of the real strong, his level of strength was nothing. The power he has is good, but it is only good. Unlike VEGETA, who is already powerful enough to go beyond the scope of the world, a barrier that can burst the world without paying attention. Even the god of destruction could not compare with him. Looking at the mysterious black-robed man on the high platform, although Sun Wukong was scared, his thinking ability was still there. The monstrous weather that the other party burst out was terrifying, but he always felt very familiar. It seemed that he often came into contact with this breath, but because the shock was too great, he couldn't remember it for a while. This side of the seventh universe. Realm King God Xin was already frightened by this anti-heavenly breath, sweating like rain, and his arms trembled continuously. Since he served as the Realm King God for so many years, he has experienced countless things large and small, and what he sees today has completely subverted his three views. Is this really a human? Can burst out of chi. Destroyer Beerus, with a look of horror on his face, said in disbelief. This expression is like saying, hell! It's outrageous! This momentum has exceeded his understanding of human beings. What could not have happened has now become a reality. Since the birth of the universe, in the tens of billions of years, the universe has not given birth to powerful warriors, but these warriors have grown to the level of quasi-destruction gods at most. There are only a handful of powerful existences like Sun Wukong. Now in the ring of this outpost battle, he has seen with his own eyes an existence that is comparable to or even surpasses the god of destruction, and his heart has been shocked beyond words. This force, even if it is not as good as him, is not much worse. It has managed to surpass some of the old destroyers at the end. I don't know if it was too shocking, causing the god of destruction Beerus to think that he had an illusion. He seemed to have felt this breath not long ago. Sun Gohan on the side was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. The terrified expression on his face and the violently trembling pupils had already shown how intense his inner fluctuations were at this moment. It is not as invisible as the power of God, and it cannot be perceived. VEGETA burst out with real anger. It is a human power. They can personally experience how terrifying this force is, subverting all their previous cognitions, and the magnitude of the breath alone is enough to crush a person to death. There is also Majin Buu. Because of the monstrous impact brought by VEGETA, he has no intention of snacking anymore, and the pair of squinted eyes are also completely open at this moment. There is also the character Satan who plays soy sauce, although he can't feel the breath, but the moment this anti-heavenly coercion descends on his body, he, an ordinary person, fainted immediately because he couldn't bear it. As an angel, Weiss opened his mouth slightly at this moment, and a drop of cold sweat also flowed on his face, which remained calm at all times. Even the angel's state of mind was affected by this momentum, and VEGETA's strength could be imagined. However, what Angel Weiss was more concerned about was not the strength of VEGETA's bursting aura, but that this chi was almost exactly the same as someone in their seventh universe. Combined with the series of disasters caused by the 10th universe Zamas, the suspicion in Angel Weiss's heart deepened. 10 other universes. The Realm King God was strongly frightened, and the violent emotional fluctuations in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. The gods of destruction were relatively calm compared to the realm king gods, but they all fell into silence one by one. His face was gloomy, and he was silent for a long time. Even the angels, tempered by countless reincarnations, had several waves at this moment because of VEGETA's momentum. It all happened too suddenly and too fantastically. That mysterious warrior on the platform of the 10th universe has achieved a feat comparable to a god with a mortal body. Even, beyond the gods. I am afraid that no one present can suppress him except the angels, the high priests, and all the kings. Even more daringly, even if the 12 destruction gods join forces, they may not be able to suppress this strong man 100%. What a joke! Rumsey's guy actually has a warrior of this level. The clown destroyer god Mimi almost showed the true nature of the clown at this moment. He never wanted to believe that the pink elephant with developed limbs and a simple mind could have such a strong man under his hands. In his image, Rumsey is a living muscle idiot, full of muscles in addition to muscles. Under this garbage-like concept, it is absolutely impossible for the 10th universe to give birth to a warrior of this level. Chapter 38. It's hard to believe, but you need to know that the eldest sister is not a vegetarian. Well, it should be said that it is really worthy of the universe under the jurisdiction of Sister XTH, if it is really as bland as we guessed, it is really strange. Angel Macarita, much calmer than Mimi. After all, as an angel, she could see farther, and she guessed the reason why the black-robed VEGETA on the 10th universe platform was so powerful. As the eldest daughter of the great priest, although Angel Kessie looks harmless to humans and animals on the surface and is a cute little loli, she is actually unfathomable. These brothers and sisters never knew how powerful Kessie was. The 10th universe can have such a powerful existence, and she must be inseparable. It seems that the holding of this power conference is not the 7th universe, but the 10th universe. VEGETA's explosion, although it shocked these gods, also brought them more important information. The 10th universe is the most threatening universe. This power. I'm afraid only Jillian can compare, Torpo muttered secretly in his heart. The 10th universe has a being that is not God, but can be comparable to God. But they can also not be afraid, destroying God level or even surpassing the existence of destroying God level. Their 11th universe is not nothing. Compared to VEGETA, Topo is more inclined to Jillian's strength. In their universe, even the god of destruction Mime may not be able to compare with Jillian in terms of combat effectiveness. 6th universe side. Oh, it's really amazing, our move this time inadvertently led to a super soldier. Oh? What happened to you, Lord Elephant Pa? A call went unanswered, and Angel Bardos schemed his gaze slightly, just in time to notice the god of destruction Elephant Pa, who had been frightened. When he saw the god of destruction Xiongpa's humiliating appearance, Angel Bardos's face darkened and quipped, "Lord Xiongpa, shouldn't you be a little afraid?" Hearing this, the corner of the destruction god Xiongpa's mouth twitched, hurriedly corrected his posture, and retorted with a cold snort, "Humph! How could he be afraid? To this extent, this god only needs to make a slight move, which is already his limit. It's not afraid, it's fake, this momentum, even if he goes all out to face it, he will only lose. After all, he was one of the gods of destruction that belonged to the final stage. How could the angel Bardos not hear that his god of destruction was doing something? However, it doesn't matter, anyway, the next power conference is not for the god of destruction Xiongpa to fight. First universe side. Can't tell. Rumsey, the guy who only has muscles in his head, is so deeply hidden. There are such masters in their universe, I really can't figure out, with such a existence, why the average level of their universe is still below average. The destroyer of the first universe, Iwang, sighed in his heart, while wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. Even if the universe under his jurisdiction sits on the throne of the first level in the 12 universes and overturns the entire universe, it may not be able to find such a powerful existence. At most, it is to find a few strong people who can be at the same level as Super Sun Wukong. This mortal. It's not easy. After ruling the universe for so many years, it is the first time that it has seen and surpassed the existence of the god of destruction. However, since it is the universe managed by the eldest sister, it is reasonable for such a powerful existence to appear. Angel. Avamo's brain was racing rapidly, and he also understood the reason for the birth of this powerful warrior. Cosmic beings, no matter how talented they are, without correct guidance, the limit they can reach is just the same. But with the right guidance, it's different. In particular, the administrator of the 10th universe is still the highest-ranking angel among these angels, Kurs. This strong man is probably created by her. This side of the 9th universe. As the loser universe of the outpost battle, at this moment, their faces have shown an unlovable expression. Destroyer Sidera, King of Realms Lothar, Angel Mojito. Including the 3 wolves of the dangerous trio. The 7th universe has a super blue monkey king who can overwhelm them. Not to mention, there is a monster in the 10th universe that is even more heaven-defying and so powerful that even the god of destruction surpasses it. How can this win? When the official game begins, people can destroy him in a single thought. At this moment, their mentality has collapsed, in other words, it has begun to rot. You can't win it, it's all a game that is destined to lose, so why insist on it? Let's start the power conference quickly. Destroy, hurry. 4th, this side of the universe. Abominable. Rumsey, the pink elephant, was hidden so deeply, even I was deceived by him. There is such a master in the 10th universe, it seems that I have to replan the plan. The threat of the 10th universe is far above other universes. They. God of Destruction Kutra clenched his fists angrily. This strength, not to mention completely surpassed himself, but if he wanted to win, it would definitely not be easy. Lord Quitra, it seems that the current situation will be a little more important than thinking about the next power conference. If this human race defeats Sun Wukong, the conditions set by the great priest before can be met. Angel Kornik reminds the god of destruction Quitra from the sidelines. Once VEGETA makes a move, it will definitely be crushing, and after easily defeating Super Son Goku, they don't have to worry anymore. The rules are erased, and even if they are eliminated at the power conference, there will no longer be a psychological burden and it will be a little easier. Hearing Angel Kornik say this, the god of destruction Kutra immediately perked up. This sinister and cunning mouse set his sights on the side of the 10th universe. The 4 all-king guards located on the highest point looked at each other and felt incredulous. Although this momentum was nothing to them, the fact that the creatures of the nether could grow to this point really refreshed their cognition. That person from the 10th universe is so powerful. Goku was so scared by him that he couldn't move. Goku is going to lose. That is to say. The 2 kings also began to talk to each other. Listening to the conversation between the 2 kings behind him, the corners of the great priest's mouth rose slightly, overlooking the 10th universe platform below him condescendingly. At this moment, he determined who the person on the platform of the 10th universe was. However, he didn't care about that. On the contrary, VEGETA's arrival made him think of a good point. Perhaps, during this period, because of his intervention, the holding of the power conference will become more interesting. Playing with his heart, he said tentatively, "Warrior of the 10th universe, if you defeat Sun Wukong, the previous rule to abolish the destruction of the defeated universe is just as effective." As the words of the great priest fell, the already shocking atmosphere was detonated again. The eager gazes of countless destruction gods and realm king gods quickly shifted to the platform of the 10th universe. Different from the color of the goods, the person in front of him definitely has the ability to suppress the Super Sun Wukong in a single thought. At this moment, almost all the gods of destruction are roaring in their hearts. It's just that on this occasion, no matter how huge their mood swings are, they must be suppressed. In the end, in fact, all the gods are very fiery, because they are so suppressed, it is equivalent to defeating Sun Wukong. But the great priest also asked such a sentence. This means that it is not enough to crush with momentum. Chapter 39. At this moment, on the platform of the 10th universe, feeling the fiery gazes constantly cast around him, Angel Kurza's face was full of surprise. The chain reaction of this shot was even more fanatical than she thought. She glanced at VEGETA with satisfied eyes and asked, "As soon as you made a move, you became the focus of the gods, and it was indeed the right decision to bring you with you. All the realm kings and destruction gods present, as well as the angels, are frightened by you. How is this feeling of shocking the audience?" Angel Kessie was like a naughty little loli, constantly questioning VEGETA on the side. At this time, she was in a good mood, and as soon as VEGETA made a move, it was exactly what she wanted. "So, next, are you going to strike?" Destroyer Rumsey asked very seriously. At this time, as the 10th universe destroying god, although he pretended to be forced, the pressure was great. Because the expectant eyes of the other gods of destruction fell on him, there was no doubt that he was telling VEGETA to teach Monkey King a lesson. This expectant gaze made Rumsey, the god of destruction, feel extremely bitter and helpless. He also wants VEGETA to beat Super Son Goku to relieve his anger, but the command is not in his hands at all. He, at all, was not qualified to order VEGETA. At this time, VEGETA, listening to the words of Angel Keth and Destroyer Rumsey, did not say a word, and remained silent. He looked down condescendingly at the shabby ring below, the almost soul-like Super Monkey King, and he couldn't raise the slightest interest. Moreover, his purpose has now been achieved, deterring and stimulating the Super Sun Wukong with absolute power. Shot, there is no point in it. Soon, VEGETA raised his head and looked at the smiling priest in the sky. Looking at the other party's eyes and appearance, it seems to tell him that you have achieved your goal. How about it? Do you want to really change this trend? Great priest, VEGETA thought secretly in his heart, and at the same time, smelled a hint of crisis. This means that he is setting a trap for him. For him, the general trend has always been changeable. But that was when it was in the GT space-time world. In this time and space world, there are angels, great priests, and all kings. It's different. I'm not that calculating. With an idea in mind, VEGETA planned to fool the past. Since it is the trend of the times, why change it? If it is not changed, it does not make any sense. In short, the result is the same. The effect you wanted, now that I've done it, that's enough. VEGETA said, retracting his momentum and not doing what the gods wanted. At this moment, the gods were shocked, and the angels also showed incredible eyes. Obviously, the great opportunity to abolish the rules of destruction of the universe is just around the corner. VEGETA, but refused to shoot? What does that mean? All the gods stared at VEGETA on the platform of the 10th universe in amazement. Rumsey, the god of destruction on the side, saw this situation, and everyone was dumbfounded. His muscular head, he can't figure it out if he wants to break his head. Why doesn't VEGETA make a move? But helplessly, he was not qualified to command VEGETA, so he could only dry stare in place. Alas! I thought I could watch one more scene, but this is also the completion of the agreement. Angel Keth sighed slightly. She didn't mean anything to accuse. She had already expected that things would turn out this way, and that the purpose had been achieved, and VEGETA's thought of deterring other universes was enough. Guy from the 10th universe. What do you mean? Obviously he has the ability to defeat Sun Wukong, but he doesn't make a move. Do you really want Lord Xuanwang to destroy the universe that lost the game? The destroyer of the 4th universe, Quitra, couldn't bear it anymore and shouted at the 10th universe. It was clear that the great opportunity was in front of him, but the mortal in front of him did not grasp it, which made him feel a fire in his heart. He couldn't think of any reason for VEGETA's refusal. In particular, this is related to the survival of other universes, can't we make a move for the sake of righteousness? VEGETA, by a few words from him, became a wicked person. Ahem. Lord Quitra, please pay attention to your image, Lord Grand Priest and Lord Xuanwang are all watching. Angel Konik, who couldn't stand it, reminded. When the enraged god of destruction Quitra heard this, he subconsciously glanced at the great priest above. The indifferent eyes of the great priest were watching him. Destroyer Quitra suddenly sweated. Just for a moment, the god of destruction Quitra stood on end, cold sweat broke out, and he realized his gaffe. He was too excited, which caused the displeasure of the great priest. If there had been no reminder to him by the angel Konik, I am afraid that he, the god of destruction, would not have waited for the power conference to be held, and would have been ruthlessly erased by the king with the order of the great priest. The other gods of destruction couldn't help but laugh when they looked at Quitra's embarrassed appearance. What a shame, Quitra! The god of destruction of the 12th universe, king, couldn't help but say sarcastically. He, looking at this yellow-skinned mouse, has been unhappy for a long time. This kind of gloomy and cunning guy, one thing on the surface and one behind the back, completely lacks the demeanor that a god of destruction should have. Even the destroyer of the 9th universe, Sitara, this guy in the destruction god who belongs to the ranks of the tail of the crane, in terms of conduct, is better than the destroyer god Quitra. I don't know how much. This stinky rat is the shame of destroying god. Shut up, stinky fishman. After your universe loses the battle at the power conference, I see how you can still laugh. The god of destruction Quitra gritted his teeth angrily and cursed continuously. Humph! I'm afraid to disappoint you stinky rats, the 12th universe ruled by this god is not as unbearable as RU and so on, the average index of our universe is in the top 4. As soon as the god of destruction Jin spoke, the angel Martinu beside him also hurriedly seconded, Lord Jin, as you said, the average index of our 12th universe is exactly the 2nd place, and the difference from the 1st universe is only a little, unlike a certain universe that is the 3rd from the bottom. We're not in the scope of the power conference. As soon as the angel Martinu came out with sarcastic words, the even more angry god of destruction Quitra turned blue and purple. The destroyers of the 12th universe, King and Angel Marty, are deliberately taunting them. When the angel of the 4th universe, Konik, heard this, he could only laugh bitterly helplessly, although he wanted to refute it, but what the other party said was reasonable, it was all a fact. Kim, let's say 2 words less, don't be bad and angry. The destroyer of the 1st universe, Iwang, suddenly interjected. This taciturn furry monster suddenly came in, and the destroyer of the 12th universe, King, was also slightly surprised. This furry monster, who usually doesn't like to talk much, has now appeared. However, the other party, as the universe with the highest average level, is indeed qualified to say this. Chapter 40. With the appearance of the 2 destroyers who are in charge of the universe, the god of destruction Jin and the god of destruction Iwang, the other destruction gods with higher average levels can't sit still. Yuan is right, don't spoil the harmony of all of us, Kim. The corner of Ligel's mouth twitched, and he took this opportunity to start mocking King the god of destruction of the 12th universe. Between them destroying God, there were already festivals. Once given the opportunity, they will start taunting each other without giving in. When did you also deserve to interject? Stupid fox! The god of destruction of the 12th universe, Jin Shensheng, retorted. Humph! Of course, I am qualified to come out and speak, and the average level of the 8th universe under my jurisdiction is also in the top 4. According to the rules, our universe does not have to participate in the power conference. The cunning fox, Destroyer Ligier, smiled wickedly. Looking at the angry look of the god of destruction King, his heart was quite happy. So what? Your 8th universe is only the 4th place, in addition to the 12th universe ruled by Jin, the fifth universe under my jurisdiction is still ranked above you. Seeing the arrogant appearance of the god of destruction Ligil, Yaruk, the god of destruction of the fifth universe, couldn't sit still. The eighth universe ruled by the god of destruction Ligil has an average index that is not as high as his fifth universe. If you want to speak, you should also say it first, and when it will be the turn of this latecomer. Hearing the sarcasm of the god of destruction Yaruk, a light of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the god of destruction Ligil. It's just a fifth universe, what's arrogant? However, the average index that was only a little higher than their eighth universe began to be proud. As a god of destruction but ugly, not beautiful at all, and you guys are god of destruction, I am really worried about the image of god destruction. A look of disgust flashed on the face of Hellers, the god of destruction of the second universe. She expressed her disdain for the previous gods of destruction. Obviously they are colleagues, they have worked together for so many years, but they are all mocking each other. It can be seen that the higher the average index, the more superior the destructive god of jurisdiction feels. As the tail of the crane, the ninth universe destroyer god Sitara snorted coldly in disdain. He disdained these four destruction gods who did not have to participate in the selection of the power conference to the extreme. However, he couldn't find a suitable way to refute it. As the universe with the lowest average index, they lost face in the battle with the seventh universe. The dangerous trio who appeared in this competition is already the highest-ranking warrior in the ninth universe. Today, the dangerous trio have lost their outpost battle against the seventh universe. Their situation will be even more dangerous. Following the words of the ninth universe destroyer Sitara, the third universe destroyer Moscow also began to express his opinion. A machine-like ticking sound came from the mouth of the machine destroyer Moscow. Represents his dissatisfaction and anger. You self-righteous guys, are you just a little bit more proud? A high average index does not mean that the strongest person is in the universe with a high index. The successive archfires made the clown god of destruction Mimi unable to sit still. Looking at the arrogant faces of these top-ranked gods of destruction, he felt very unhappy. You know, with the average index of their 11th universe, they are a little bit close to being among the top 4, but it's just a little bit worse. However, if you really want to compare with those top-ranked universes, the 11th universe under his jurisdiction also has confidence. A powerful warrior, he not only has, but also a warrior whose strength surpasses him. Instead of making these useless arguments here, let's ask the Rumsey guy why the warrior he brought with him, who obviously has the strength to defeat the Monkey King, chose to watch from the sidelines. The destroyer of the sixth universe, Xiongpa, suddenly interjected and pointed the finger at the 10th universe again. Shut up Xiongpa, the affairs of our universe, it is not your turn to dictate, he is not willing to make a move, and I will not force it. It's you, less of you who tell me what to do. Otherwise, don't blame Ben God for being unkind. I remember, it was you and Beerus who had that game to happen now, and you are also the culprit. In response to the accusation of the god of destruction Elephant Paw, god of destruction Rumsey did not back down in the slightest, and roared to show his attitude. But this also completely caused the dissatisfaction of other cosmic destroyers. In addition to the top 4 destruction gods, the rest of the destruction gods turned to the 10th universe one after another. Looking at the fierce and vicious gods of destruction, cold sweat broke out on Rumsey's forehead. The situation began to get out of control. The situation seems to have developed in an unexpected direction, and all the scenes of the destruction gods quarreling have not been seen for more than 1 billion years, and this quarrel is much more fierce than back then. Angel Keth watched the constant quarrel on the platform below, but instead of stopping it, he showed a playful smile. The 2 kings and the great priest at the highest point also held the attitude of watching the play, and looked at it with interest. It seems that this way seems to be quite good for them to pass the time. On the platform of the 10th universe, VEGETA listened to the noisy and continuous discussion in his ears, and his face became more and more gloomy. Although he didn't say a word, the momentum around him changed a little along with the fluctuations of his emotions. As a warrior from other worlds, he was already strong enough to break the barrier of one world, and even if the destruction gods of the 12 universes combined up and dealt with him with all their strength, he would not put it in his eyes. This is not an exaggeration, nor is it blind confidence. Rather, there is real material. Now, once he incarnates into the fifth order state of Super Saiyan, his combat power can break the boundary of the 11th dimension in an instant and enter the 12th dimension. If it is extremely sublimated, it can even reach the 13th yuan. This strength is enough to be proud of all the destruction gods present. Moreover, this is only part of VEGETA's bottomless combat power. You gods, what a noise! The muffled words came out of VEGETA's mouth. In the next second, another earth-destroying momentum erupted from within his body, stirring all directions. The moment this momentum erupted, all the gods changed. Boom! The turmoil caused by the monstrous aura was even more terrifying than before. The gods, who were still arguing, at this moment, the words in their mouths stopped abruptly. The world fell into dead silence. Chapter 41. The 12 angels looked sideways at VEGETA. The Grand Priest and the 2 kings were intrigued, and looked at VEGETA's position with interest. At this time, VEGETA's body exuded an absolutely terrifying momentum and a terrifying sense of oppression. The black robe on that body and the mask on his face were originally just to not be seen who it was. Now under the background of this mask, it makes VEGETA look even more terrifying. Like a demon god. On the only eyes that can still be seen with the naked eye, the cold light seems to be able to pierce people's eyes. At this time, VEGETA was already slightly angry. For him, even angels, even great priests, don't try to drive him. The villain is a crosser, and the villain is strong to this point by relying on his own skills. Even though maybe his strength is nothing to the angels and the high priest, but he is the kind of existence that will maintain an arrogant existence when he dies. The word yield, it doesn't exist in his dictionary. Humph! Have you sat high in your position for too long, and mortals are tools of wanton driving in your eyes? What right do you have to question ordering me? A suppressed sound was extremely low, and a deep and incomparable voice resounded in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind that was even more terrifying than before turned into a storm that swept through the god realm raged. The 12 gods of destruction present had bean-sized cold sweat falling on their foreheads, and their scalps were numb from the stimulation of this terrifying breath. This momentum broke the magnitude of the 10th dimensional ditch in an instant and stepped into the 11th yuan unit. The breath that swelled again made the gods present feel speechless. This special realm of gods seems to be about to be exploded by this anti-heavenly breath. If the previous breath was able to compete with them and slightly prevail, then this breath was completely crushed. Super Sun Wukong, who was still in the ring, was even more dumbfounded at the moment. His face was pale, he collapsed to the ground without any image, and his fear was so infinitely magnified in his heart that he forgot that he was in the ring. Almost. Just do it, Rumsey, the closest god of destruction to VEGETA, was the most affected. It seems that the excesses of the gods have angered the strongest warriors in our universe. Angel Keth smiled and said nothing, with no intention of stopping it. The situation has now spiraled out of control, and can only be stopped unless the High Priest and the King order it. But for now, there is no need for the Great Priest or the King to give an order. God of destruction from other universes, you all want me to suppress Sun Wukong. I'm sorry, I don't have any interest in him. Don't think that mortals are your wanton driving tools. If there is any dissatisfaction, I can accompany you at any time. Including now. Just right, let me see if you self-righteous gods can defeat me, a mortal. VEGETA's domineering voice resounded throughout the space. His words have absolutely irrefutable coercion, deeply into everyone's heartstrings. When the destruction gods of other universes heard this, they fell silent one after another. The momentum released alone had reached this point, and even these gods of destruction had to avoid it. If there is a real fight, no one can predict the outcome. Moreover, on such occasions, they must not mess around, knowing that there are also great priests and 2 kings sitting on it. At the scene, there was a dead silence. Humph! It seems that you destroyers are no more than that. VEGETA snorted coldly in disdain, retracting his momentum. The terrifying coercion was withdrawn, but the atmosphere was not alleviated, and the scene was still dead silent. Although the gods did not express their position, the pair of eyes that exuded a sharp cold glow were all looking at VEGETA. This look seemed to be about to swallow him alive and peel him alive. I seem to understand why you didn't make a move before. I'm afraid you have already expected this scene. This kind of thankless work, no one really wants to do it. Angel Kessie looked at VEGETA on the side and said seriously. She also understood at this moment why VEGETA was reluctant to make a move. This man is more unfathomable than she thought, and if he hadn't used a condition as a bargaining chip, I'm afraid he would have kept a low profile. In the end, it is also because of her vanity that she wants to show the power of powerful warriors in her universe in front of other angels and destroyers, which will lead to the irreversible situation of the situation. The situation had come to such a point that the great priest above knew that he had to stand up for the big picture. It is not a way to continue the stalemate like this. Gods from all universes, stop. This warrior of the 10th universe is right, even if you are gods, you do not have absolute voice to order anyone to do anything. This time the act is that you have crossed the line, farce, this is the end. With the great priest coming forward, no one dared to refute a word. This farce also completely drew a halt at this moment. This supreme being, maintaining his position, did not take sides. The magnitude of his pattern is far from being comparable to an existence like the god of destruction. Whether it is the creatures of the nether realm or the gods, they all seem the same to him. At this moment, all the gods of destruction withdrew their hostile gazes, and they did not dare to question or refute the order of the great priest in the slightest. However, on the surface, they all seem to believe the words of the great priest, but what is planned in their hearts is unknown. Warriors from the 10th universe, since you are not willing to make a move, Sun Wukong has not been defeated. The rules of the power conference will also be according to the original set. With that, the great priest turned around and began to ask the king's opinion. As the king made his attitude clear, the great priest also officially began the place and time of the conference of judgment power. The day of the power conference, Wang Li 3,135,500,603 at 157 o'clock. Race time, 100 tuks. Competition location, boundless. As the words of the great priest's sentence fell, the time and place for holding the power conference were also officially decided. 40 hours later. Each of the 10 strongest warriors from 8 different universes is represented in a 48-minute dogfight. Listening to the series of judgments of the great priest above, VEGETA fell into deep thought. Now, he is also officially involved in the development of the plot. Chao Sun Wukong was also a little stimulated because of him. He had a hunch that this power conference would not be as trajectory as in the original book. Because of him, the gods will surely find stronger warriors to represent their universe in this tournament. Even, there may be some characters beyond the original book to participate in this power conference. If that's the case, that's kind of interesting. He has been invincible in Dragon Ball GT space-time for many years, and now that Dragon Ball Chrono has arrived, he has to enjoy it. If you suppress all the fighters without even changing their bodies, it will be too boring. Chapter 42. All the gods of the universe, retreat if there is nothing to do, everything has been arranged and ready, and the great priest immediately drinks all the gods. 40 hours sounds short, but it's enough. For the realm king god and the god of destruction, 40 hours is enough for them to wander the universe hundreds of times. Coupled with the help of angels, it is very easy to find the right players for the competition. And, in the unfathomable universe, powerful beings are not absent. Perhaps, even what happened here, those beings have spied on. The great priest has already given the order, and the destruction gods and angels of other universes will not stay longer. On the platform of the fourth universe. 40 hours. It's really urgent. Destroyer Kutra sighed seriously. Before leaving, he looked thoughtfully at the location of the 10th universe. He had to think of a plan to greatly reduce the combat power of other universes. As soon as the idea of taking the 10th universe came to his mind, the angel Konik on the side interrupted him mercilessly. Lord Quitra, it's time for us to go. Angel Konik urged. Okay, I see. The god of destruction, Quitra, who came back to his senses, dispelled the thoughts in his heart, and through the ability of the realm king god, the group returned to the fourth universe. Sixth universe side. The time for the power conference has been set, and the god of destruction Elephant Paw is worried about the selection of the match. In his universe, among the known powerhouses, only one killer hit can see. The other contestants are basically just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, used to make up the numbers. Alas! I don't know if the hit family will be the 10 brothers. The god of destruction Xiongpa complained helplessly. The angel Bardos on the side listened to his emotion, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Destruction god Xiongpa, your brain hole is really big. Instead of complaining here, let's hurry up and get the players in the game. Time flies quickly, Lord Elephant. Angel Bardos glanced at the god of destruction Elephant Paw and reminded. Good, I see. The god of destruction Elephant Paw said weakly. Both of them gathered around the side of the realm god Fava. KK. As the realm king god Foy chanted a spell, the three disappeared into this special space at the same time. On the platform of the 11th universe. Before leaving, the clown god of destruction Mimi took a meaningful look at the platform location of the 10th universe. His gaze happened to be seen by Rumsey, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Looking at the clown's jealous appearance, Rumsey of destruction straightened his chest and had a triumphant expression on his face. Don't be too arrogant, Rumsey, your universe has powerful warriors, and so does mine. When the power conference officially begins, your 10th universe will be the first to be eliminated. The clown destroys the god of destruction and tastes unpleasantly broken. In the next second, under the ability of the realm king god K, everyone was teleported away and returned to the 11th universe. This side of the 7th universe. The frightened Super Sun Wukong trembled and returned to the platform of his own universe. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he had not recovered from the shock just now. His whole body was already soaked, there was hot sweat that broke out from the battle, but more often, it was cold sweat that was frightened. Looking at Sun Wukong's embarrassed appearance, the god of destruction Beerus was not angry. Bastard boy, do you know that you are in big trouble this time? When the power conference begins, our 7th universe will be besieged by all the participating universes. And, do you understand now? How terrifying is that guy in the 10th universe, thinking that he has a little power and begins to become complacent. In front of the real strong, your little strength is not even enough to warm up the family. The indignant god of destruction Beerus directly pinched Sun Wukong's neck, and there was a reprimand in his mouth. That man was powerful, and he knew that even if he went all out, he would not be 100% sure of suppressing the other party. Looking at the angry god of destruction Beerus in front of him, Chao Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, feeling aggrieved and helpless in his heart. This time, it was indeed that he was too impulsive and arrogant. It's just a pity that everything is irreparable. I'm sorry. Lord Beerus. It's me who was impulsive. Chao Sun Wukong's face was bitter, he wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start. This competition is also because of him. Strangled by the destroyer Beerus, he didn't even have room to resist. Chao Sun Gohan on the side wanted to stop it, but he didn't have the guts. Majin Bu also had no idea of eating snacks, and could only watch blankly from the sidelines. Satan, an ordinary person, has now awakened, and he has a blank face, and he does not know what happened. Looking at the Super Goku who was constantly ravaged by the god of destruction Beerus, the angel Weiss sighed helplessly and said, "Lord Beerus, you let go of Goku-san first, now is not the time for infighting, we should go, if we continue to stay here, Lord Great Priest will be very unhappy." At the mention of the Great Priest, the god of destruction Beerus trembled, and he schemed his gaze slightly, looking at the highest position. The Great Priest was looking at him with a smile at this moment, and with one look, the god of destruction Beerus was scared and quickly let go. "Lord Grand Priest is watching over here, why didn't you remind me earlier? Abominable smelly boy, I'll clean you up when I get back." Even though the god of destruction Beerus was unhappy in his heart, under the deterrence of the High Priest, he had to leave. KK. Realm King God Xian Nian cast a spell, and everyone in the 7th universe was teleported away. With the departure of the 7th universe, the other universes are also gone. In this special space, only the destruction god of the 10th universe Rumsey, Angel Kurz, King Kvuz, and VEGETA are left here. Looking at the empty platform, Rumsey, the god of destruction, looked at the king god of Kurvas. "Let's go prepare for the contestants of the power conference." Destroyer Rumsey said. "Yes, Lord Rumsey." Realm King God Kvaz nodded. "Everyone in the 10th universe, please stay first." The voice of the Great Priest suddenly sounded. "Great! Lord Grand Priest!" Looking at the Grand Priest above who took the initiative to keep them, Rumsey was so nervous that he sweated and hurriedly bowed 90 degrees. Chapter 43. See Lord Archist. Looking at it up close, the Realm King God Kvaz was so frightened that he hurriedly crawled to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on the old face, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. "I have seen Lord Great Priest, but I don't know why Lord Great Priest deliberately left us in the 10th universe." Angel Kessie bowed slightly and said to the Great Priest in a respectful tone. Hearing this, the Great Priest did not answer, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Slowly descend from a high altitude and only stop after reaching a certain distance. Being in a high place, the Great Priest's gaze was unabashed, staring directly at the black-robed VEGETA in front of him. "After all, I still can't hide my father's eyes." VEGETA's identity was still discovered. "However, you did not reveal it when the gods gathered before, why now?" Angel Kessie pondered secretly in her heart. Even if she, as the eldest daughter of the Great Priest, wanted to find out her father's mind, the realm was still far from enough. Destroyer Rumsey, who bowed 90 degrees on the side, mentioned his throat eyes. The High Priest's unscrupulous gaze stared directly at VEGETA, and he knew what the reason was. If this is to blame, I am afraid that his position as the god of destruction will come to an end. As for the Realm King God Gervas who was lying on the ground, he buried his head lower at this time, his whole body trembled, and his heart was panicked. Noticing that the High Priest's target was himself, VEGETA raised his head expressionlessly, his eyes under his mask meeting him. One is the head of the angel, and the other is the strongest mortal standing in most of the time and space worlds. The gazes of the two made the atmosphere present tense to the extreme. Destroyer Rumsey's heart was about to jump out, and Angel Keth also showed a nervous look on his face. "Daughter, you brought me a big surprise, obviously a mortal body, but it has reached the realm that no god can touch. VEGETA from other time and space worlds. The power has reached its limit, beyond the tolerance of one world. Interesting, interesting. In countless parallel space-time worlds, only a few of the exceptions have such a situation." The Great Priest looked at VEGETA with a smile on his face, muttering secretly in his heart, and he could be said to be extremely satisfied with VEGETA's existence. While he was watching VEGETA, VEGETA was also looking at him. "Is this your unfathomable depth, Great Priest? The closer you look, the more your existence makes people feel unable to look up. This strength. I'm afraid the limits of numerical units have long been broken. The more he looked, the more incredulous VEGETA felt at the existence of the high priest. The great priest in front of him was like a fog, with no end in sight. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, Rumsey, the god of destruction, was about to be scared to pee, and Angel Kurz's state of mind, which had not had waves for billions of years, also changed a little. At this moment, the great priest suddenly spoke. Arrivals from other time and space, I know everything about you. Originally, your sudden intervention should have been destroyed, but since my eldest daughter XTH left you behind and also left a mark in the depths of your soul, then stay in this time and space. After the great priest finished speaking, his gaze turned and fell on the body of the angel Kes. Noticing the gaze of the great priest, Angel Kessie was calm on the surface, but relieved inside. She left VEGETA behind, and although she knew early on that her father would not blame her, she would be worried if she did not get to this point. Now that she had the words of the great priest, she had no worries about this. The 10th universe under your jurisdiction before, because of the matter of the trainee world king god Zamas, caused such a disaster, and at the same time implicated many time and space. I hope that this time there will be no such thing again. The great priest still kept smiling. Rest assured, my daughter will definitely keep an eye on him, and something like Zamas will definitely not happen again. Hearing the high priest's instructions, Angel Keth quickly assured. For the assurance of his eldest daughter, the great priest still gave 100% trust. Well, since that's the case, let's retreat if nothing happens. The great priest nodded and gave an order to everyone in the 10th universe. Hearing this, the god of destruction Rumsey and the realm king god Kvas did not dare to stay longer, and after breathing a sigh of relief, they hurriedly got up and left this special world through the ability of the realm king god Kvas and returned to the 10th universe. As the gods retreated, the eyes of the great priest narrowed. If you think about it for a moment, it's time to get down to business. For the next 40 hours, he had to set up a ring for the match in infinity. Just as the great priest was about to leave for the boundless realm, the two kings summoned him through their thoughts at the same time, causing his face to change. He should have expected this time, and regarding the identity of VEGETA's outsider, I am afraid that the two lords of the whole king have already known. 10th universe. Through the ability of the realm king god Gervas, their group returned to the realm king god realm of this universe. Woo! Fortunately, Lord Priest didn't blame. Almost, I thought that my position as the god of destruction had reached the end. Finally returned, god of destruction Rumsey breathed a long sigh of relief. The word companion is like a tiger, it is not unreasonable. The slightest mistake can lead to disaster. The realm king god Kvas didn't say a word, and the look in VEGETA's eyes became complicated when he looked at the side. At this moment, he also understood the true identity of this existence. It didn't belong to this time and space, but the angel curse didn't know which world it was fished from. However, since it was the angel's decision, and the high priest agreed, it was none of his business. In the next second, the realm king god Kvas turned his gaze and asked the god of destruction Rumsey, Lord Rumsey, we should now set off to the nether to find the contestants of the power conference. 40 hours, but it's urgent. As soon as the words of the realm king god Kvas came out, the god of destruction Rumsey was immediately unhappy. His unhappy eyes glanced at the king god of the realm Gisvas. This look seems to say, Ben Shin has just returned, his butt is not yet hot, what happened if you slow down and go to the contestants? Moreover, isn't this the task of the realm king god? As the god of destruction, he dominates destruction. It is the creation that the king god masters and knows where there is a powerful existence. Sensing that something was wrong in his eyes, the realm king god Kvas took several steps back. Lord Rumsey, Lord Kvas is right. Time does not wait, the gods of other universes are already looking for contestants, and we have to speed up. Angel Keth on the side seconded. This made Rumsey's face become slightly kinder. Alas! Well, since time is so short, let's hurry up and find the remaining 9 contestants. Rumsey, the god of destruction, has his hands behind his back and is ready to go. Just before leaving for the Nether, Angel Keth turned his words around, faced VEGETA, and asked, "Do you want to come with us to see? The scenery of the 10th universe should be very different from the world before you." Chapter 44. For Angel Kurz's unsolicited invitation, VEGETA refused without hesitation. "No need, recruit those contestants of the Power Conference, you can do it." For the customs in the 10th universe, he was not interested in looking at it. There are no strong people in this universe who can arouse his interest. So instead of wasting time going around the Nether, it's better to calm down and prepare for the next Power Conference. Since VEGETA's and you don't want to go, we won't force it. The Destruction God Realm and the Realm King God Realm are connected. If you want to destroy the God Realm, just step through this God Realm. Then let's go first, bye. See you later. Angel Keth waved goodbye to VEGETA. In the next second, under the ability of the Realm King God Gervas, Angel Keth and Destruction God Rumsey disappeared into the Realm King God Realm at the same time. Watching them leave, VEGETA removed his black robe and removed the mask from his face. With a movement in his mind, he directly crossed the Realm King God Realm and returned to the Destruction God Realm. Returning to the God of Destruction Realm, VEGETA found a suitable spot and entered meditation. 40 hours is neither long nor short. After entering meditation, this time is just a moment for VEGETA. At the same time, other universes are also busy looking for other contestants. The 11th universe, within the realm of the King Gods. After returning, after resting for a while, Angel Macarita used the power of angels to recover from Topo's injuries. They also officially began to discuss the matter of the Power Conference. Candidates, to plans. Lord Mime, Lord K, Lord Angel, rest assured, I already have an eyebrow about the candidates for the Power Conference. In my proud team, there are many powerful elites from the universe, and the selection of this aspect is left to me. Twopo took the initiative to ask for help, so that the few people present were very satisfied with his efficiency. That's fine, but Topo, about the matter on Jillian's side, after obtaining his consent to participate in the Power Conference, brought him to the Destruction God Realm. Regarding this Power Conference, we have to think long term. The Clown God of Destruction Mimi ordered Topo with a cautious look. Topo also understands that the clown's worries about the God of Destruction Mime are because of the warrior of the 10th universe. And only Jillian can confront it. In this regard, Twopo did not have any objections, patted his chest and assured, the candidates for this Power Conference, I promise not to disappoint you. Besides, about Jillian, I will take the initiative to find him. Since Topo-san already has a plan, then I will go with you, and with my ability, it will be convenient to go back and forth between the Nether and the God Realm. Realm King God K offered to suggest. With the assistance of Lord Realm King God, this is naturally the best. Without the slightest hesitation, Topo agreed. 6th Universe side. Within the realm of the Realm King God, the Realm King God Fava, the God of Destruction Elephant Pa, and the Angel Bardos stand together. For the candidates for the Power Conference, they also already have plans. Most of them are also participants in the previous competition between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. In this huge 6th universe, it seems that the only one who can get on the table is them. Of course, the killer hit is an indispensable person. At this moment, Angel Bardos has already contacted Hit through the Angel Scepter. After telling the matter about the Power Conference, Hit on the other side of the communication only responded indifferently, got it. Okay, Lord Xiongpa, Hit should have done it over there. According to our previous agreement, like the last martial arts competition, after the competition, it is good to pay the remuneration. After cutting off contact with the killer hit, Angel Bardos reports to the god of destruction Elephant Pa. Killers, always. They never did anything for ethereal faith or anything. As long as there are enough big interests, you can move them. It's good that Hit got it there. The god of destruction Elephant Pa had a sad look on his face after learning that Hit had agreed to participate. It's good that Hit agrees. There are 9 more positions that need someone to fill the vacancy. These 9 people are still difficult to find. After seeing the look of the god of destruction Elephant Pa, Angel Bardos couldn't help but quip, would Lord Elephant Pa ask Hit if there are 9 brothers in their family? Hearing Bardos's joke, the god of destruction Xiongpa also said with a look of indifference, I hope that their family is really 10 brothers. But the idea is still ridiculous. By the way, Bardos, how is that Frost guy doing now? If he is not dead, notify him and let him prepare to prepare, although I don't like that guy very much, but it seems that he is the candidate for the power this time. Destroyer Xiongpa's eerie style appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. But there is no way, it is related to the survival of the universe, even if you hate that guy, you must let him come. About Frost's life and death. Fortunately, he is not dead, but after what he did was exposed last time, he is now living a very miserable life. It just so happens that he is not very far away from Hitsang, let Hitsan go to him. This side of the 7th universe. Just returned to the realm King God realm, the atmosphere was a dead silence. The Super Sun Wukong, who has suffered a major setback, has not recovered until now. Silenced in the terrifying aura released by the mysterious black-robed warrior of the 10th universe, it was difficult to recover. He has always been confident in his strength, but now he also began to ask himself, can their universe really win? Now you understand how weak you are? When you were in the ring just now, you were very majestic. How is it wilting now? Take out your previous courage, otherwise our 7th universe may have already lost before the power conference has even begun. Looking at the helpless appearance of Chao Sun Wukong, the god of destruction Beerus couldn't help but scolded angrily. Listening to the irony of the yin and yang strange of the god of destruction Beerus, Chao Sun Wukong's emotions were held to the extreme, but he was helpless. This time, they are afraid that the 7th universe is really going to be planted. The Realm King God Xin on the side and the old Realm King God couldn't help but be sad when they saw this. The proud warrior of their universe, the strongest Scion Sun Wukong, is nothing in front of the warriors of the 10th universe. Even if there is another VEGETA whose strength is comparable to the strength of Sun Wukong, what can it change? In the face of absolutely great strength, everything is empty talk. Chapter 45. The situation has come to this point, and no one can think of a good way. Even Super Sun Gohan, who transformed into the role of a think tank in the Z-Warrior, felt extremely big for a while. The mysterious warrior of the 10th universe is beyond imagination, and any conceivable strategy seems to have become a decoration at this time. As for Majin Buu and Satan, a fat man who only knows how to eat snacks, an ordinary person, what can they want? Seeing that the atmosphere had frozen to the freezing point, Angel Weiss sighed slightly. Lord Beerus, let's think about it from a different angle. Although Goku-san got too carried away and touched hard stubble this time, this may not be a good thing. It is precisely because of Goku-san's arrogant actions that it stimulated other universes, causing them to expose more whole cards. If that warrior of the 10th universe doesn't make a move, we really don't know the background of their 10th universe, and now we still have time and a chance. If we really wait for the power conference to begin, I'm afraid that our 7th universe will really be unable to return to the sky. Seeing that the atmosphere was so depressed, Angel Weiss took the initiative to excuse Kaya Sun Wukong. That guy from the 10th universe, VES, you also know his level. You say, how can we be good now? Destroyer Beerus said seriously, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. You can imagine how bad his mood is now. If the game is lost, there will be nothing, and even if the universe is gone, his god of destruction will be gone. Sun Wukong, the evil spirit, went to meet the whole king and directly gave him to the bottom of the pit. That monster in the 10th universe is so strong that even he does not dare to defeat the other party. Even if there are 10 strong people in the 7th universe who are comparable to the level of the Monkey King, they are not necessarily the opponent's enemies. Instead of complaining about this kind of thing, I don't know if Lord Beerus has found a strange place. That mysterious warrior of the 10th universe, does Lord Beerus feel similar to anyone in our universe? Angel Weiss directly switched topics, and as soon as these words came out, he instantly stopped the god of destruction Beerus. Not only the god of destruction Beerus, but several others also froze. Previously, when they were on the platform of the outpost battle, they were too stimulated and overlooked many details. Now, carefully recalled, the aura that was so strong that it was almost against the sky seemed to be really a little familiar. And, it's not the first time they've felt it. That man's anger. Speaking of which, this god does feel a little familiar, and this is not the first time to feel it. Destroyer Beerus's brows furrowed, and his thoughts deepened. Combined with what happened before because of the 10th universe, he had vaguely guessed something. At this time, Sun Gohan also seemed to confirm something. Visan, Lord Beerus, please listen to me first. I still remember it, and, if I'm not mistaken, that breath. It seems to be very similar to Uncle Vegeta's chi. Chow. Sun Gohan's words detonated the audience. Vegeta. That's right, it's Vegeta. The special feeling brought by that breath was exactly the same as Vegeta, who often stayed by their side. It's really Vegeta, although that chi is very strong, but the essence has not changed. Could it be that someone on the side of the 10th universe has seized Vegeta's body by some means? Sun Wukong suddenly realized at this moment, recalling what he had experienced in the future world before, and this speculation was most likely true. The mysterious black-robed warrior, whose true identity is most likely someone from the 10th universe, and Zamas in other parallel worlds took Vegeta's body and stayed in the 10th universe. This is just speculation, and Vegetazan of our universe is not safe and sound at present. Moreover, about Zamas in this world, it has been destroyed by Lord Beerus, and there is no need to worry about Zamas. As for whether someone else took Vegeta's body, it is unknown. However, this probability is very small, at least in my opinion. The gods of the 10th universe do not disdain to do such a thing, and the angels of their universe, in my understanding, will not do this kind of thing. For his eldest sister Angel Kurz, he still knows the other party's personality very well. Switching to an angel from another universe might do this kind of thing, but Angel Kurz, definitely not. It doesn't matter who that person's identity is anymore. The only thing I care about now is, do you kid have any countermeasures? In the face of that kind of monster, can you and Vegeta join forces to win? Destroyer Beerus refocused his gaze on the Monkey King. Instead of wasting time and effort discussing the true identity of the other party, it is better to focus on the upcoming power conference. Winning is more important than anything else. Dad, there must be a way, right? Sun Gohan asked urgently. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on his body, Sun Wukong simply stopped hiding it and said his plan. Although the strength of that mysterious man is very strong, even I took out a 20-fold Realm King fist under the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue. However, it is precisely because of his stimulation that I found the direction of breakthrough, and if I go to the Spirit Time House and Vegeta to cultivate now, perhaps there is still a chance. Listening to Sun Wukong's explanation, everyone also understood everything. The Spiritual Time House, to put it bluntly, is a different dimensional world where the speed of time flow is completely different from the outside world. Goku-san, are you planning to enter the interior with Vegeta-san to cultivate for more than a year, break through the shell of potential possibilities, and break through to a higher realm? To be honest, Angel Weiss didn't agree with this proposal. More than a year is good, but it is so strong that every bit of progress is precious. There are no years of cultivation, and the phrase blinking for thousands of years is not just talk. The strong are accumulated little by little, and they can never be achieved by leaping into the sky. A year or so of cultivation. You kid is really confident, but now, there is no other way but to believe in you. At this point, the god of destruction Beerus had to believe in the Monkey King. Although, it is a little too whimsical to want to advance to become the god of destruction at this level in about a year, and even surpass the god of destruction. However, the Monkey King has already brought them countless miracles. This time, maybe it can be successful too. Chapter 46. At this moment, the old realm king god who had been silent for a long time took the initiative to stand up. His sudden appearance caught people off guard. The god of destruction Beerus cast a disdainful gaze and said, "Old fellow, what do you want to do?" Regarding Goku's going to the Spirit Time House to cultivate, the old man may be able to help. Don't forget, my ability, but can guide the release of potential in a person's body. If there is enough time, I can even guide your potential beyond your own limits. Hearing the question of the god of destruction Beerus, the king god of the old realm naturally did not dare to sell the pass, and said straight to the topic. As soon as these words came out, everyone's reactions were mixed, and the god of destruction Beerus recalled that although this old guy did not fight well, his ability was weirder than the other. Yes. The special ability of Lord Lao Kai God can develop the power of Dad and Uncle Vegeta to the extreme in a short time. That's how I came back then. Son Gohan recalled how he looked when he was developed by the potential of the old realm king god. Although it seemed unreliable on the surface, when the potential development was over, he himself was shocked by the terrifying power. All of a sudden, from the ranks of the tail of the crane, he jumped into the strongest single warrior of that period. Then, please ask the old realm king god, whether Goku-san and Vegeta-san can become stronger depends on you. Angel Weiss glanced at the old realm king god slightly. Although he doesn't have much hope for the potential to develop this skill, in the end, he can still improve the combat effectiveness of Super Son Goku and Super Vegeta to some extent. These two people are the key to their 7th universe victory, and naturally the stronger the better. Listening to everyone's praise, the corners of the old realm king's face were about to rise to the sky. This feeling of pretending, how cool. Okay. Now that you already have plans, old guy, don't waste time inking here. Time is already urgent, those two guys still have to go into cultivate, and we still have to be responsible for finding the contestants. Quickly take us to Earth, and the remaining contestants will be dealt with for me immediately. Understood. Beerus, the god of destruction, who was already unbearable, shouted loudly at the top of his throat. At this time, the god of destruction Beerus was not easy to mess with, and no one would be stupid enough to touch his bottom line. Finally, under the orders of the god of destruction Beerus, the king of the realm Xin takes everyone to Earth with him. After returning to Earth, Son Goku handed over the task of finding other contestants to Son Gohan. With a heavy burden, Son Gohan naturally will not slack, he knows how important his next task is. After all, this is related to the survival of the universe, and the search for the contestant can only fall on him. In the end, several of them returned to the western capital. Sun Wukong was the first to find the Super Vegeta of this time and space, and explained the reason and the rules after the power conference. A series of explanations instantly ignited Super Vegeta's anger, and angry, he directly grabbed Sun Wukong's collar, and his eyes seemed to want to swallow Super Sun Wukong alive. With his understanding of the Monkey King, it must have been the good deeds done by this fool that led to the holding of the power conference, and the rules were so cruel. Kakarot, I guessed you did it. I ask you, do you really have a sure chance of victory? What if we lose? Everyone, you have to disappear because of your reckless mistakes. Super VEGETA cursed at Sun Wukong and accused him repeatedly. When the game is bad, but now, his daughters are about to be born. That. VEGETA. I know it's my bad. But now there's no way anymore, isn't there? This is the last chance. We have not yet been wiped out by Lord Chuanwang. In the last 40 hours, we have to go to the Spirit Time House to cultivate and maximize our energy. As long as you can win the game and get Super Dragon Ball, everything will still have a chance to be saved. Sun Wukong can only use this as an excuse to calm Super Vegeta's anger until now. But how could his mind be hidden from Super Vegeta? The people who know you best are often not your friends, but your opponents. Not to mention that Super Vegeta is both Son Goku's destined rival and his friend. What kind of bottoms Sun Wukong wears, Super Vegeta knows. Humph. That's all that can be done for now, but, Kakarot, you'd better tell me all your experiences. You know my character, and your careful thinking can't be hidden from me. Super Vegeta questioned viciously. Well, I originally planned to say it later, but now it's nothing. In the outpost battle of the Temple of All Kings, I met a master of the 10th universe. Even if I cast the 20-fold Realm King Fist in the Super Saiyan Blue state, I didn't even have the slightest courage to fight back in the face of him. Before the words were finished, Super Vegeta was shocked by Sun Wukong's words. Although he didn't want to admit it, if the Monkey King in front of him cast a 20-fold Realm King Fist, his strength would definitely be above him. But even with such strength, they were so frightened by the other party that they didn't even have the courage to fight back. This is special. What kind of monster has appeared? Not only that, that person's anger. It's exactly the same as Vegeta, your breath. Plus the previous Zama's thing. I suspect. Chao Sun Wukong did not say any more. The words have already been said about this, and fools understand what is going on. Cut. Are the guys in other universes so bad? That's enough. Super Vegeta snorted unpleasantly. To be honest, this time it was his body that was eyed, and he was a little happy in his heart. Isn't this a disguised explanation that he is stronger than Sun Wukong? Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Super Vegeta also knew that they had no choice but to fight behind their backs now. He let go of his hand, hugged his chest with both hands, and asked Sun Wukong with a serious face, Kakarot, say, what are your plans next? Let's go to the Spirit Time House to cultivate first. And the old Realm King God will follow us in a year and a half or so. Coupled with the potential guidance method of the Lord King God of the Old Realm, we can improve our strength a lot. After listening to Super Son Goku's plan, Vegeta still felt uncomfortable, and said, regarding the selection of the competition, have you made a decision? You don't have to worry about this, we just need to cultivate, Lord Beerus and Ves and Gohan and the three of them will handle it. Chapter 47. Time flew by, but in the blink of an eye, 38 hours passed. There were less than 2 hours left before the official start of the power conference. Vegeta, dressed in black in the God of Destruction realm, also had a premonition that the time was approaching and woke up from meditation. As soon as he opened his eyes, Angel Kessie, the eccentric little loli, appeared in his sight. Oh, you're finally awake, I thought it would be a while before you woke up from meditation. So, Vegetazan, are you ready? Lord Rumsey and the Realm King God Kvas, as well as the other contestants, are ready in the Realm King God realm. Angel Keth chuckled and asked Vegeta politely. Let's go. In this regard, Vegeta nodded slightly, and did not show a special expression. For this participation in the power conference, in the end, the only interest is Jillian of the 11th universe and Sun Bei of the 7th universe, who should become stronger. Even if there are many people in other universes who have powerful killer skills, they are too far behind them. The reason why it is such an attitude and performance is also because the contestants of the 10th universe in the original work are not bad. Anyway, the remaining 9 contestants were just used to make up the numbers, and he was even ready to single-handedly penetrate the other 7 universes at the power conference. Then, let's go. Angel Keth is obedient to the appearance of such a bird. Saying that, the scepter in Kess's hand lightly pointed into the void, and the mysterious angel power burst out, and with a colorful light emerged, the two were shrouded at the same time. In the next second, when the light dissipated and they appeared again, they had already crossed the Destruction God Realm and arrived at the Realm King God Realm. Lord Rumsey, we've arrived. Kess greeted. VEGETA, who arrived, bypassed the God of Destruction Rumsey and the King of Realm Gissus, and landed on the 9 contestants they found. Nanagamuli, Lilibei, Gilason, Napapa, Wabni, Makyop, Gilkal, Ribalt, Gayum. Except for Lilibei, who is a woman, everyone else is a muscle maniac. This is also in line with the style of Destroyer Rumsey, only looking for this kind of strong outside, like a paper tiger. The vast majority of them are units of 100 million, and few can reach trillion units. Looking at the universe, it may be the existence of the dominant side, but participating in the power conference during this period is undoubtedly some cannon fodder characters. At the same time, this is also the character that appeared in the original book, without exception. The only thing that didn't appear seemed to be the Muay Thai fighter, who was replaced by VEGETA. Although he didn't pay attention in his previous life, VEGETA clearly remembered the names of the original characters, and the guy who was replaced was named Murisim. You have finally woken up, and with you, our contestants of the 10th universe have also gathered. Looking at the arrival of VEGETA, the corners of Rumsey's mouth were almost pulled into the sky. This will be his final card in this power conference. Are you the contestant that Lord Rumsey waited for? So handsome, my name is Lilibei Dance, what's your name? What kind of starman? As soon as I met VEGETA, Lilibei began to make fools. This is also in line with her butterfly girl setting. The VEGETA in front of her is exactly the type she likes. For Lilibei's question, VEGETA ignored it, indifferently shifted his gaze, looked directly at Rumsey, the god of destruction, and said, "When do we leave?" Directly. Ignored, Lilibei looked embarrassed, and then her eyes showed anger. As a woman, don't be ignored, and think of yourself as a beauty, even if VEGETA is her thing, it will be unhappy. Of course, she could only swallow her chi into her stomach, because the god of destruction, the god of the realm, and the angels were there. Hearing VEGETA's words, Rumsey, the god of destruction, turned his gaze to Angel Kurz. Angel Kessi nodded slightly, signaling that the time had come. Although there is still plenty of time, since we can't wait, we can go now. Destroyer Rumsey replied. Until then, should VEGETA-san continue to remain mysterious? After all, your identity is a bit special. Kess said suddenly, causing Rumsey to react. Indeed, if the VEGETA of the 7th universe of the Power Assembly also participated, it would be strange for the two to meet. Hearing this, the other players were stunned and did not know why. Including Kivas also hesitated, because he knew that their universe had found this VEGETA, which was regarded as a sidekick. Boring. I know that I will also participate in this 7th universe of time and space. But I'm all going to participate, do I still need to hide? VEGETA's rhetorical question made Rumsey and Kivas sweat. Indeed, this is also the truth. All participated, and the High Priest allowed it, what else is there to hide? It's nothing more than 2 time and space where he meets. Is that so? But I did it deliberately, since that's the case, let's go. Kess narrowed her eyes. She also thought that at first, let VEGETA hide a little, and then directly erupt later, stunning all the universes. Now that VEGETA doesn't plan to compete like this, it doesn't need to be so complicated. Surprised by this whole thing, the other contestants' eyes on VEGETA also changed completely. Including Lilibei Dance, even more curious. As the angel Keth wields the angelic scepter in his hand, the mysterious law power appears, and he gets in touch with the Great Priest in the Void Realm. Lord Great Priest, the 10 warriors of the 10th universe are ready. As Angel Kurz's words fell, in an instant, a mysterious light enveloped everyone present. As this special light enveloped him, VEGETA's eyes shrank slightly. He felt a strange feeling that had never been felt before. Immediately, he expanded his perception ability, remembered this feeling in his body, and constantly groped it. In the next second, everyone present instantly disappeared into the realm King God realm. Boundless. In the middle of the chaos, a huge and magnificent building is suspended here. Only God can do this. This is also the arena of the power conference, which is used to withstand the battlefield of 80 warriors. Now, the ring is empty, and there are 3 gods of destruction mending the ring under the orders of the Great Priest. The 3 desperate gods of destruction tested the firmness of the ring according to the orders of the Great Priest. I wanted to take this opportunity to show it fiercely in front of the whole king, and it was not light or heavy. As a result, unsurprisingly, the ring was broken. Realizing that the ring still needed to be strengthened, the Great Priest simply handed over the heavy responsibility of repairing the ring to the 3 destruction gods. They must restore the ring to the same appearance as before the official start of the match. Chapter 48. Just as the 3 gods of destruction desperately repair the ring, a white light descends into the boundary. The contestants of the 10th universe appeared, and the first one came to the ring. Having just arrived in this unknown world, the 10 contestants, including VEGETA, were shocked. After all, no matter who it was, even VEGETA, it was the first time he saw what the world looked like when it was in chaos. Shock is inevitable. Not surprisingly, we were the first to arrive here. Cut. Those guys in other universes are really slow. Angel Kurth and Destroyer Rumsey spoke, one showing calm, the other with his hands crossed at the waist, looking arrogant. But soon, they noticed that there were 3 gods of destruction tinkering in the ring, and Rumsey couldn't help but laugh. Yaruk, the god of destruction of the 5th universe, hey! Rumsey, what are you guys laughing at? Destroyer of the 8th universe, Ligel, we are completing the glorious mission entrusted to us by the Great Priest. Iwan, the destroyer of the 1st universe, instead of laughing at us here, you better prepare for the next game, don't be the 1st universe to be eliminated. As for whether our 10th universe can win, I won't bother you to worry about it. You guys better continue to repair the ring, rest assured, the fighter Benshin is looking for will definitely not disappoint Benshin. The champion of this power conference is none other than my 10th universe. Destroyer Rumsey is full of confidence, and even released bold words, and it is easy to win this tournament. The 3 destruction gods were unhappy in their hearts after hearing this, and secretly despised the destruction god Rumsey. They all know why Rumsey is so confident. It is nothing more than to have that existence that is no less than their god of destruction, or even better. Without further ado, they accelerated the pace of their work. Since there is already a universe that has arrived here first, even if the time has not yet arrived, the other universes are almost there. They have to fix all the positions in the ring within this time period. This is the moment. VEGETA was strolling around. As soon as he arrived here, he used his huge perception to envelop the entire Void Realm. Carefully perceiving it, VEGETA was shocked in his heart, because he sensed the firmness of this infinity realm, even stronger than the world barrier of the Dragon Ball GT world he was in before. It is no wonder that the Great Priest would use this world as the venue for the power conference. Even if someone who destroys the peak realm of God goes all out, it may not be able to burst this boundary. Yay! This. Suddenly, Lilibei, one of the contestants, was frightened by the scenery of the edge of the boundless and exclaimed. Everyone's attention was also drawn over, and they walked to the edge of the ring to look at the scene that came into sight, making them feel boundless trepidation. With no end in sight, this is an endless dark abyss. This kind of sight, without exception, made the competitors present feel terrified and their scalps numb. If it falls, it will surely die. Fellow contestants, let me explain the rules of this power conference for you. The elimination rules of this competition: as long as you fall out of the ring, you will lose the qualification to continue to participate. In this ring, there is a special prohibition set by the Great Priest, which can mimic the gravity of the planet you live on, and the ability to fly is prohibited, and the ability to dance the air will be invalid in the match. I hope you don't be surprised, this is the rules of the game, everyone has to abide by it. Angel Keth said to the contestants of his own universe. As soon as these words came out, some people began to be eager to try. The contestants of the 10th universe, although they are not strong in strength, are all people who have mastered the art of air dancing. They were just about to use the dance void technique to float into the sky, but found that the dance void technique had failed. Without the void dance technique, it is equivalent to losing a means to save their lives. That, everyone, I seem to be able to fly. At this time, Lilibei was surprised to find that she only needed to flap her wings to swim in the boundless sky. I seem to be able to keep flying. Guillaume flared his wings and swam in midair. He is a bird man. Lord Angel, why can they fly? Kiri Nanaki asked puzzled. Angel Kessie silently glanced at Lilibei and Guillaume, chuckled, and explained, do you see the wings behind them? That's his innate ability to be excluded from the rules, which is why they were chosen to compete. Doesn't that mean that our odds of winning in the 10th universe have been greatly improved? They can swim in the sky without fighting and stay until the last minute. The other contestants of the 10th universe showed excited looks one after another. This is obviously too much to think about. Because even if you can fly, other universes can also choose such players to participate. Humph. If this method alone can be saved to the end, then the existence of other universes is too wasteful. Unlike the others, VEGETA naturally knows that even if he can fly, what? Without enough strength, it's still waste. This also made the contestants present cast doubtful eyes. VEGETA, what does this mean? Before the game began, he began to suppress the majesty of his own 10th universe. The more noticeable it is, the more it tends to be the first to be eliminated. Your innate ability to fly gives you an advantage, but in this kind of melee game, every minute and second is unpredictable. The advantage of your ability to fly will happen to be the first target for people in other universes to shoot down. VEGETA said word for word, although it was very unpleasant, but it was indeed the truth. Being able to fly in the boundless arena is indeed a big advantage for them. But it is precisely because of this advantage that they will be the first to be solved. The original, that's it. Before the other contestants could refute, in the next second, a white light descended on the boundary. Boom! With a muffled sound, all the attention of everyone in the 10th universe was drawn over. In the breath perception, there were several more familiar breaths, and VEGETA immediately determined that it was someone from the 9th universe who came. When the white light dissipated, the 9th universe's god of destruction Sidera, the king god of the realm, Lothar, Angel Mojito, and 10 of their contestants appeared. Chapter 49. The first to enter the line of sight is undoubtedly the card figure of the 9th universe. Dangerous Trio, Black Wolf Berguemo, Yellow Wolf Lavanda, Red Wolf Basil. The remaining 7 contestants are Oregon, Lotharu, Sithorp, Chapier, Solalu, Haup, and Confry. Through breath perception, VEGETA has discovered that almost all of these contestants are trash fish. In addition to the danger, the strength of the trio has increased, and even reached the unit of Zi. The other players wasted to units that only had trillions to Beijing, or even, not even trillions. No wonder, in the original book, the game was not even 5 minutes into the beginning, and the 9th universe was destroyed. With such a lineup, such garbage combat power, if it is not destroyed by the group, there will be ghosts. It seems that the gods of destruction of other universes have also arrived one after another, and I believe that in the near future, all the universes will come together. Vegeta-san, I don't know how you will feel after meeting the contestants of the 7th universe. Angel Keth glanced at Vegeta, with a smile on his face, looking like he was watching a play. For the lineup on the side of the 7th universe, Kes has roughly guessed. I also know a lot about Vegeta, Kes. Comrades in arms, loved ones in another time and space world. Becoming an enemy at this time, what will Vegeta do with it? I hope that Kakarot in this world and me in this world, after withstanding my coercion and intimidation, can greatly increase their strength and will not let me down. Vegeta muttered, and that was his answer. Just as his words fell, another universe contestant arrived at the scene. In another corner of the ring, the 4th universe's King God Kul, Destruction God Quitra, and Angel Konik appeared. Along with them, there were also contestants preparing for the 10th universe. Although on the surface it seems that there are only 9 people, in fact, 10 people have gathered. It's just that one person is too small to find if he doesn't observe carefully. The 10 contestants of the 4th universe are, Kanos, Damon, Gavi, Darkly, Shosa, Mona, Madman Nink, Margila, Gamasaraz, and Xiongcha. For the contestants of the 4th universe, Vegeta also deliberately amplified his perception to probe their combat power values. Judging by breath perception, Vegeta also had an eyebrow at the contestants of the 4th universe. He didn't take it to heart, even if these guys' hard strength reached the limit, it was just the same thing, at most it was the same level as the 9th universe. At most, there are some opportunistic people who will use their own advantages to surprise other opponents. Time passes minute by minute. Soon, contestants from other universes also appeared. After the 4th universe, the gods of the 6th universe and 10 contestants arrived at the scene of the competition one after another. The lineup is unchanged as in the original. Represented by the legendary killer hit, Frost, Wotai Margita, Bodama, Sayonel, Peruk, Dr. Lotta, Gabe, Califra and Kale. All the contestants of the 6th universe gathered. No matter what world it comes from, this face is still so annoying. Vegeta muttered, and at the same time, a sharp cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Frost of the 6th universe, sinister and cunning, heinous and unforgiving, is also a member of the frozen demon race. The point is that this guy looks exactly like Frieza, which evokes a hint of unpleasantness in Vegeta's heart. In his time and space, GT Frieza was violently suppressed by him as a Super Saiyan, and the tortured survival could not seek death. Even in the next few decades, because of the chaos of hell to return to the world, he once again solved it. Frost, already one of Vegeta's intended targets. While Vegeta was watching Frost noticed his gaze as well. When he turned his gaze and noticed Vegeta's familiar face, Frieza was instantly stunned. This face, he will never forget in his life. In the competition between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, it was this man who completely ruined him. With just one blow, he was defeated fiercely. How could he be here? Isn't that guy from the 7th universe? How did you run to other universes? When Frost saw Vegeta, his expression immediately became nervous. After all, the scene of being beaten by the Super Vegeta of this time and space is still remembered to this day. That scene seemed to have turned into a nightmare, and whenever he finally entered his dream, he would be awakened by this scene. At the same time that he noticed Vegeta, the other contestants of the 6th universe also noticed Vegeta. Destroyer Elephant Pa, Angel Bardos, and Killer Hit were all incredulous. On the side of the 10th universe, why did there suddenly have an extra Vegeta? That guy is that Scion from the 7th universe. Are there also Scions in the 10th universe? And Killer Hit wondered. Hey, Bardos, what the hell is going on? Isn't that guy Vegeta from the 7th universe? How did you get to the 10th universe, Rumsey? The god of destruction Elephant Pa was stunned, and quickly asked the angel Bardos on the side. At this moment, Angel Bardos was also in surprise. She also finally understood everything. So it is, the man who shot at the outpost battle before is VEGETA, but this VEGETA does not belong to this world. Sister, you are really a big hand. In order to win the championship of this power conference, even people from other parallel universes have been fished over. I'm afraid my father has already noticed this matter, but since my father acquiesced, I, the younger sister, can't refute anything. Angel Bardos thought secretly in his heart, falling into deep thought. If my guess is correct, the person who looks similar to VEGETA, the scion of the 7th universe, should be the mysterious man who shot at the outpost before. Angel Bardos explained to the god of destruction Elephant Pa. It's him. Destroyer Elephant Pan gasped. If that's the case, it's terrifying. Elephant Pa didn't know what was going on, but he probably understood Bardos's words, and there was definitely a huge conspiracy hidden in it. And this guy who is similar to VEGETA in the 7th universe is probably VEGETA. Xiongpa has also been a god of destruction for so many years, and although he seems stupid in many ways, he is also very brainy at critical moments. Chapter 50. Just when both Elephanta and Bardos were thinking in their hearts, a scion belonging to the 6th universe, Gabe, misidentified after seeing VEGETA, ran directly to the area of the 10th universe, and greeted VEGETA. Master VEGETA, long time no see, but aren't you a scion from the 7th universe? How could it appear in the 10th universe? Could it be that you are now in the 10th universe? Apparently, Gabe at this time had mistaken VEGETA for VEGETA in this life. Gabe remained respectful to VEGETA, even though VEGETA might have defected to the 10th universe. I'm afraid you've recognized the wrong person. I'm not the VEGETA you say I am. As a scion, I remind you that in the case of unknown enemies and friends, in the case of different camps, this kind of overture will only create your own failure. Instead of giving hope to others, you should grasp it yourself. VEGETA's indifferent words came out, directly teaching Gabe a lesson. To be honest, the original portrayal of Gabe is too failed. As a scion in the 6th universe, he pinned his hopes on VEGETA in the 7th universe, saying nice things and doing shameful betrayals. Then you are. Hearing this, Gabe was obviously puzzled, and his eyes also showed an incredible look. Obviously, he only listened to the first half of the sentence, and did not listen to the advice given to him by VEGETA later. Hey! Gabe! What are you guys doing? Don't hurry back yet. The god of destruction Elephant Pa reacted at this time, and Gabe broke away from the group, hurriedly shouting loudly. Hearing the call of the god of destruction Elephant Pa, Gabe did not dare to delay, and after apologizing to VEGETA for the wrong person, hurriedly returned to the queue of his universe. VEGETA was speechless about this. If you recognize the wrong person, you must apologize. It can be seen how weak Gabe's character is. In the end, I don't know what he thinks about this original book of time and space. As Gabe's little farce ended, the contestants of other universes also descended into the boundary. Along with 2 white rays of light, it descended on the ring of the boundless realm. The realm kings and destruction gods from the 2nd and 3rd universes, as well as the angels, and the 10 contestants they brought with them, all arrived in the ring. The 2nd universe, headed by the god of destruction Helios and the angel Sava, advocates love and justice, and the contestants they bring are also the best under this concept. The 10 contestants are Ribarian, Kakunsha, Ragi, Zabdo, Labanla, Bikar, Zeroin, Parang, and Hamara. The vast majority of these contestants are women, represented by Sailor Moon, headed by Ribarian. Before changing the body, the appearance is indeed eye-catching, but it is also in line with the image of love and justice they believe. But after the transformation, the ugly appearance is simply unbearable, making people sick to their stomachs when they see it. In the original book, VEGETA of the 7th universe was once stimulated by Ribarian's face. On the other hand, on the 3rd universe side, most of their competitors are mainly robots and modified people. After all, the god of destruction of the third universe, Moss, is a destroyer who has been hiding in Mecha for many years without showing up. Although most of them are robots and modified people, the combat effectiveness of the warriors of the third universe is very not low. The 10 contestants are Zia Pulichao, Nari Rama, Maggie Kalu, Cardo Bessler, Karoleta, Krichkich, Dr. Paparani, Baera, Panchia, and Nicolisi. The weakest is also a unit of billions, but the strongest has reached the level of a Bao. Among these 10 people, there are quite a few robots whose combat strength is valued, at least in Jing's units. This combat power, in terms of average value, is also a top existence in several universes present. Moreover, VEGETA knew that they also had hidden killer skills. These robots, however, have the ability to fit together. Krichke, Pankia, and Chaaleta, when the 3 robots merge into one, a super robot warrior named Kireske will be born. Merge with Dr. Paparani, who can summon an unidentified and super powerful ultimate warrior Annalisa. Although the description of the ultimate warrior Annalisa in the original manga is a passing thing. As soon as he appeared, he was killed by the legendary Super Saiyan Kel in the 6th universe. But in the anime, the ultimate warrior Annalisa shows unparalleled dominance and combat power. That barbaric power, even everyone in the 7th universe had to join forces to defeat it, and even the final release of the fierce breath, even the strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Grey Jillian, showed a dignified look. Naturally, the strength of Annalisa remains to be considered by VEGETA. This is also what VEGETA is most looking forward to in this power conference that knows the plot, except for Jillian and Sun Bei. With the emergence of other universes one after another, 6 universes have arrived in the participating universes of the power conference. It's just that the 11th universe ruled by the clown god of destruction and the 7th universe ruled by the strongest god of destruction Beerus. Boom! Little by little, time passed, and another strong white light descended on the boundary. Immediately afterwards, an invisible coercion quickly spread, and the terrifying momentum quickly swept the entire ring, and everyone's attention was attracted at this moment. Including VEGETA, too. When the light dissipated, the 11th universe arrived. Oh, the people of the 11th universe came first, and they thought it would be the 7th universe, and looking at their posture, it seems that they came prepared. As soon as the 11th universe arrived, Angel Kurz discovered something unusual. Among these 10 contestants, one player is indeed quite difficult. Just from the appearance, it can give people a sense of oppression that is not angry and self-threatening, and the coercion that this invisible exudes is no less than that of the god of destruction. She was sighing, completely unaware that she had said something she shouldn't have said. Not only an intriguing word was spoken, but also a change. This also made VEGETA frown slightly. What does this mean? It should be the 7th universe first, that's right. VEGETA knows the plot. But Kes knew that something had changed. Sure enough, angels are beings outside the transcendent world. So, knowing how the original route was taken, VEGETA kept an eye in his heart. It used to be speculation, but now there is a concrete affirmation. Diverting his attention, VEGETA looked at the 11th universe. Chapter 51. VEGETA looked around, his gaze locked on the position of the 11th universe. The contestants of the 11th universe are undoubtedly members of the original Pride team. Jillian, Topo, Tizpo, Boone, Quincy, Taba, Zoe Ray, Cocotte, Keitel, Kselar. In VEGETA's line of sight, everyone except Jillian was ignored. Only the strongest boss in the power conference can arouse his interest. This guy. Is it Jillian? The strength is even more terrifying than I thought, and it is really worthy of the existence of chrono and space being praised as surpassing the god of destruction. VEGETA muttered secretly in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Jillian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Just by looking at it, it gave him an extraordinary feeling. This strength, just on the surface, gives people an unfathomable feeling, properly surpassing the level of the god of destruction. The gaze of VEGETA's strong man quickly attracted Jillian's attention. The two strong men whose strength stood at the top had their own senses, and the two sides looked at each other. The determination in each other's eyes flashed at the same time, and the resonance between the strong made both sides cherish each other. He should be the warrior of the 10th universe that Topo mentioned before. This eyesight, this sharpness, this courage. Jillian recognized VEGETA's identity at a glance. As soon as he arrived here, his huge aura perception enveloped the entire audience, without exception, all of them were ants. But when he noticed VEGETA, he found that this power conference was not as boring as he thought. Sure enough, as Topo said, this master of the 10th universe is not under him. In Jillian's eyes, VEGETA became his greatest rival and the opponent he thought could fight him until the last moment. Looking at the entire ring, of all the competitors, only this person is qualified to compete with him. However, Jillian does not think that VEGETA can win over him. For his own strength, he is quite confident, even a little conceited. In the original work, he has always maintained an invincible crushing posture. Defied all the players present, until he was finally broken by the science of the 7th universe, which allowed him to transform his state of mind and cross his self, so that he could release his fighting nature, carefree, unrestrained fighting until the last moment. Interesting. After a brief glance, VEGETA already had a certain understanding of Jillian's strength. This strength is qualified to make yourself serious, but it is only limited to being a little more serious. I want him to give his all, the current Jillian alone is not enough for the fire. Retracting his gaze, VEGETA stopped paying attention to the 11th universe. Seeing that VEGETA was not paying attention to him, Jillian swept his gaze away, as if looking for something. Before, Topo and the god of destruction Maimei said that there is a scion with slightly better strength in the 7th universe, called Sun Wukong. It is also the initiator of this incident, the culprit. He wanted to know, what level is this so-called sinner? How different it is compared to that warrior in the 10th universe. If it's too weak, it's too boring. Time passed minute by minute, and the start time of the power conference was approaching. Today, the 7 universes are gathered together, and only one universe has not arrived. Cut. Why hasn't that Beerus guy come over yet? It can't be that after being stimulated by the warriors of our universe, you don't dare to come to the competition, right? I was afraid that I would lose, so I hid. Seeing that the god of destruction Beerus was delayed in arrogance, god of destruction Rumsey verbally said a few words. As soon as his words fell, in an instant, a white light appeared in a certain corner of the power assembly arena. The culprits that led to the holding of this power conference, the warriors of the 7th universe, are here. That guy from Beerus, it's finally here. Destroyer Quitra of the 4th universe couldn't help but complain as he clasped his hands to his chest. Previously, he had tried to cause trouble in the 7th universe, making them unable to find suitable candidates. Colluding with the destroyer of the 9th universe, Sitara, wants to teach the 7th universe a lesson. But unfortunately, his plan ultimately failed. Not only was the assassination team sent out completely destroyed, but even the god of destruction Beerus sensed his intentions. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, as long as he had the opportunity, Destroyer Beerus would definitely not let this yellow-skinned mouse go. Humph! Beerus, this guy is really inky. Thinking of the finale? If it takes a while, it's over. At that time, the 7th universe can be regarded as losing without a fight and becoming the first universe to be destroyed. The god of destruction couldn't help but criticize. If that's the case, it's perfect for him. Unfortunately, such thoughts are just lust, and reality cannot happen. It seems that the 7th universe was not frightened by the warriors of the 10th universe, and Sun Wukong still came to participate in the competition. Tuopo couldn't help but take a sentence. For him, he was also subject to the breath of the outpost battle, so he had doubted whether Sun Wukong would hide in the 7th universe and not come to the competition. It turns out that the Monkey King seems to have been stimulated during the Outpost War, so he has become stronger. Angel Macarita teased with a playful tone. This is also to remind the warriors of their own universe to be careful of the Monkey King of the 7th universe. Cut. Is that the culprit? The universe is turbulent because of him. Tispo, known as the Sonic Warrior, opened his mouth with disdain. Sun Wukong would not know at this time that the first time he appeared, he was already on the death list of the 11th Universe Pride team. This side of the 9th universe. The outpost lost the game and sat at the bottom of the universe, and the anger on this side can be said to be quite vigorous at this time. Whether it is the god of destruction Sidera, or the god of realm Luo. They are all very dark and well-behaved people. This time the power conference must defeat the 7th universe. Berguimo, your 3 brothers have been trained by Lord Destroyer Sidera, coupled with the increase in strength, this time you must kill the 7th universe. The king of the realm god Luo spoke his words. Such an order, to be honest, feels very unpleasant. But the warriors couldn't help it, because Luo was a god, and he was in charge of their destiny. The feeling of conspiracy filled the 9th universe, and the momentum of the confrontation directly emitted hostility to the 7th universe. No matter who it was. The angel Mojito on the side was depressed. He was speechless. Chapter 52. With the arrival of all the members of the 7th universe, the entire ring of the power conference can be said to be full of gunpowder. Moreover, the gunpowder also seems to have been ignited. The members of the 7th universe who had just arrived had solemn faces. Destroyer Beerus listened to the noisy and continuous sarcasm of the gods in his ears, and his mood was extremely unhappy. It's noisy. Don't you gods even have the slightest cultivation? Destroyer Beerus shouted angrily at the 4 directions. Originally, that is, behind the scenes, now it is directly showing the momentum. Before the 8 universes went to war, there was already a feeling of being out of control. It seems that the gods of other universes still regard us as the initiators of this crisis. I'm afraid that several universes will also form a group to besiege us. Angel Weiss could already anticipate what was to come. This is an even worse situation than expected. When the soldiers heard this, their hearts were heavy. Reaching the boundary, they are exposed to everyone's sight, and it can be said that there is nowhere to hide. Only face it calmly. VEGETA, who was in the 10th universe area, looked at the lineup in his eyes at this time, which made him slightly stunned. Son Goku, VEGETA in this space-time world, Son Gohan, Bike, Trunks, Son Goten, Frieza, Broly, Majin Buu, Cyborg number 17. This is a different lineup from the original, and moreover, it is a lineup that is terrifying to the extreme. This world. So much has changed. Majin Buu, Broly, even Trunks and Sun Wukong are here. To be honest, VEGETA was in a trance for a moment. Think about it, in order to meet the competition of the 7th universe in the original work, Sun Wukong forcibly gathered the Z Warrior group to participate in the battle, but abandoned some important roles. For example, in the Majin Buu chapter, Trunks and Sun Wukong, who contributed a lot of power, are obviously much stronger than the Clin Tianjin Rice Turtle Immortals and the like, and can also fuse, but was treated as an outcast. Even the original Majin Buu was forcibly taken offline because of that bug-like ability, so he was replaced by Frieza, and then a wave of forced whitewashing. Not to mention this, now this time and space not only has the participation of Majin Buu, but even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly has been made out. What caused such a big change? The only explanation is that VEGETA's intrusion led to such a situation, leading to competitors who should not have participated. I am afraid that in the middle of this, there is also Angel Weiss secretly arranging his efforts. Otherwise, how could the plot change so much? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. In the Dragon Ball GT Spacetime world, VEGETA also fought the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. That big battle was arguably the toughest battle he had ever experienced so far. Although I don't want to admit it, Broly's madman is indeed a real Saiyan. Even if VEGETA's strength at that time was far from as powerful as it is now, it was difficult for him to even achieve a tie under the same level. It is worth saying that the Broly who was defeated by him was violent and infiltrating, like a ferocious beast, uncontrollable. But the Broly of this space-time is not as crazy as the Broly of GT space-time. Not only is the gentleness of personality a little too much, even. It's a bit of a sack. Of course, this is based on the clue information provided by the theatrical version. The same point is that once this guy is strongly stimulated, the energy of the explosion will increase by hundreds or even thousands of times, and it will become stronger and stronger in the process of fighting, and the learning ability is not comparable to ordinary people. How much fun can you bring me? Broly, you in this time and space, you may also be able to fight with me. With the thought in mind, VEGETA turned his attention to the others. Trunks and Sun Wushan, looking at them from his point of view, are indeed different. Because the timeline of this time and space is 10 years ago in the timeline of his world. They're still young. To be honest, even if they are young, their strength cannot be ignored. Especially after turning into Wushangs through the fusion technique of the Metamor Starman, the combat power will skyrocket. Although you in this time and space world are still young, your strength cannot be underestimated, which is interesting. A look of excitement appeared on VEGETA's face. He grinned, a feverish battle intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, it is inevitable to be affected. In his line of sight, the combat strength values of all members of the 7th universe had already emerged. Kakarot and VEGETA, who are the protagonists and male second, also gave VEGETA a surprise. Kakarot's normal combat strength value, at this moment the normal has reached at least the unit of the seed, although it is not high, but there should be about 10 seeds. Super VEGETA's normal combat power value is stronger, reaching twice the Kakarot, 20 units. Have you practiced in the Spirit Time House? Otherwise, the strength would not have improved so rapidly. Moreover, this is only your superficial strength. The two of them could make such a big improvement, and VEGETA could naturally think of the reason. Apart from the other dimensional world of the Spirit Time House, where else can people become stronger in a short time? Of course, there must be because of his relationship, he felt great pressure, so he broke through so quickly. It's just like this, with your current level, how far can you break through in this conference? The expectations are getting bigger and bigger, and I have to say that this power conference is only slightly interesting now. Looking at Son Gohan, whose normal combat effectiveness in the outpost battle was only a little bit before, his combat effectiveness under normal state has broken through the level of Jing at this moment. What is this concept? This kid has awakened. There is also this time and space of Vic, the combat strength is also greatly beyond his expectations. At this time the combat power value has reached the unit of Beijing, and it is the surface strength. Then there is Frieza, this guy is much stronger than him in GT spacetime after being tortured by hell in this spacetime. The combat strength value in the final form reached the unit of Jianjing, and the strength embodiment depicted in the original book did not change much. Artificial Man number 17, a fixed combat power, the strength of the Yao level, although not as good as the GT Time and Space World Super number 17, but unlimited physical strength is the biggest bug. Because of the long time of attention, at this moment, VEGETA's changes were also captured by the Angel Kessie on the side. It seems that our strongest warrior is quite satisfied with the candidates for the 7th universe of this power conference. Angel Kurth chuckled. Chapter 53. 11th universe this side. It seems that there is a good show, Angel Kurz, how should you explain it later? Between the 10th universe and the 7th universe, an identical warrior has appeared, and there are quite a few tricks in it. Angel Makarita of the 11th universe had a treacherous smile on her face. They hadn't heard about the incident between the 10th universe and the 7th universe before, but the problem had been solved, and they didn't delve into it. It is already difficult to imagine that something involving time and space happens once. Now that there is another warrior in the 10th universe that is the same as the 7th universe, people with discerning eyes can see what the problem is. I just said, how can this guy Rumsey have such confidence? It turns out that the warrior does not belong to the 10th universe at all. He should be from the unknown space-time world. Now I see what you do. I'm afraid that even the power conference doesn't have to start, and your 10th universe is the first to be destroyed. The clown god of destruction Mimi showed a villainous expression at this moment. Even before the game began, the 10th universe was considered the most threatening universe. Now this universe is about to be directly erased by the whole king. This means that before the game starts, there is one less super strong opponent, and the situation becomes more favorable to their 11th universe. On the side, the strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Jillian, remained silent and did not say a word. He glanced thoughtfully at VEGETA of the 10th universe and Super VEGETA of the 7th universe. At a glance, the gap was extremely obvious, making him shake his head in disappointment. With two identical warriors, they appear in different universes. The gods from different universes showed their ugly attitudes. Two different universes, but with identical warriors. 10th universe, in order to win the victory of the power conference, you really can do things without a bottom line. Now that the truth of everything has been understood, let's see what Lord Chuanwang will do with you. The Realm King of the 9th universe, Luo Luo, showed his evil nature. Although the god of destruction on the side, Sitara, did not say a word, the corners of his slightly raised mouth showed his attitude. The 4th universe also showed its ugly faces, wanting to see the scene of the 10th universe being judged. Hey. Rumsey, you, the pink elephant, am afraid that it will suffer. I just said, how can the 10th universe under your jurisdiction have such a strong warrior? It turns out that I don't know where to get it, and when Lord Chuanwang blames it, I see how you explain it. The destroyer of the 4th universe, Quitra, smiled sadly. Being able to have one less rival is great news for their 4th universe. He was waiting to see the show, but Angel Cornic on the side didn't think so. As an angel, he guessed far more than the god of destruction Quitra saw. If you really want to deal with the 10th universe, you have already dealt with it as early as the outpost battle, why delay it until now? Of course, not all gods in the universe are as bad as this. There are also some gods who maintain a neutral and spectator attitude. For example, the 2nd universe and the 3rd universe. I've heard before that people on the other side of the 10th universe have made a lot of trouble in the 7th universe, and they also involve other time and space. I don't really like Rumsey's elephant, but he seems to be in a pretty bad situation. Now, what should he do? Hylers, the god of destruction, is not as vicious as the gods of other universes. She was more concerned about the decision of the whole king, whether to destroy it in advance or to stay. Lord Hellies, we, as bystanders, just need to watch. Moreover, this matter, presumably Lord Chuanwang and Lord Great Priest have already decided, we are just bystanders. Angel Sava has figured out his role, and this kind of thing is obviously not what they should care about. At the same time, the god of destruction on the side of the 3rd universe, Moscow, also expressed his opinion, and a dull whisper came from time to time on the mechanical armor on his body. When the angel Kenper Li on the side heard this, he replied, Lord Moscow, don't be impatient. The whole king and the great priest have already known about this matter, we just need to wait for the good news. No matter what the result, it is the same, this power conference, or to fight. Unlike the other universes, the 6th universe has always maintained its position. Their universe is a twin universe between it and the 7th universe, but even if it is a twin universe, there can be no identical people, at most, it is only similar. At this moment, even a fool knows what is going on. Sure enough, as I expected, this mysterious warrior is VEGETA of the 7th universe. But, big sister, where did you get this warrior from? Angel. Bardos was not worried about the situation of the 10th universe at all. In her opinion, all this had long been tacitly approved by the great priest. Even if the gods are not convinced, the power conference must also be held as usual. At this moment, the contestants of the 7th universe are all very dignified without exception. No matter how stupid or stupid you are, you know that you are in the center of the spotlight at this time. They also noticed VEGETA of the 10th universe. When that identical face contrasted sharply with the super VEGETA beside him, all the original speculations, all the thoughts, seemed to have been revealed. Humph! At this moment, what else is there to say over there in the 10th universe? 2 identical VEGETA. I'd rather see what that Rumsey guy has to say. After the Zama's incident, there was an identical person again. I don't believe it, this matter has nothing to do with him. The god of destruction Beerus snorted coldly, and a light of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He was waiting for Rumsey, the god of destruction, to give him a satisfactory answer. Regarding this, Lord Beerus, you better not expect too much. I'm afraid, during the previous outpost battle, Lord Great Priest already knew about it, and he had already made up his mind about his existence. Angel Weiss's explanation made the god of destruction Beerus's heart sink, as if something was stuck in his throat and could not be swallowed. They have to eat this dumb loss? The guy who shot at the outpost before. Sure enough, it's him. It seems that our previous guess is also correct. VEGETA. Sun Wukong's face became more and more solemn, and his words became more and more low. Chapter 54. Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Super VEGETA's face became even heavier. He actually noticed that side at the first time. Humph! No need for you to say, I saw it a long time ago, Kakarot. It's just an impostor. Prince Ben's body, only Prince Ben himself can play to the extreme, but so. Although Super VEGETA's words were full of disdain, the vague jealousy in his eyes would not lie. Even if he went to the Spirit Time House to cultivate, he was deeply developed by the potential of the King God of the Old Realm, which caused his strength to increase significantly. But he still can't see through the depth of the person in front of him, even if it is his body, outsiders can use it. It is impossible to play to this point. He now felt that both he and Kakarot were being teased by the world. The adults were talking, and on the side, Trunks and Sun Wushan were together, saying things that only they could hear. Trunks, do you see that? The man in the universe over there looks like Uncle VEGETA. Sun Wushan whispered to Trunks without knowing it. Of course I saw it. I also overheard the conversation between Dad and Uncle Gaku before. If my guess is correct, this person should be the same person who took the body of Uncle Gaku not long ago. It took away my dad's body. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, and his words revealed strong emotional fluctuations. Obviously, he couldn't wait to devour that imposter from the 10th universe alive. However, what this kid doesn't know is that that person is not an imposter, but from other time and space, his own father. The atmosphere is extremely eerie. Standing on one side, Vic used only his mind to transmit sound, connecting with Son Gohan. Gohan. Is he the biggest rival you mentioned before? I can't imagine that with Goku's previous experience, the 10th universe will still do this kind of thing, this time to target. It's VEGETA, Bic. Speaks emphatically with Son Gohan. At the same time, he has a new understanding of the shamelessness of other universes. The contestants of their own universe did not hesitate, and ran to plunder the bodies of the powerhouses of other universes. This style, proper scumbag. Uncle Bike, I think this matter is probably not that simple. Son Gohan is very smart, and he did not rush to a conclusion in the first place. For some reason, he always felt that there was something strange about this. When Vic on the side heard this, he did not answer, if the truth was not what they thought, if they delved deeper. That would be terrible. What about Frisia and the 17th? Although they were surprised that there were 2 VEGETAs, their attention was not above them. Their only concern is how to win in this power conference. The crowd of competitors around them are quite strong, and it is not so easy to compete from these masters. Soon, Frisia notices a fellow member of the 6th universe, Frost. Frost, too, noticed him at this moment. The 2 sides can be said to be themselves in different universes. It's just that Frisia is the emperor of the universe, and Frost is a discredited clown. But after all, it is the same sinister and cunning guy, and the 2 sides look at each other and understand what they mean from each other. Before the game started, the 2 tacitly walked towards the dark corner. Unlike the other people's strict preparation and pre-match preparation, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly did not say a word from beginning to end, reducing his sense of existence. This is also related to his personality, but his figure and the terrifying coercion that emanates invisibly make it difficult to ignore his existence. He just made a promise with the angels, and winning this game could be exchanged for a better life on the planet. He didn't want anything, he just wanted to finish the game here and go home. However, at this moment, the bloodline power in his body resonated somewhat. Hey! Broly, who had always been silent, suddenly became excited. Guided by the bloodline power in his body, his gaze looked towards someone in the 6th universe. It's her. My body, what's going on? Broly looked at the location of the 6th universe with confused eyes. His gaze locked on the female scion of the 6th universe, Kel, from far away. The bloodline power in the body came with a strong resonance. This woman is his kind. While he was watching Kyle of the 6th universe also noticed Broly. When she looked at Broly, it seemed that something was about to come out of her body, and the whole person began to become distracted. Hey! What happened to you? Kel. When Kel was about to lose herself, Califra stood up and brought Kel back with a word. Sister. Sister Sama. Coming back to his senses, a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead, and his expression looked unnatural. What's wrong, Kyle? You look like you're uncomfortable. Is it the environment here? It's okay, just follow me later, I'll protect you. Califra repeatedly reassured Kyle, signaling that the other party should not have worries. Well, my lord sister. Kel echoed, but she still glanced cautiously at Broly of the 7th universe. This feeling of surging blood will not be wrong, it is this scion from the 7th universe. It was the first time in so many years that she felt this resonance. At this moment, it is located on the supreme point of the boundary. The great priest was looking at the current situation of making a pot of porridge in the ring with interest. This is exactly the effect he wants. As for the doubts about the angels and the destroying gods, he did not need to explain. Smart people, they have already understood what is going on, only fools, who are still struggling a little. With your intervention, this power conference has changed. What kind of changes will the situation usher in next? It's really exciting. The great priest chanted the words in his mouth, and at the same time he counted the time. There are only 5 minutes left before the start of the game. At the same time, with the combined efforts of the 3 gods of destruction, the restoration of the power assembly arena has also reached the final stage. This is it. The last one. Under the loud gulp of the 8th universe's god of destruction, Ligel, the destruction god force manipulated the last 2 remaining ring fragments and flew towards the vacant position in the ring. Seeing 2 ring fragments rushing straight out, about to crash into Jillian in the 11th universe. 2 ring fragments cleverly bypassed Jillian and filled the final vacancy. Chapter 55. With the ring being repaired, the power conference is about to officially begin. The scene where Jillian did not dodge was also noticed by people with hearts. That man. Is it the person of the 11th universe? The master he mentioned before. Could it be him? Sun Wukong was deeply attracted by the strong aura exuded by Jillian. Another tricky guy. Where are you going? Cockroach. After Super VEGETA noticed Sun Wukong's actions, the whole person was stunned. Now, isn't it time to focus on the 10th universe? Hehe, anyway, the game hasn't started yet. I used to say hello to the guys from the 11th universe. The nervous Monkey King, after casually perfunctory Super VEGETA, trotted to the area of the 11th universe. The members of the Pride team showed discordant eyes after noticing the arrival of outsiders. Sun Wukong did not take it seriously, and when he was just about to speak, he felt absolute coercion. Suddenly, an icy chill spread throughout his body, making his movements stiffen. Just now, Jillian, who was still in front of him, had teleported behind him at some point. This is when cold sweat slipped down his cheeks, and Sun Wukong was shocked. Get out of here! A shouting that was extremely cold and contained boundless coercion frightened Sun Wukong. Just the deterrence brought by one word made him unable to raise the idea of resisting, and he sweated. At this moment, he once again deeply understood his weakness. How arrogant and proud he was in the outpost war before, and how fearful and confused he is now. It's not just that guy in the 10th universe has strength far better than him. The 11th universe also has an existence whose strength is far superior to his. Compared to the topo, it is much stronger. Not a level at all. Frightened, Sun Wukong trembled his body and repeatedly opened the distance. Looking at Jillian's strong body and the power that emanated invisibly, he was dumbfounded. Humph! Seeing that Sun Wukong was so deterred by himself, Jillian snorted coldly lightly. Combined with the cold eyes, it was so disdainful. The frightened Monkey King was afraid in his heart at the moment. He knew that this place should not stay for a long time, so he quickly fled in ashes. Seeing this situation, the contestants of the 11th universe couldn't help but mock, and even the god of destruction joined in. Humph! Now I understand my insignificance, this scion of the 7th universe. The clown god of destruction Waimei looked at the fleeing Monkey King with great interest, and his heart was indescribably happy. Jillian is powerful, but even he has to avoid its edge, the Monkey King, still not casually. The game is about to start, Waimei-sama, it's time for us to get out of here. Angel Mock-Arita reminded. Well, then, the next game will be handed over to everyone in the Pride team. The Clown Destroyer Mimi instructed. Watching the departure of Angel Makarita and God of Destruction Mimid, the King God of Realm K followed. At the same time, the gods and angels of other universes also left one after another. The game is about to start. The picture turned, the 7th universe side. Frightened, Sun Wukong retreated to his own territory, and the rhythm of breathing became smooth. After 2 years in the Spirit Time House since the Outpost War, he once again felt this almost suffocating oppression. However, the sense of oppression this time is not as good as the last time. He's getting stronger too. He's chasing too. Whether it is Jillian from the 11th universe or that VEGETA from the 10th universe. If it was him before, he might have been beaten without fighting back, but now he is, even if he can't fight head-on, he doesn't feel that he will be suppressed casually. If it transforms into the latest form, its strength will once again usher in a significant increase, and who will win and who will lose is unknown. Cut. Your current appearance is really embarrassing, Cockroach, I have long said not to run around. Seeing Sun Wukong's embarrassed appearance, Super VEGETA felt a little embarrassed for a while. At the same time, he also cheered up. In the ring of this power conference, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In addition to the guy in the 10th universe who has exactly the same appearance as him, the 11th universe also has warriors who should not be underestimated. There was a lot of noise, complaints from the gods, and conversations from the contestants. The game has not yet begun, some people are quite relaxed, while others are ready to fight. When the last time came, the Grand Priest welcomed the king, and at the king's behest, began to announce the rules and conditions of the game. His appearance lifted the hearts of all the contestants and gods present. This power conference was held by these supreme gods. They are just performers in the eyes of these gods. At the same time, the appearance of the great priest and the king also means that this power conference is about to begin. With a series of explanations from the great priest, such a long speech made the contestants complain in their hearts. This includes VEGETA. This game was originally a battle to determine the survival of the universe, and it was clearly stipulated that no killing was allowed. What is the difference between this rule and the pendulum? If you lose the game, you will definitely die, and the battle will inevitably fight for your life. Why should you care about the bottom line? When the explanation was over, the great priest, after receiving the affirmation of the two kings, pronounced the power conference. And that's it. With the words of the great priest falling, this tense and exciting 48 minutes of melee began. The demons danced chaotically, each showing their own powers. The ring became a stage to show itself. In just a few seconds, countless dazzling energy bombs began to bombard in this ring. The dense energy bombs exploded in various areas, and their momentum was so huge that it was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone is full of energy to fight for their own universe. Whether they are honest or sinister and cunning, they have begun to use their own methods and skills to fight for a chance to live in the universe in which they live. Some people choose to break through 10,000 people in the simplest way and fight and knock out one player after another head-on. Others adopted a shrewd tactical style, hiding in the dark, avoiding the turmoil during the battle, retaining their physical strength, and ensuring that they could stay until the last moment. Among them, the most representative are the two players of Frisia in the 7th universe and Frost in the 6th universe. This kind of character living in the shadows knows better than anyone how to hide himself. Chapter 56. In the ring, the demons dance. The masters of the 8 universes made different sorties at the first time. 10th universe. For the survival of the 10th universe. Watch me use this unparalleled muscle power to eliminate all enemies. Kiri Nanaki let out a high-pitched roar. In the next second, the muscles of the whole body contracted, the legs were charged, and he jumped to a height of 100 meters. He quickly locked onto the first target, Red Wolf Basil of the 9th universe, and dived in a straight line with his whole body power, which caught the Red Wolf off guard in such a direct and effective way. So, let's get moving. Wabni, come with me. Hila Shen invited Wabni on the side, and after obtaining the consent of the other party, the two began to act at the same time. Then I'm going to do it too, Lily Boo, do you want to come with me? After all, our advantage of being able to fly freely in the sky will catch competitors from other universes by surprise. Jim frankly invited Lilibei, but the people did not bird him at all. Lily Beto belongs to the beauty party, and all attention is on VEGETA. Seeing that his invitation had not been answered, Gaium's face turned dark, and regardless of Lilibei, he fanned his wings to fly into the sky, looking for a suitable target. The remaining 4, Napapa, Makyop, Gikal, and Ribalt, after some deliberation, decided to act together. After all, if someone acts alone and there is an accident, they can also ensure the superiority in numbers and ensure that the 10th universe can stay until the last moment. Soon, in the area of the 10th universe, only VEGETA and Lilibei were left. What are you still doing here? Do not use your superiority in air combat to attack the enemy, but stay by my side. You. Are you counting on me to protect you? VEGETA glanced at Lilibei beside him, and the slightest mood swing could not be heard in her bland words. Hearing this, Lilibei danced without fighting. Hey! We are also companions in the same camp, we should support each other and help each other, shouldn't you thank you for choosing you as a partner? My ability to fly is unparalleled. Lilibei gritted her teeth angrily, how can this man in front of her be such a straight man? It's just an iceberg. Hearing this, VEGETA's gaze schemed slightly, looking towards Lily Bihou. No. Behind her, to be exact. The blue life form of the third universe, Maggie Kalu, similar to the Rubber Man, takes the initiative to find trouble with VEGETA. It seems, thought he was easy to deal with. The arm that was 100 meters long broke through the space and slammed towards VEGETA's position. Yay! Oops! Lily Bihou had a premonition of the coming crisis, and subconsciously ran to VEGETA, fanning her wings to flee with VEGETA. But in an instant, the aftermath of an energy bomb exploding not far away affected her. Lily Bihou did not stand firmly on her feet, and directly threw herself into VEGETA's arms. A weird feeling filled the surroundings of VEGETA and Lilib. Lily Bihou, who threw herself in VEGETA's arms, turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to push VEGETA away, but found that a strong arm had been wrapped around her waist. The strength was so great that she couldn't break free, giving her an extremely heavy and extremely safe feeling. Do you still have time to flirt here? You people in the 10th universe are really leisurely. Then let me eliminate you guys together. Maggie Kau, who was close to more than 10 meters away, constantly sarcastically, and the huge iron fist was wrapped in the power that was enough to subvert all things, and smashed down fiercely. Seeing this, VEGETA's eyes froze slightly. This kind of existence that was directly blasted out of the ring by Jillian with a punch in the original work also dared to shout in front of him. SHH. The majestic momentum formed a terrifying aura coercion, and the aftermath only broke Maggie Kai's huge fist apart, and forced him back 20 meters away. Nanny. Frightened, Maggie Kai fell backwards one after another, and before he knew it, a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead. For the existence of this VEGETA, he was a little caught off guard for a while. How powerful his fist contained, he knew, and was quietly scattered by the other party. And that's not the end of it. VEGETA shook his other hand, and the white aura turned into a scalding flame gathered on the fist, and the strength accumulated, and the fist was thrown out. Boom! A shrill sound exploded. The terrifying blow drove a strong air pressure through everything within 100 meters ahead. In an instant, the wind howled, the boulder collapsed, and the atmosphere in the ring was stirred. All the fighters within 100 meters of VEGETA were severely suppressed by this terrifying blow and knocked out the ring. Maggie Kaiu of the third universe, Zabdo of the second universe, and both fighters were swept by the power of VEGETA's punch and were immediately eliminated. In the audience of the third universe, after watching a drop of blue liquid above his head turn into the image of Maggie Kaiu, the whole person froze. Maggie Kaiu! How did you get it so quickly knocked out? Realm King God Al scolded fiercely. You know, Maggie Kaiu is his warrior. The strength is very strong, the ability is also very strange, such a powerful existence, how to say that the power conference will be eliminated later. But now, less than a minute into the game, it was beaten. Are you kidding? Where does the face of their third universe remain? Maggie Kaiu, who was lying on top of the head of the Realm King God Al, also looked helpless, not knowing how to answer. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the two contestants of the 10th universe in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that stealing chickens would not be able to erode rice, and was suppressed by the other party's punch. Diddy. The destroying god of the third universe, Moscow, spoke, so that the king god of the realm, air, was a little calmer. Even if Maggie Kaiu is eliminated, there are still powerful warriors in their universe. The realm king god Al, who calmed down, looked solemnly at VEGETA of the 10th universe in the ring. Until now, he was incomprehensible and incredible. Obviously, the 10th universe did something unruly, but now it is ignored by all existence? Obviously, at the beginning, everyone wanted to watch a good show, and see the 10th universe destroyed by all the kings because of this warrior. Outcome. Not only did the king not care, but the great priest also turned a blind eye and did not mention it. What is this? Chapter 57. Maggie Kalo was beaten to the size of a drop of liquid. How weird and funny at this moment. The king god of the realm Al was angry, but he couldn't attack. What kind of joke, Lord Great Priest would allow two identical people to appear in the ring? Could it be that all this has already been decided internally? Damn it! We, completely passive, can only accept. There is unwillingness, but no matter how unconvinced he is, he can only hold it in his heart. The choice between the great priest and the whole king was something he could not interfere with. He is just a small realm king god in the universe. Although the realm king god is also the supreme god in the universe, but at a higher level, it is the ant. In the audience of the second universe. Suddenly came to the onlooker, Zabdo looked dazed and confused. He was completely implicated. Originally, he was lurking in the dark to observe the development of the situation, but a hot hurricane suddenly swept him over, and he was taken out of the ring. He, so to speak, is stupid. I'm really sorry, Lord God of Destruction, Lord God of the Realm. So, his family's God of Destruction and the God of the Realm King are all okay. It's okay, Zabdo, don't think too much. You've done your best, and the rest of the game will be left to Ribrian and them. Realm King God Pal soothed. In the name of love, no matter what the situation, they cannot show negative emotions. Although I felt that this guy Zabdo was too indisputable, I could only admit it. After all, the contestants are set by them. Humph! What a savage and violent player! It's not beautiful at all. The destroyer of the second universe, Helis, did not pay attention to Zabdo, but looked at VEGETA's domineering figure, and couldn't help but grit his teeth and sarcastically. As the god of destruction, she knows that VEGETA is not easy to deal with. Especially the strength shown by the outpost battle. Now that a punch is so powerful, it's better for them not to go to the trouble of this warrior casually. Maintain the numerical superiority and fight until the last moment to win the championship of the power conference. This is also the strategy she set at the beginning. Who lets one of the rules, the end of the game, the number of players left on the field, also determines the key to victory or defeat. In the ring. After Lilibei witnessed this unimaginable punch, her heart was so shocked that she didn't know how to express it. She also finally understood why Lord Rumsey and Lord Angel Kurz deliberately waited for him before the game began. She finally understood why her own realm king god Lord Kvaz was so low-voiced. Hey, how long do you want to keep it like this? In this ring, I have no spare time to protect you all the time. VEGETA's words awakened Lily from shock to indescribable emotions. That embrace. I'm sorry. Lily Beto hurriedly distanced herself from VEGETA, the blush on her face had not yet dissipated, and it became more and more rosy, like a ripe apple. If you have any words, wait until after the game. Looking at the transformation of a bird like Lily Beto in front of her, VEGETA gave her a piece of advice. Although she is good-looking, as a butterfly woman, VEGETA does not have that desire. Turning around as he finished speaking, VEGETA planned to go to the other battle zones. What VEGETA didn't know was that it was his words that made Lilibei's mind think more. With a blush on her face, Lilibei shook her head again and again to calm herself down. In the next second, she incited her wings to follow her own plan and began to block the contestants of other universes. She also has to express herself as much as possible. But in this ring, she is not the only one who can fly. This side of the 7th universe. When VEGETA, who saw the 10th universe, showed unparalleled power to solve Maggie Caillou of the 3rd universe, the Monkey King, who was also a scion, began to stir. He can't wait to find a strong opponent to fight. Gohan, VEGETA, you guys are here on standby, I'll take a step ahead and go to battle. Hey! Sun Wukong shouted excitedly, pulled up his legs and rushed straight out. This kind of situation of countless warriors gathering in a big special battle, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that the power conference is unfolding, countless strong people are gathered, How can a battle madman like him endure it? However, this is also one of the most fatal flaws of the Monkey King, who does not have a big picture, never thinks about the whole team, and does not think about what the group will become if it lacks him. Rushing into the chaotic battle storm, surrounded by countless strong people melee fighting, through breath perception, Sun Wukong found that the breath of these people was quite not weak. His gaze swept around, and instantly locked onto an old acquaintance, the Toro contestant of the 11th universe who was fighting with Wotai Margita of the 6th universe. With a lot of nerves, he chose Topo as his opponent without hesitation, without paying any attention to the situation between Topo and Wotai Margita at the moment. It's been a while since the last battle. Fight me again. Break the Sun Wukong, whose blood covered his head, let out a loud shout, and his normal firepower was fully opened, and the combat power value instantly soared from 10 to 40 seedlings, and once again detonated the energy pool of the first order of Super Saiyan with full power. Under the premise that the normal situation reached 40 seeds, the combat power amplitude increased by 80 times the full power brought by the first order of the Super Saiyan, and his combat power value was raised to the level of 3,200 seeds in an instant. After the tempering of the Spirit Time House and the development of the potential of the Old Realm King God, he is no longer what he used to be, but the full power of the First Order of the Super Saiyan is comparable to the Super Saiyan God who transformed into during the Outpost War before. And at this moment, after hearing Sun Wukong's shout, his inner emotions were strongly stimulated. The humiliation he had received at the Outpost outbreak at the same time, and the powerful force instantly attacked, repelling Wotai Margita and preparing to face the Monkey King. After the initial defeat, he also experienced the training of the God of Destruction and Mimid, and his own strength has been greatly improved, and this time he will fight Sun Wukong, he will be sure of victory. Just as the two were about to clash, the contestants of the fourth universe stepped in sideways. Birdman Kanos and Madman Ningke enter the battle and launch a series of attacks against Topo and Sun Wukong. Topo, who was originally focused on Sun Wukong, was caught off guard by Birdman Kanos. The Madman Ningke, who fought against Sun Wukong, with his own domineering strength, actually competed with the Super Saiyan First Order Full Power Monkey King and had a slight upper hand. Chapter 58. Get out of my way. Suffering from continuous raids, the Monkey King, who could not bear it, launched a terrifying offensive like a storm. The power is terrifying enough to open the world. For opponents who are not interested, Sun Wukong has always been so direct. The Madman Ningke, who intercepted the battle between Sun Wukong and Topo, was defeated by this domineering force. However, the Monkey King did not really use the full power of the First Order of the Super Saiyan, so Madman Ningke was not greatly damaged. Feeling the terrifying power of the Monkey King, Madman Ningke chose to temporarily avoid the edge and left the battle. It should be said that he is very intelligent, knows that he is invincible alone, and it is better to retreat than to fight. His companion, Birdman Kanos, also left the battlefield and stopped fighting the two monsters. And fight and retreat, seize all opportunities, as long as it is advantageous, they will seize it. In such a chaotic situation, such an opponent may not be strong, but it is very threatening. Without the hindrance of the duo of the fourth universe, Sun Wukong and Topo face each other. The fierce and high-spirited battle atmosphere began, the momentum of both sides climbed step by step, and the fighting spirit became hot. Just when the hot battle between the two was about to begin, the abnormality also appeared again, causing the battle between Sun Wukong and Topo to be disrupted. Representing the two top combat forces of the 10th universe, Kiri Nanagi and Ne Papa join the battlefield together. Nanaga Kiri, the guy from the 11th universe. Hello. Ne Papa, kid of the 7th universe. Don't relax too much. The two people who suddenly joined the battlefield are very strong, and the power of Nanaki Mulai is extremely terrifying. Even the captain of the 11th universe Pride team, Topo, was knocked out without paying attention. This suddenly disturbed battle situation made Sun Wukong even more angry and corrupted. However, when he saw that the oncoming Ne Papa had such momentum, he immediately prepared to spread his chi on the other party's body. At least, this opponent is more formidable than the previous one. The fierce attack of the storm poured on Ne Papa, but he could not push the opponent back in the slightest, and even he was startled by the opponent's strength and defense. Sun Wukong was shocked in his heart, and he found that this pig-head-like lux was not a false appearance at all. Not good, but very useful. Hey, hey! The guy from the 7th universe was shocked by the power of Uncle Ben, right? Your attack, Uncle Ben is next. My attack, you also follow. Ne Papa laughed, and in the next second, his hands turned into palms, charging up to kill quickly. The continuous palm blows all hit Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong, who did not dodge or dodge, put on a defensive posture and resisted head-on. Rao was so, he was also repulsed 5 or 6 meters away, and the power of Ne Papa shocked even him. Hey? Is it blocked? A little skillful. Ne Papa watched as Sun Wukong was only repelled 5 or 6 meters away by himself, and couldn't help but marvel. You're not bad, pick me up again. Sun Wukong had a smug smile on his face. In the next second, the hands are folded, forming a sunflower shaped, and the energy condenses and forms in a very short time. An instantaneous turtle sect Qigong wave killed Ne Papa head-on. Feeling the terrifying Ne Papa's defensive posture, the huge body retreated one after another under the washing of the turtle sect Qigong wave, until it was at the edge of the ring. This is also a big problem with Sun Wukong. Obviously he has the ability to eliminate the other party in one fell swoop, but he has to stay at the last moment. Ne Papa's arms were already blurred with blood and flesh, obviously under this turtle school Qigong wave, it was a little overwhelming. Look down on this guy. You can't fight him head-on, otherwise you will be eliminated. Ne Papa understood the strength of Sun Wukong, and had the idea of escaping with palpitations. Hey, hey! What do you think? My strength seems to be much stronger than yours. Sun Wukong rubbed the bridge of his nose and said in an arrogant tone. But he was only 3 seconds handsome, and the madman of the 3rd universe, Ning Ke, seized the opportunity to attack again, and launched a sneak attack without mentioning Wu Yud. This masochist teleports behind Monkey King, locks Monkey King's neck and throat, and moves towards the edge of the ring. He wants to take Sun Wukong with him. After a few battles just now, he had already understood that Sun Wukong was powerful and could not win in a head-on confrontation, but he could win through his own advantages. In terms of strength, he does not feel that he will lose, and he has a unique ability to transform pain into pleasure. As long as he captures it, he basically cannot escape. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the smile on his face continued, and it was not his turn to make a move. Although, it is not he who goes to eliminate it, but it does not matter. In the next second, he gathered his legs and hurriedly left the battlefield and rushed to another area. The scene where Sun Wukong is locked by the madman Ning Ke and is about to fall into the ring is also seen by the strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Jillian. He was disappointed. Simply Sun Wukong's performance is a weak chicken, and such a player can trap Sun Wukong. He doesn't have to shoot, a look can second the other party. Perhaps it was destined to be in the underworld. Sun Wukong seemed to feel the change and contempt in Jillian's eyes, and at this moment, he could no longer bear to turn into a Super Saiyan Blue full power state, not only broke free of Ning Ke, but also kicked him off the ring. The moment he took out the power of God, the look in Jillian's eyes barely changed when he looked at him. At least, not really weak chickens. Topo said Super Saiyan Blue, In the end, it's only to this extent. After thinking about it, Jillian was preparing to meditate and divert his attention. Suddenly, a strange feeling struck, which shocked his expression, and immediately noticed that a person appeared behind him. Indifferently turned around, his extremely cold eyes stared at Labanla, a warrior of the second universe who wanted to sneak up on him just now. Just one look completely shocked the other party, so that Labanla did not have the slightest confidence to do it. This is the style of the strong. Every move, one look, one change of breath can shock all the little ones. Cut. Labanla knew that he was not Jillian's opponent, so he could only snort softly, and after regaining some face for himself, he immediately retreated. Watching Labanla's departure, Jillian did not pursue. He continued to turn around, not knowing what was going on in his mind. In the end, so far in this power conference, only that person can really enter the eye. The man had already made a move once, and he saw it in his eyes. That punch is at least a threat to him. Chapter 59. Once again, he felt the fighting intent from Sun Wukong, but Jillian ignored it at all. Even the Super Saiyan Blue just now couldn't raise his interest in wanting a fight. Sun Wukong, who looked at Jillian and felt an extremely terrifying pressure. This huge pressure made a drop of cold sweat slip down his cheeks. The extreme sense of oppression that came from the front this time was much more terrifying than just now. This also made him affirm that the person in front of him was definitely no less powerful than that VEGETA in the 10th universe. Even the god of destruction cannot be compared with it. This sense of oppression made Sun Wukong feel palpitations, and he knew that fighting with Jillian at this time was not a good choice. Although he is eager to fight powerful warriors, this matter is related to the survival of the universe, and he must consider it carefully. After a short hesitation, Sun Wukong made the wisest choice and avoided the war. He has a chance to fight Jillian, but definitely not now. He needs to use battles to make himself stronger, and he must also constantly warm up to make himself more accustomed to the power he now has. At the moment, on VEGETA's side, separated from the ranks of the 10th universe, he chose to act alone. According to his breath perception ability, he has found the target person. At this time, Frost of the 6th universe and Frisia of the 7th universe are hiding in the shadow of the timing cylinder. Looking at their appearance, it seems that they are discussing something. VEGETA's aura perception, as well as his ability to hide, made it impossible for them to detect that he had arrived nearby. Humph! Have you got both? Just right. Looking at Frisia and Frost, who were playing tricks below, the corners of VEGETA's mouth rose slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Frozen Demon Clan, nothing is more annoying than this race. Although he is a crosser, he is also VEGETA. For Frisia's innate abhorrence, it could not be washed. Even if it is Frisia in this time and space, but Frisia is Frisia. His eyes froze, and his unparalleled momentum turned into a substantial impact, shattering everything in front of him. Boom! The huge rock fell apart in an instant, and the figures of Frost and Frisia, who were hiding behind the rock, were revealed. When the hiding place was discovered, the faces of the two showed consternation at the same time, and when they saw who was coming, they panicked even more. I smelled the stench of conspiracy from far away, so I just came over to take a look. It's a coincidence, it turns out to be you two, it's really unlucky, you ran into me. VEGETA had a playful smile on her face, and there was a constant teasing look in her eyes. It's him. Senior, what should we do now? After seeing VEGETA's arrival, Frost subconsciously took 2 steps back. Obviously, he was persecuted a little too deeply by VEGETA of this world. So much so that just a look scared him a lot. Look at your appearance, the battle has not yet begun, and you don't even have a little pride as a frozen demon clan. This guy is not the VEGETA of our universe. The gods of the 10th universe made up the goods. With this kind of goods, King Ben only needs to make a slight shot to kill him. Frisia was not afraid of VEGETA in front of him. He has his own confidence and strength. And after coming out of hell, his strength is even stronger, and it is no longer what it used to be. Moreover, after being intercepted and killed by people in other universes, he dissolved the power of the god of destruction, which made him have an illusion in his heart that he had enough strength to match the god of destruction. Listening to Frisia's arrogant declaration, VEGETA was amused. The role of this funny is none other than him. Although Frisia in this world is much stronger than his Frisia in that time and space, an ant is always an ant. Then, leave him to the senior to deal with. It just so happens that I can observe the process of the battle in the battle with the senior. Frost chuckled flatteringly on the surface, and the next second, retreated behind Frisia. The two have their own calculations, and they have ghosts in their hearts. By doing this, Frost is nothing more than an indelible psychological shadow on VEGETA, and if the situation is not right, he can run away at any time. How could he hide this bit of caution from Frisia? Then you will open your eyes and see clearly what King Ben will look like after he transforms again. The corners of Frisia's mouth rose slightly, just in time to take this opportunity to gain Frost's trust. The energy pool in the body was triggered, and brilliant golden light emanated from Frisia's body, and dazzling golden light bloomed, forming the most dazzling point in the ring. The gods were attracted by this golden light, and even the two kings who were watching the battle from the highest point were attracted to it. The king of this time, wow! What a dazzling light! King of future time and space, so dazzling, so gorgeous. Which cosmic warrior is this? I'm afraid this will be Frisia's only highlight moment. A transformation can make all the gods gaze, and even the supreme god is attracted to him. At this moment, Frisia has completed the transformation of the local gold form. His white skin was now plated with a golden coat, shining like gold. Frost on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing Frisia transform into a new form. He never thought that people of his own family would have such a transformation. VEGETA stared expressionlessly at the golden Frisia in sight. Judging by the perception power, the current gold Frisia has a combat power value of up to the unit of the seed. From this, it can be judged that the transformation of Frisia's golden form is even more terrifying than the Super Saiyan Blue. At least tens of thousands of times more. It's very unfortunate that you met King Ben. Let you see what kind of strength King Ben has reached that even the god of destruction cannot destroy. One more thing, the original owner of the body you replaced is my former subordinate. Gold Frisia is quite confident in his own strength. However, how arrogant he is now, how badly he will be beaten next. For the arrogant Frisia, VEGETA naturally will not get used to it. That's a lot of nonsense. With a cold snort, an unparalleled gustful momentum erupted from VEGETA's body. This terrifying aura skyrocketed, directly causing a huge impact on the Boundless. In an instant, the entire Boundless atmosphere was stirred, and the surrounding environment became extremely depressed. Chapter 60. The warriors in the ring who were fighting each other stopped their fighting after feeling the fierce weather erupting from VEGETA. Because the momentum of this person's outbreak is really too terrifying. The entire infinity realm seemed to be crushed. No way! This momentum! How could it be so much more than King Ben? Feeling it up close, Frisia was stunned by this terrifying aura. Every cell in his body was trembling, and in his golden form, he was so frightened by this VEGETA's eyes that he had no power to resist. For him, such a thing could not have happened. And his situation, compared to Frost on the side, is good. At this time, Frost had lost the courage to resist to the end under the monstrous power of VEGETA's outbreak. The eyes were confused, the whole body trembled, and the whole person was almost scattered. This coercion, this courage, looking at the entire ring, no one can match it. That's right, Frisia, to face me, it's time to show this look of fear. You are very powerful, you can even transform like this. You are also smart enough to know that I am not your VEGETA of the 7th universe. But you're wrong, because I'm VEGETA too. VEGETA looked at Frisia playfully with a look of trepidation. Hearing this, Frisia's whole body trembled, and a sense of shame welled up in his heart. At this moment, he came back to his senses and realized how gaffed and humiliated he was just now. The golden form he was proud of was frightened by the person in front of him. "You mean, you're VEGETA too?" Although I don't know what the hell is going on. But don't be too arrogant. Wild monkeys." Unable to bear it, Golden Friesian raised his hand and fired a death ray at VEGETA. The death light with the power of absolute penetration broke through the space, and when it was only half a meter away from VEGETA, it was crushed by the oppressive aura, turning into energy particles floating in the space. The tentative blow was fruitless, and the look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of Golden Friesian. In the next second, he used both hands together and continuously released death rays to attack VEGETA. Without exception, these energy rays turned into countless energy particles floating in midair the moment they touched the barrier of VEGETA's body. The overwhelming situation made the fear in the hearts of Golden Friesian and Frost even stronger, and a certain Scion Prince who was hiding in secret observation was also shocked by this scene. Even at full strength, he couldn't ignore all of Golden Friesian's attacks as quietly as this VEGETA. In vain. Seeming tired of Golden Friesian's attacks, VEGETA waved his hand casually, setting off layers of storms. The unparalleled aura impact instantly forced Golden Friesian and Frost back tens of meters away. The gap in strength is clear at a glance. Golden Friesian and Frost struggled to stabilize their bodies, and the expressions on their faces were different. Abominable. It's hard to get out of the opening game by being targeted by such a guy. Gotta find a way. Golden Friesian's malicious gaze fell on Frost's body. In order to ensure that he will not be eliminated, this booked pawn must be used as a scapegoat in advance. The former predecessor. We don't seem to be able to win this guy, let's talk about cooperation later. Seeing that the situation was not right, Frost planned to run away. But just before he was about to leave, Golden Friesian stopped him. If you let this guy escape, won't he be finished? At this time, you and I must join forces. That guy is coming at us, won't let us escape easily. I have a plan. If successful, not only can you increase your strength, but also eliminate that guy in one fell swoop. Golden Friesian flickered with his excellent eloquence, and Frost was really stunned by his flickering. So what do I do? Frost finally chose to believe Friesian. At the moment, he seems to have no better choice. It's simple, you just need to. Before Golden Friesian could finish his words, the mutation suddenly appeared. A golden energy wave broke through the space at an extremely fast speed, cleverly bypassing the Golden Friesian, and hitting Frost's breech with unmistakable accuracy. Drive Frost's body and fly into the sky outside the ring. Boom! With a bang, the energy exploded, and dazzling flames bloomed in mid-air. In the audience of the sixth universe, Frost, who was already dying in the explosion, was teleported back. His sudden appearance frightened the god of destruction Xiongpa, and the god of destruction Xiongpa also felt helpless, angry, and hateful. Frost is suddenly eliminated, completely disrupting Golden Friesian's plans. Golden Friesian turned sharply with a trembling body and looked at the approaching VEGETA, his clenched fists and trembling body showing his uneasiness and anxiety at the moment. Friesian, it's up to you next. VEGETA looked at Friesian with playful eyes. He wouldn't let this guy get eliminated so easily. After all, this toy is okay to kill time. Humph. It's just that I eliminated an insignificant little character, and I was less complacent there. The true power of this king is more than what you see. Keep your eyes open and see clearly, wild monkey. Golden Friesian, who knew that his situation was not good, knew that he could no longer hide. Ha! With a high-pitched cry, Golden Friesian's aura climbed step by step, and his strength was also climbing at an extremely astonishing speed. His combat power stats were constantly rising and beating in VEGETA's eyes. As the energy climbed to the top, the true combat power of Golden Friesian was also revealed. 6,000. His true strength. This strength is already comparable to the outpost wartime support. I have to say that the talent of the Frozen Demon clan is really terrifying, even if they are imprisoned in hell, they can continue to become stronger after being tortured. VEGETA also saw the true combat power of Golden Frieza at this moment. But, so what? Even the combat power of the late 8th dimension level was just as an ant in his eyes, insignificant. When the energy rises to its peak, Golden Frieza raises his hands high. A cloud of crimson golden energy gathered in his palm, and it continued to increase, reaching 100 meters in diameter before it stopped expanding. Chapter 61. Planet Doom Bomb. This skill is exactly the trick that the god of destruction Beerus taught to the frozen devils a few years ago to destroy the planet. But after Frieza's improvement and enhancement, the star destruction bomb has been transformed into a higher level and more destructive trick, called supernova. The supernova released with all his strength is still a trick of destroying God, and the power of this move is the peak of the 8th dimension. For the powerhouses of the 9th dimension, there is also a certain threat, and if you are a little careless, you will be blown up and shattered. Boom! This trick can even be blown into powder by superstars. If you have the ability, you will take a look next. Gold Frieza smiled treacherously, threw his hands sharply, and manipulated the supernova to crash straight towards VEGETA. VEGETA stared expressionlessly at the advancing supernova, seemingly unconcerned at all. Until the supernova is only 10 centimeters close to itself. Suddenly, the advancing supernova was blocked by an invisible force that could no longer advance a fraction. No way! Feeling the coercion sweeping over, Golden Frieza's eyes widened sharply. He saw the most unlikely scene in his life. That smashing stunt that even supergiants can blow up is a killing move that cannot be resisted. Unexpectedly, by this VEGETA's eyes, he froze in place, unable to advance a single bit. The other party doesn't even have the need to make a move, and only needs his eyes to block his supernova. The gap in dimensions is too big and too big. Don't embarrass yourself with a boring trick like this, Frieza. As soon as the words fell, the coercion around VEGETA increased sharply. In the next second, the invisible momentum directly crushed and smashed this 100-meter huge supernova, turning into energy particles floating in the surrounding space. Not only did it not make any waves, but it even gave people a feeling more outrageous than destruction. At this scene, the shocked Golden Frieza was stunned. Even the gods in the audience were frightened. At this moment, as long as there is a little strength, it is clear that although the destructive power of the supernova of Golden Frieza is not yet enough to threaten the god of destruction, the power of this move has initially reached the realm that can shake the god of destruction. Even if they want to destroy it, it will take a little effort. But even this seemingly devastating blow, in front of this VEGETA, is only false and vulnerable. It is enough to see that the gods still underestimate this VEGETA on some level. What's wrong? Are you afraid just like that? The so-called Emperor of the Universe, nothing more than? Under Golden Frieza's apprehensive gaze, the playful smile on VEGETA's face grew stronger. Golden Frieza. Frightened, Golden Frieza subconsciously wanted to flee, but VEGETA was much faster than he thought. The domineering VEGETA stepped on the tail of Golden Frieza, restricting the opponent's movement, and turned to hit the face door with a heavy punch. The destructive iron fist broke through the space and smashed heavily on Golden Frieza's face. Bang! A dull pop spread. The battered Golden Frieza had dull eyes, his gaze was confused, and purple blood flowed from his nose. He lost his mind under the power of this blow. Not yet, VEGETA didn't exert much power. Because he was still a little interested in Frieza. After all, this guy's ability to resist hitting in the original book is quite amazing. VEGETA also wanted to test how awesome this guy could be. With both hands together, the continuous fatal blows broke through the space, and it was a devastation to the Golden Frieza's body fiercely. It's so heavy, of fists. Damn wild monkeys! Damn! Humiliated one after another, Golden Frieza was furious in her heart. The destructive power brought by each blow was enough for him to drink a pot, and if it weren't for the unparalleled defensive power given to him by the golden form, I am afraid he would have died under this devastating and violent attack. What better beaten than I thought, Frisia, you're better suited than anyone else to use as a sandbag of human flesh. VEGETA destroyed the body of golden Frisia while using words to stimulate the other's spirit. This feeling of ecstasy Frisia is indeed a spiritual pleasure. However, one thing is to say, the defensive power of golden Frisia is really amazing. Even if he didn't use much force, the power of each VEGETA blow could knock the powerhouse of the 8th dimension down. Don't so carried away. Golden Frisia, who was already on the verge of a rampage, let out a hysterical roar. The rage reaches its peak, and golden Frisia bursts out with energy that transcends its limits. The golden flame breath is as alive as an erupting volcano. Is it getting stronger again? Feeling the momentum of golden Frisia, VEGETA was unmoved. In his eyes, golden Frisia's combat power value had reached the peak of the 8th dimensional unit, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th dimensional unit. But even if he really breaks through to the unit? Still ants. Raising his right hand, VEGETA's palm turned into a fist, and the white aura turned into a substantial flame and converged on the fist. Charge and punch. Bang! An unstoppable punch slammed into golden Frisia's face. The unparalleled power erupted, causing golden Frisia's aura to languish in an instant. Because of the excessive force, golden Frisia was torn apart by VEGETA's tail, and his small and delicate body like a lizard flew out in a straight line, running through several rock mountains in a row, flying straight out of the ring of the power conference. One doesn't pay attention, exerts too much force. I hope this guy is still alive. VEGETA looked at the golden Frisia who had flown upside down hundreds of meters away and had fallen into the ring, and felt bored in his heart. In the end, there is only this extent. If it is the black gold Frisia that will appear later, it may still be a little interesting. He lowered his head and looked at the tail that his left foot was stepping on. Due to the loss of energy supply, the tail also returned from dark gold to white. I have to say that the vitality of the frozen demon family is really very tenacious. This and the tail have been broken, but they are still struggling and twitching. If the tail is still there, isn't it considered eliminated? VEGETA bent down and picked up Frisia's tail. Instead, throw it casually and drop it off the ring. Frisia, thus eliminated. Chapter 62. This side of the viewing area of the 6th universe. With the elimination of Frost and Frisia, not only did the 7th universe lose the first place, but it also represented that the 6th universe lost a fighter. The number of people began to lose their advantage at all. The god of destruction Elephant Paw hates VEGETA in the 10th universe. Damn bastards! It's not good to deal with anyone, but it's eyeing our universe. Did Frost provoke you? You have to attack him. In the eyes of the god of destruction Elephant Paw, Frost was lying on the gun, causing him to roar almost like madness. The angel Bardos on the side listened to the god of destruction Elephant Paw grumbling, and did not say a word. She, already knowing something, turned her gaze slightly, and fell into the audience of the 7th universe. That VEGETA in the 10th universe is not an imposter. On the viewing zone of the 7th universe, Frisia became the first player in the 7th universe to be eliminated. At this time, Frisia was covered in scales and wounds, and had fallen into a deep coma, and his breath was extremely weak, like a candle in the wind, which would be extinguished at any time. Such a ruthless offensive method, Rao god of destruction Beerus felt creepy. That bastard from the 10th universe. It was deliberately eyed by Frisia. Destroyer Beerus gritted his teeth and said in a breathless tone. Although he also dislikes this guy Frisia, after all, it is also a major combat force in their universe. Especially Frisia, who has the blessing of the golden form, is also a strong person in the 7th universe. But even a strong person of this level, when facing that VEGETA in the 10th universe, he will be beaten without any ability to fight back, and it is completely one-sided. Destroyer Beerus couldn't understand why the imposter of the 10th universe deliberately targeted Frisia. The two of them should have met for the first time. There was no deep hatred. The angel Weiss on the side observed VEGETA of the 10th universe in the ring for a long time and suddenly said, "Lord Beerus, perhaps our previous guess was wrong." "Hey? Do you see what's coming?" Weiss. Destroyer Beerus hurriedly turned his head when he heard this. Angel Weiss did not answer the god of destruction Beerus at the first time, and his eyes became more and more solemn as he looked at VEGETA of the 10th universe in the ring. At this moment, VEGETA, after sensing the attention from the angel, turned his gaze and was opposite the angel Weiss. It was this glance that completely confirmed Angel Weiss's identity. Impostors can never have such arrogant and firm eyes. Through the eyes, you can see more things and information. "Lord Beerus, we guessed wrong. His identity is far from as simple as we think. Perhaps this body has been his from the beginning." Taking a deep breath, Angel Weiss delivered the news like a bombshell. When the god of destruction Beerus heard this, he was so shocked that he was incoherent, his mouth was wide open, and with his intelligence, he had already guessed something. "Weiss, what do you want to say? Could it be other space-time worlds?" At this moment, several bean-sized cold sweats fell on the forehead of the god of destruction Beerus. That VEGETA of the 10th universe does not belong to this world, but comes from another parallel world. In addition to the possibility of taking away the body. This is probably the best explanation. That's right, although this is just a guess, I'm afraid it's not far from 10. This VEGETA is not an imposter, it's a real VEGETA. From another space-time world," said Angel Weiss seriously, while also glancing thoughtfully at the position of the 10th universe. After noticing his brother's gaze, Angel Keth showed an innocent and cheerful smile on his face, as if he was admiring that his brother had finally guessed correctly. "It's really from a parallel world. Why is he here? And he's still a contestant in the 10th universe. It is clear that we are people in the 7th universe, but they are fighting for the 10th universe. It is impossible for Lord Great Priest and Lord Chuanwang not to know. Why?" Destroyer Beerus's mood at the moment is extremely complicated. Even if it comes from parallel time and space, this is a warrior of his own universe. Now, he has run to other universes to deal with the 7th universe. The angel Weiss on the side was silent. This VEGETA can appear here, it must be inseparable from his eldest sister, Angel Xes. But even if you do, what if you do? Angel Kes is the chief archangel, and his father, the archpriest, and the whole king did not say anything. In the ring, VEGETA looked at the viewing area of the 7th universe, and after glancing at Angel Weiss, he probably understood something. But he doesn't care about that, even if you know who you really are. The ending of this power conference will have him to completely rewrite it. After solving the two frozen demons, VEGETA was just about to get up and leave and go somewhere else to have fun. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in front of him, and VEGETA knew that it was no coincidence. Someone took the initiative to come to the door. "Your ability to hide your breath is good, but your appearance will make the surrounding air cold. Show up, contestant of the 6th universe." VEGETA's sharp gaze looked into a dark rock to the right. In the center of that dark rock, the ace player of the 6th universe, the legendary killer hit, quietly appeared there. This guy came to him on purpose. "I didn't expect to be discovered by you so easily, and your strength is even stronger than I expected. Speaking of which, before the game started, Lord Destroyer Elephant Paw asked me to be careful with you." Killer Hit slowly walked out of the shadows, his hands in his trench coat pockets, and his low words revealed a burst of coolness. Looking at Hit in front of him, VEGETA smiled. Does this guy think he is the same as that VEGETA from the 7th universe? If my guess is correct, you should be the companion of the first guy I eliminated just now, right? Although you seem to be much stronger than that guy, with this level of combat effectiveness, you dare to take the initiative to come to the door. VEGETA smiled confidently, and the cold judgment made Killer Hit's face gloomy as ink, and his eyes were full of coldness. As a killer, he has his own dignity and bottom line, and this VEGETA's arrogant attitude makes him unbearable. Chapter 63. For Hit. VEGETA of the 7th universe had previously been defeated by him. The VEGETA in front of him is strong, but he doesn't think he will lose. A cold chill flashed in his scarlet eyes, and with each step Killer Hit took, the air around him became more gloomy. Noticing Killer Hit's actions, VEGETA did not panic in the slightest. Hands on chest, looking unconcerned. In his eyes, the combat effectiveness of Killer Hit has long been understood. Not strong nor weak, the unit of the 8th dimension. And at least above 5,000 seedlings. It's only slightly stronger than Golden Frisia, but because of the flashing time skill he mastered, he would be a little more difficult than Golden Frisia. The original him, has this kind of strength? VEGETA was somewhat surprised, maybe it was because of him, so he became stronger. However, any small means, in the face of absolute power, are useless. Humph! Want to come and fight me? With your strength, it's really not enough to see. VEGETA had a playful smile on her face. As he spoke, a sense of oppression as if the sky was falling. The fierce aura turned into a storm and rushed head-on towards the Killer Hit. Just for a moment, the surrounding aura once again turned into VEGETA's home field, and the cold atmosphere created by Killer Hit was instantly broken. This extremely fierce aura coercion killed head-on, making Killer Hit frown, and his heart became more and more solemn. Head-to-head confrontation, although he also has the certainty of winning, but it is quite difficult. The two sides looked at each other, and the pressure of Killer Hit doubled, and a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead. He clearly knew that the VEGETA in front of him was not the same as the VEGETA he defeated not long ago. After looking at each other for a moment, Killer Hit made his decision, took a step back, and took out his hands in his waist pockets. He clearly knew that the person in front of him was not ordinary, and if there was the slightest flaw, everything would be doomed. Humph! You're just snatching that VEGETA's body from the 7th universe. Hit used his own way to stabilize his mentality. At the same time, Hit VEGETA, trying to find a flaw to shoot. In the face of Hit's questioning, VEGETA still did not take it seriously. It seems that you have already made up your mind, so let's shoot. With a smile on his face, VEGETA began to look forward to it. Although he knew Hit's tricks and offensive methods, he experienced it and watched it were two very different experiences. Especially in this period, Hit's strength has once again been improved and he has comprehended the skills above flash time. However, even if the other party really used that skill, it was actually nothing to him. The difference in strength between the two of them is more than one dimension. Before the battle began, in the viewing area of the 6th universe, the god of destruction Xiongpa had already exploded. A second ago, Frost of their universe had just been knocked off the ring by the other party. In the next second, Hit went directly to VEGETA of the 10th universe. Xiongpa knew that the strength of this man was far from what Hit could contend with. It's only been a long time since the game started, and to fight such a monster as soon as you come up is simply seeking your own death. Hit, what are you doing? That guy from the 10th universe. I told you from the beginning, don't provoke him easily. The competition has only been going on for less than 5 minutes, there is still plenty of time, and now is the best time to eliminate the other universe contestants. But you're good. Directly found this guy. Abominable, abominable, abominable. The destruction god Elephant Paw's angry back teeth were almost crushed. If Hit was looking for contestants from other universes, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't say anything. Even if it is the Monkey King or VEGETA of the 7th universe, he will not have any objections. But this guy went to find an opponent who couldn't win at all. Their 6th universe had already been eliminated by a contestant, and if even Hit's trump card was eliminated, the 6th universe would really be dead. As for VEGETA's strength, Xiongpa will not have any doubts. The terrifying momentum of the previous outpost war is still vivid to him. This strength, it is more than enough to kill him in seconds, let alone hit. Such a powerful existence to participate in the power conference is simply no king's law. How does this make the contestants of other universes live? The great priest and the whole king are watching the play. Master Xiongpa, don't be impatient, we still have to have a little confidence in our own players. In my opinion, that VEGETA in the 10th universe is powerful, but Hitsan will not be killed before he can even get his hands on it. After all, the current hit is no longer what it used to be, and the ability he possesses is far more than just crossing time. Angel. Bardos secretly glanced at the impatient god of destruction Elephant Paw beside him, and felt very helpless for a while. Why was she blind in the first place, thinking that Xiongpa was cute and chose such a delicious and lazy fat cat to be the god of destruction? This virtuous character can't stand any winds and waves, and it is not as stable as the destruction gods of other universes. However, after so many years of getting along, she also got used to destroying the virtue of the god Xiongpa. Come on, Bardos, of course you don't need to panic. Even if all members of the 6th universe are eliminated and we all disappear, you angel will not have to disappear, nor will it be erased. Damn it! The god of destruction Elephant Paw jumped impatiently in place. Looking at his impatient appearance, Angel Bardos could only assume that he hadn't heard. It can be said that the picture of dying and living, Angel Bardos has seen too much, so he generally does not pay attention to it. They live together in this pattern, but to outsiders, it looks like a fat cat complaining about its owner. It's a pity, Lord Xiongpa, when I think that I will say goodbye to you soon, I am also reluctant to say, hee hee. Angel Bardos's yin and yang strange words, directly angry god of destruction Xiongpa blushed and had a thick neck. But helplessly, he couldn't refute it. The status of angels is completely different from that of these gods. Even if the universe is destroyed, the angels will not be affected in any way, at most they will experience reincarnation. But he is different, as a god of destruction, the survival of the universe is inseparable from him. The universe is gone, everything is gone, and there is no need for these gods of destruction to exist. Chapter 64. In the Ring. With the start of the game and the continuous progress of the battle, only 3 minutes into the world, the power conference at this time has entered a white-hot stage. Countless strong people fought in all corners of the ring, and continuous battles occurred frequently. The chaotic melee contains many universes. No one can tell who is whose enemy. But there were 2 places that were surprisingly quiet, and no one even dared to disturb them. One is the area where VEGETA fought with Hit. Due to the confrontation between the strongest warrior of the 10th universe and the ace killer of the 6th universe, the gods are also watching the battle in this place. But the other place is different. There, no one was watching, but the strange aura that emanated from the invisible made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe, according to the guidance of the bloodline in the body, once again found the legendary Super Saiyan Kyle of the 6th universe. The bloodline power in the 2 human bodies echoed each other, and the power of transmission surpassed surge, until finally, both sides awakened at the same time. Boom! 2 astonishing beams of turquoise energy instantly penetrated the entire infinity realm. The immense aura coercion and the sense of oppression that came from the depths of the soul once brought the boundless realm into another atmosphere. The entire ring trembled violently directly because of the sudden burst of power of the 2 legendary Super Saiyans. Unmatched coercion covered the audience and swept in all directions. The contestants who felt this adverse weather at the same time widened their eyes, and their eyes showed shock and fear. The people in the ring who were fighting forcibly stopped fighting because of the outbreak of this adverse weather. This force is not only terrifying, but also full of tyranny and bloodthirsty oppression, making people feel uneasy and fearful from the body. On the other side, the fighting atmosphere between VEGETA and Hit was also directly disturbed by this sudden burst of aura. This feeling is the legendary Super Saiyan awakened. After feeling the message from the bloodline power in his body, VEGETA turned his head sharply and looked towards the battlefield in another place. Through breath perception, he locked the position of Chuan Chao, and also judged how terrifying the power of Chuan Chao's explosion was at this time. The ninth dimension, the unit of the thunder. Hit on the side had no intention of fighting again, because he saw that the direction of the energy burst was from the region of their sixth universe. For the sake of the big picture, he must give up the battle with VEGETA and ensure that he still has an absolute superiority in the number of people in the sixth universe. With a movement of his mind, Hit retreated into the flashing space, disappearing without a trace. With Hit's sudden departure, VEGETA reacted as well. He could have stopped it, but he didn't do it because it didn't make sense. The speed and way of escaping is quite weird, and it is not in vain your position as a killer. VEGETA had determined that Hit had disappeared into the area. All his attention was focused on the ever-increasing aura of transmission in the distance. Two legendary Super Saiyans meet, and in the end both of them storm together. It's kind of interesting. When the words fell, VEGETA's mind moved, turning into an afterimage and disappearing in place. When he reappeared, he had already crossed a distance of thousands of meters and came to the source of the power explosion. He stood with great interest on a rocky mountain, clasping his hands to his chest, condescendingly overlooking the two Chuan Chao below who erupted with power. At the same time, he also noticed the warriors of the 11th universe, Jillian and Topo. Obviously, these two outbreaks of terror also attracted their attention. Not only them, but the legendary Super Saiyan awakening also attracted the attention of all members of the 7th and 6th universes. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Super VEGETA stood together, looking at the ever-increasing source of aura in the ring, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. Broly's horror, they have experienced it firsthand. When the Angel Weiss found this Scion, they still disdained it, until the power of the other party after the storm let them see it. They understood how big the gap was. Even if the two of them joined forces, it was not enough for Broly to fight alone. Is there also a legendary Super Saiyan over there in the 6th universe? Broly is there too. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. If Broly starts to run away like her, if you don't pay attention to killing the players of other universes. But it's trouble. Sun Wukong sighed with a palpitation. It would be a pity if Broly was eliminated because he violated the rules of the game. Don't think about it too much, Kakarot, look over there. That imposter from the 10th universe, and those two guys from the 11th universe are here. Exactly, take advantage of this opportunity to probe the reality of the two of them. Compared to the Monkey King, Super VEGETA pays significantly more attention to things. Since Broly's rampage can attract the attention of these two people, it must also mean that the two of them may make a move. Only by knowing the enemy's means can they find a way to deal with the next battle. The hysterical roar resounded throughout the ring, and in an instant, an irresistible aura storm swept through most of the ring. The 6th universe's Chuan Chao Kai was completely out of control. The power of the transmission pass ravaged the entire ring, causing the abnormality of the boundless realm, and the roaring breath, causing the ring under the feet to continuously protrude huge rocks again and again. Standing at the top of the rock mountain, VEGETA could feel how terrifying the strength of this force was. The legendary Super Saiyan. It's been a long time, VEGETA sighed heartily. Today's Kai'er, the aura of the explosion has reached the unit of the 9th dimension. This strength is not small. It is enough to stand out from most of the competitors in the ring. The horror of Chuan Chao, he has experienced it firsthand. It is simply an unsolvable bug, its own breath and strength are increasing at every moment, and the speed is amazing, and meeting a powerful opponent can further stimulate the potential in the body, resulting in another increase in combat power. If you can't defeat the legendary Super Saiyan in an instant, then the unlucky one is yourself. That female legend of the 6th universe is overwhelmed, but why? Are you still so calm? VEGETA's attention fell on Broly, who had not moved for a long time, not far from Kyle. He could clearly feel what terrifying energy Broly's body contained. Chapter 65. At this time, Broly was surrounded by turquoise flames. Although he was still in an ordinary state, the energy contained in his body was no less than that of the violent Kel, or even better. However, this energy is now very calm, so calm that it feels unnatural. This feeling, like a harbinger of a storm, is coming. The location of the viewing area above the ring. At this time, all the realm king gods and destruction gods, even the angels, were deeply shocked by the power of the legendary Super Saiyan explosion. The little girl in the 6th universe who looked weak and could not help the wind actually contained such terrifying energy. Who would have thought that the most inconspicuous little person could burst out with an aura that even the gods were shocked by? This chi has reached the realm of quasi-destruction gods. On the side of the viewing area of the 6th universe, the god of destruction Elephant Pa was stunned by the monstrous weather that erupted in Kyr. When he first found Kyr to compete, he originally thought that this little Nizai was just here to make up the numbers, but he didn't expect that it contained such a terrifying and powerful power. Hey, Bardos, did you already know that this female scion has such strength to insist on letting her participate in this competition? The god of destruction Elephant Pa asked incredulously. He is still in the dark. Originally, he planned to replace Kyle and replace him with other contestants. But now, the power of Kyr's explosion is even comparable to him. Whoops! Lord Xiongpa, from the beginning of the game, I told you, don't be impatient, you are too anxious, too worried. The competition has just begun, there are powerful players in other universes, and our universe is not without it, and it is not only the trump card of Hitsang. Angel Bardos deliberately teases the god of destruction Elephant Pa in a teasing tone. Hearing this, the god of destruction Xiongpa's face turned red, this time he was really humiliated and lost home. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he possibly believe it? But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. At the same time, I also feel glad that I didn't have a hot brain at the beginning, and I directly replaced Kale. With the explosion of Kale, the champions of the Power Conference seemed to start beckoning towards their 6th universe. Well, in that case, Kale. Give me all the contestants from other universes in the ring, all of them left. The champion of the Power Conference is none other than my 6th universe. The god of destruction Elephant Pa shouted at Kerr in the ring. He didn't know what kind of price it would take to burst out of this power. Now Kyle has lost his sense of self and is harnessed by the violent wildness in the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. She is no longer Kel, but a sane beast. The angel Bardos on the side felt inexplicably humiliated in his heart after hearing the call of the god of destruction Elephant Pa. In this situation, the god of destruction could not even detect it, and Kel could no longer hear anyone's voice. Lord Xiongpa, no matter what you say now, I am afraid that Kelson will not hear your orders, and now she has fallen into a rampage, devoured by the power of wildness, and only the desire to destroy in her mind. Moreover, there is a worse situation, if it is not good, the current Kel sang. Even his own people will attack. Angel Bardos reminded again, causing the god of destruction to froze, his eyes full of shock. Unable to control his own power and becoming a monster that does not distinguish between enemies and friends, doesn't that mean that everyone in this ring has become the target of Kyr's elimination? What's the joke? A violent monster who can't control his power is of no use to him. In the ring. At this time, Kyr had initially stabilized Chuan Xiao's form, and the turquoise aura was retracted into his body. It is unimaginable that the little girl who was weak a few minutes ago will now turn into this terrifying monster who is 3 meters tall and exudes a fierce aura all over her body. White smoke wafted from the burly body, and the pupils in the eye sockets disappeared. His face was full of hideousness, like a beast about to erupt. This is in stark contrast to Broly beside her. Kale was completely violent because of the riot of the power of the superpower, but Broly was calm and unexpected, as if some kind of big killing move was brewing. After the storm, Kair also noticed that De Broly was standing next to him, and the bloodline power in his body resonated strongly. Passing on the super bloodline, it is only allowed to exist by itself, and there are never allowed to be two. With one hand, a turquoise light flashed in the palm, and the energy rings retracted in the palm, and each retraction would cause a boundless heaven and earth change. When the energy ring retracted 3 times, an emerald green energy like a living creature jumped playfully in Kel's palm. In the next second, Kair waved his big hand. The turquoise energy turned into a shockwave and shot out in a straight line, hitting Broly's chest. The energy drove Broly's body to explode in mid-air, and the turquoise light was as dazzling as flames. Was Broly eliminated from this? Apparently impossible. Kel's blow seemed terrible, but it didn't hurt Broly in the slightest, it just took Broly to another part of the ring. There is also a gap between the passing super. After knocking Broly back, Kel's unconscious eyes swept in all directions. Countless contestants entered her sight, evoking her anger and displeasure. Roar! The roar that was even more terrifying than the beast sounded again, and what erupted was a substantial turquoise flame. The terrifying pillar of energy light once again penetrated the boundless sky, and the power of energy that erupted in this instant alone made people unable to get close. There is no doubt that her body is too cowardly to fully withstand the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan, and needs to release a part. In an instant, huge stone pillars protruded from under Kel's feet, sending her herself into the sky 10 meters high. Around Kair's body, countless green energy particles appeared, and in the next second, countless turquoise energy bombs erupted straight out from her body and poured out in all directions. Indiscriminate energy bombing includes both enemies and friendly forces. The power of each energy bomb is quite good. If it is in the universe, any random one is enough to blow up a medium planet to pieces. Multiple universes have been affected, and countless players have been eliminated. Contestants of the second universe, Zeroin, Hamura. Contestants of the third universe, Nicolese, Cardo Bessler. Contestants of the fourth universe, Kanos, Gaiai. Chapter 66. In addition to these 3 universes, the worst is the 9th universe. In their universe, except for the dangerous trio, almost all of them were eliminated in the moment of Kair's outbreak. Just a roar that broke out in an instant eliminated more than a dozen contestants, if you let this madman go crazy unscrupulously. There will be more universes that will be affected. At that time, even the 6th universe side will be doomed. After all, Kel is already unknown. Kel. As an older sister, Califra was calling Kyle's name loudly at this time. She tries to wake up Kel, but unfortunately, what responds to her is an energy bomb that is enough to explode stars and kill her. In the nick of time, Killer Hit rushed to the battlefield and saved Califra in time to use the flash. Hit! Califra was overjoyed to be saved, but her face soon became gloomy again. With the state in which Kale is now, even if Hit makes a move, it may be difficult to save him. Taking Califra to a safe place, Killer Hit stared coldly at the battlefield in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "The incredible monster has been awakened, your sister, now she has fallen into a state of indifference between friend and foe, someone must come and subdue her." At the same time, it is located in a rocky area to the right of Kyle and the others. The 2 contestants of the 7th universe, Sun Wushan and Trunks, fled under the bombardment of the Kelbu region. Not fun. It's not fun at all. I knew that I wouldn't listen to my dad to participate in the competition. Goten, be careful, but if we are touched by this energy bomb, we will be finished. I don't want to be eliminated before I do anything, it's not fun at all. Sun Wushan and Trunks, 2 imps running around in the ring, continue to dodge Kel's energy bombardment. Although his own combat power is good, after all, he is only 2 little ghosts who are still childlike. Kair's outburst directly frightened them. This situation also reminded them of the picture when they first dealt with Majin Buu. Stressful and frightening. Just as the two were fleeing, a turquoise energy bullet broke through the space, as if locking them, and shot towards them with unmistakable accuracy. The two imps sensed something was wrong and panicked. In the nick of time, it was Majin Buu who appeared in time and flew the energy bomb aside, which saved the two of them. Uncle Buu. Seeing the appearance of Majin Buu, Sun Wuxian smiled with joy. Great, we are saved. Trunks let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just follow me, this place is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be beaten down. Majin Buu said to Trunks and Sun Wuxian in a simple and humble tone. With such protection, how could Trunks and Sun Wuxian refuse, and the two nodded one after another. With the life-saving talisman of Majin Buu, their safety in this ring can be regarded as more guaranteed. At least until they merge, they cannot be eliminated. This is also what Uncle Weiss told them. As long as time permits, it will be directly fused, and then it will be the turn of the invincible Lord Gedunks to harvest. Located at the source of the aura explosion. At this time, VEGETA still stood on a mountain. He just quietly watched the outbreak of Chuan Chao Kai'er. To be honest, after many years, he once again felt the explosion of the power of the transmission super. And he couldn't even resist suppressing Kai'er. However, he did not do this, and Kai'er was powerful, but not strong enough to require him to suppress it. VEGETA turned his gaze slightly, bypassed Chuan Chao Kale, and landed on the other side of the ring. That is, the region of the 11th universe. At this moment, this side of the 11th universe. Because the impact of the outbreak of Chuan Chao Kai'er has become the biggest threat to everyone in the ring. The three strongest warriors of the Pride team stood together, led by Jillian. Jillian, Topo, and Tispo, the three of them looked at the expanding bad situation ahead, and their eyes showed a trace of solemnity. Jillian remained silent all the time, but his eyes changed slightly at this moment. The sound alone is so damaging. There is such a monster hidden over there in the 6th universe, said Tuopo in a deep voice. At the same time, he was also perceiving through breath, comparing the difference between the two of them. Although I don't want to admit it, the power of the legendary Super Saiyan Kale is indeed stronger than his full strength. Head to head, your chances of winning are very slim. Of course, there is another way. That is, he completely abandons himself and embraces the power of destruction, and at that time his strength will be raised to a great realm again. With the blessing of the destructive divine power, it is still easy to kill a Chuan Chao Kai'er in seconds. Such a monster, if no one intervenes to suppress it, it will really be lawless. Damn it! Tiz gritted his teeth angrily. At the moment when Tiz's words fell, Jillian next to him made a move. When Jillian took action, both of them sensed it and showed an incredulous look. You know, Jillian will not shoot casually. This was the first time that Jillian had taken an active interest in the fighters in the ring. They didn't know that Jillian actually paid attention to VEGETA in the 10th universe from the beginning. Are you going to make a move? Jillian. Torpo whispered in surprise on the side. Tispo on the side did not speak, but the emotions in his heart were expressed on his face. The power of that female warrior in the 6th universe erupted and attracted the attention of the strongest warrior in their universe, Jillian. You know, even the Monkey King of the 7th universe may not be able to get this honor. Jillian's actions were also seen by VEGETA. Although Chuan Chao Kai'er is powerful, after reaching their magnitude, it is just a level that can be suppressed at will. It just so happens that he can also take this opportunity to see what kind of realm the Grey Warrior's true ability has reached. At this moment, Kel's outburst continues. With no one to curb it, Kel's power continues to skyrocket. From the unit of the gang, constantly climbing, VEGETA could clearly see that the power possessed by Kale at this time had reached the level of 100 Chu. If you give her a little more time, the explosion of superpower in her body will inevitably strengthen her to the level of 1,000 thousands, or even the peak of 1,000 thousands. Until the end, it can no longer withstand the power of this extreme explosion, resulting in the death of the explosion. Chapter 67. Exploded and died? That's right. As far as VEGETA knows, the fate of the successive generations has always been like this, sinking into the desire to increase and destroy power, and finally falling into the path of self-destruction because of this power. At this moment, Kel was in a high place, continuously letting out hysterical roars. The terrifying sound waves continued to sweep the entire ring, and even aroused the attention of the great priest above and the interest of the whole king. She is venting her own power, but also venting her desire to destroy. This power is certainly powerful, but unfortunately, even if it reaches the limit, it is nothing more. VEGETA, who was standing on the top of the mountain, looked at the violent Chuan Chao Kel, and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. If you can control this force, it is okay, at least it is a good opponent. But uncontrollable, it doomed her to be just a beast. As soon as VEGETA's words came out, the violent Chuan Chao Kai seemed to feel something. The power of the bloodline in her body felt VEGETA's contempt. The legendary Super Saiyan will never allow anyone to despise him. Roar! Kel let out a beastly roar. As her mouth opened wide, from her mouth, a terrifying pillar of turquoise energy light erupted from her mouth. The vast and boundless pillar of energy light, wrapped in unparalleled extreme destructive power, came straight towards VEGETA's position. Hey? Did you take the initiative to attack me? Interesting. VEGETA, who was located on the top of the mountain, felt the extreme destructive power contained in this blow and smiled on his face. He raised his hand unhurriedly. Deep breath manifests itself on the surface of the body. The unstoppable pillar of turquoise energy was blocked by an invisible barrier when it was only half a meter away from VEGETA. The roaring energy was distorted little by this unfathomable aura, until finally, it turned into a sky of stars and scattered in space. The terrifying energy that erupted with this blow made everyone present feel a mortal threat. Jillian, who was just about to start the operation, immediately stopped after noticing that Chuan Chao Kai took the initiative to attack VEGETA. Perhaps, there is no need for him to make a move. Knocking away Chuan Chao's blow casually, VEGETA couldn't help but laugh. I haven't felt the power of this attack for a long time. You do have some skills. This sense of oppression made VEGETA recall the feeling when he was at war with Broly in GT time and space. It's just that the Kel in front of him is far less oppressive than the GT Broly back then. An unsuccessful attack, the anger on Kel's face became even stronger. The burly and hideous body slammed out, like a beast that was about to tear VEGETA to pieces. If you change to someone else, you may not be able to respond to your offensive. It's a pity that this direct offensive, in my opinion, is full of flaws. When the words fell, a blue particle energy mass gathered in VEGETA's palm. Nichiki Cannon. As soon as VEGETA spoke, a terrifying turquoise energy ray burst out from his palm, slamming straight into Kai's chest. The powerful impact force drove Chuan Chao Kai's body straight into the boundless sky. After Chuan Chao Kai flew upside down to a certain distance, VEGETA stopped the release of energy, turned around, and did not pay attention. Real men who never look back at the explosion. Boom long. Energy exploded, and the hot flames overwhelmed the sky. Chuan Chao Kai's aura disappeared instantly, and was ruthlessly suppressed under the power of VEGETA's domineering blow. In the aftermath of the explosion, Kyle, who was lifted from his transfiguration form, fell into a deep coma and fell towards a corner of the ring. Witnessing VEGETA's domineering power, everyone present and the gods were stunned without exception. Although it was not directly eliminated from the ring, this scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. How powerful Chuan Chao Kai was after the storm, but he was defeated by the man in front of him in an instant. From this, it can be inferred how powerful the man in front of him is. The gods present once again realized the horror of this VEGETA. The real power is by no means a beast as irrational as Kel, who only knows how to bombard indiscriminately. Those who seem to have no shot, once they do, they are fierce and end the battle in an instant, they are the real strong. At this moment, after the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated, the area of the battle was so silent that it felt unnatural. The extremely oppressive atmosphere spread at this moment. An icy chill surged through the bodies of all the contestants. The legendary Super Saiyan Kale was defeated, and it seems that there is no new round of calm, but a more massive storm. The scene of VEGETA's suppression of Chao Kai was also seen by Jillian, the strongest warrior in the 11th universe. Feeling Jillian's hot gaze, VEGETA couldn't help but turn his head. The two looked at each other, and the aura generated invisibly was enough to crush the weak player into a coma. In the entire ring, the most powerful duo looked at each other 100 meters apart, and it seemed that an even more intense battle would begin. What did I suppress that girl and arouse your will to fight? But this is fine, I would like to see what kind of realm you have reached in the 11th universe. If you are defeated by me with one blow like that girl, it will be boring. VEGETA looked down at Jillian below, and the expectant smile on her face grew stronger. It is true that the power of Chuan Chao Kai cannot be underestimated, but it is far from qualified to make him serious. The Jillian in front of him is the strongest person in the ring besides him at present. Perhaps, a fight with him will not be too boring. On the other hand, Jillian, after feeling VEGETA's arrogant gaze, secretly clenched his fists, and his attitude changed. Even before the game started, they had suspicions of each other. Therefore, Jillian knows that his biggest enemy in this ring is no one else, but VEGETA of the 10th universe. Although fighting such a strong man in advance is not good for the next form. But between them, sooner or later there will be a battle, it is better to proceed in advance. The desire to fight against the strong is the only pursuit of every strong person in their hearts. The confrontation between the two strongest people was also seen by Sion Air Sheo, who was hiding in the secret. This will be the most noteworthy battle. Chapter 68. Jillian from the 11th universe, and that VEGETA from the 10th universe. Is the battle between them about to start? To be honest, I really want to go up and fight them. However, with my strength, it is simply not enough to enter their eyes. Damn it! Sun Wukong only resents his strength at the moment. Such a scene of strong people confronting each other has no place for him. You know, he no longer has any opponents in the 7th universe except for Super VEGETA. When Super VEGETA on the side heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. When is this special, this guy Kakarot still thinks about fighting these two? I knew that it was a battle that would be lost, but I still had to run to give away people's heads. Even if he is a scion and wants to challenge strong enemies, the survival of the universe is at stake, and he will inevitably make the most correct choice. With a lot of worries in his heart, Super VEGETA's gaze looked around. That position was exactly the direction in which Broly was previously passed to overtake Cal. Through breath perception, Broly's breath is so calm that it makes people feel uncomfortable. Broly, you shouldn't be so easily afraid and suppressed. What are you brewing? Once you break out, I'm afraid no one in the ring will be able to stop you, rap that me. Super VEGETA fell into deep thought, waiting for the moment. At the same time, the gods are also watching the direction and trend of this battle. On this side of the 10th universe. When VEGETA confronted Jillian, Rumsey, the god of destruction, became slightly worried. The situation is a little not good. There is also a strong man with quite good strength under the hands of that stinky clown. Even I can't see through his depths. If VEGETA fights him, it will be difficult to say whether he will win or lose. A drop of cold sweat fell on Rumsey's forehead, and his words were very worried about VEGETA's situation. The warrior of the 11th universe, Grey Jillian, just from the outside, you can feel his extraordinary strength. Even if he is facing such a strong person, he may not be 100% sure that he will be able to win. Lord Rumsey thinks too much, even if the warrior named Jillian in the 11th universe is really strong, VEGETA-san of our universe may not lose. On the contrary, if this battle really starts, our 10th universe can take this opportunity to completely break the fighting spirit of the contestants of other universes. Unlike Rumsey, Angel Kurz is extremely determined that VEGETA will win. As an angel, she can see far above the god of destruction. Although a warrior of Jillian's level is powerful, and has even surpassed the general level of the god of destruction, he may not really take the step that surpasses the gods. VEGETA was different. When she first met him, she was deeply attracted by the powerful power of the other party. For the first time, she felt the pure power that was almost against the sky. It was a pure power that no god of destruction could match, and even angels were ashamed of themselves. Even if this battle really started, she did not panic at all, even as steady as an old dog. Is that so? It seems that I really overthought it. Listening to Angel Kurz's explanation, Rumsey also relaxed. The angels have said so, VEGETA will undoubtedly win, then what else does he worry about? The realm king god Gervis on the side listened to the conversation between the two great gods beside him, and constantly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. The two of them talked, where they had their own part, obediently as a little transparent. The viewing area of the 11th universe. Is it about to start? The realm king god K whispered with a long focus and a frown. He had too many concerns in his mind, and the direction he considered was too comprehensive. Jillian and VEGETA fought ahead of time, which is not necessarily a good thing. Much earlier than I expected, did Jillian run into that guy from the 10th universe so quickly. Although this has disrupted my plans a little, it is better to face each other in advance. Anyway, there will be a battle between them sooner or later. Exactly, use this battle to suppress all the universes. Let them know how big the gap is. They. Corners of the clown's destruction god of destruction slightly heaved, full of confidence in Jillian's strength. Even if that VEGETA in the 10th universe is strong, Jillian is absolutely impossible to lose. It seems that a good show is about to be staged in advance, and Jillian Zan of our universe is also very interested in this VEGETA of the 10th universe. I don't know which of them will win the final victory. Angel Macarita picked up a little spirit and paid attention to this battle. This side of the 7th universe. The corners of Beerus, the god of destruction, almost turned up to the sky. Originally, his high-end combat power of the 7th cosmology theory was not comparable to the 10th universe and the 11th universe. However, it is different if the strongest warriors of these two universes meet together in advance, and once the battle starts early, it will be of great benefit to his 7th universe. When both sides are defeated, it is time for him to attack in the 7th universe. Although there is one less Frisia, he is still very confident in the strength of Sun Wukong and Super VEGETA. Snipe muscles compete with each other, fishermen profit. Seeing this, Angel Weiss couldn't help nodding. This is the opportunity for the 7th universe to reverse the situation. However, more than that, he cares more about the Broly players of their universe. The transmission of the 6th universe has broken out, but it has been suppressed by the domineering of the 11th universe. However, the transmission of their universe is more than such a little skill. Once it breaks out, no one in the ring will be able to suppress it. In the middle, what exactly is wrong? It wasn't quite what I expected. Could it be said that after two legendary Super Scions meet, the result is that one side runs away and the other falls into calm? Nope. Broly's energy has already been drawn out, and it seems that he himself refuses to erupt. Is he forbearing? Angel Weiss frowned, lost in thought. The scene changed and returned to the ring. The confrontation between VEGETA and Jillian was fruitless for a long time, and neither of them took the lead in attacking. But it was also the confrontation between the two of them that made the bystanders of other universes see the opportunity and think that they had seized the flaw. The last hope of the 9th universe, the dangerous trio, Black Wolf Berguimo, Yellow Wolf Lavanda, Red Wolf Basil, three brothers gathered together, put out their fame, Dangerous Triangle. Moreover, their target is VEGETA of the 10th universe. Although the god of destruction Sitara had warned them not to confront VEGETA in the 10th universe casually. But the three brothers can't swallow this breath. During the outpost battle, the limelight of their universe was stolen by VEGETA, and this time, they also want to find the field. Chapter 69. Bergumo, second brother, third brother, are you ready? I want the glory of the 9th universe, right above this blow. Lei Fanda, don't worry, big brother, I will go all out to get back all the fields I lost before. Basil, our three brothers work together, and the power of the explosion cannot be underestimated. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible to be safe when hit. For the fate of the 9th universe. Even if it's a sneak attack. Hazard triangular light. They. Dangerous trio set up a posture, and the three brothers worked together to burst out a tricolor energy ray with incredible destructive power. Although the single combat power of the three brothers is not very good, if they join forces, it will play a qualitative change. The destructive power of this dangerous triangular light was only stronger than the energy ray that Chuan Chao Kai'er had just attacked VEGETA. Located at the top of the mountain, VEGETA, who was confronting Jillian's breath, sensed a coolness behind him. Hey! VEGETA's gaze flickered slightly, and a powerful energy ray of 3 different colors had already broken through the space, and it was only tens of meters away from him. Ephemera shakes trees, I don't know what it is. Chanting a word in his mouth, VEGETA was not used to the other party, raised his hand, and a ball of energy condensed at this moment. At the moment when the dangerous triangular light was about to hit him, a tidal wave of terrifying energy roared out from VEGETA's palm. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang. This is quite an amazing energy attack, and the level has undoubtedly reached the unit of the 10th dimensional ditch. The terrifying energy light wave annihilated the dangerous trio's killer blow with the power of destruction and decay. The horrific aftermath directly covered 1/5 of the ring. In the first time, the last hope of the 9th universe, the dangerous trio is all destroyed. The three brothers were defeated and fell into the ring. This scene once again refreshed the cognition of all participants. At this moment, both the scions of the 7th universe and the strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Jillian, showed an incredulous look. The power of this blow is too terrifying. That terrifying momentum is even comparable to the god of destruction, no. It's beyond the god of destruction. Especially, it's still such a random hit. To know the attack of the three wolves, no one noticed. A casual blow in this situation has this power. When the storm of energy subsided, all the eyes of gods and people were focused on VEGETA's body. However, a casual blow has the power that even the gods tremble. The 9th universe also paid the price for what he did. With the elimination of the dangerous trio, the 9th universe has completely reached a dead end. For the first time, the atmosphere was depressed to the extreme. The game also stopped at this point. The Realm King of the 9th universe, Luo, and the God of Destruction, Sitara, are like death. The universe, finished. All members of the 9th universe will be eliminated, and they will be wiped out by Lord Xuanwang. The Great Priest, located at the highest place, directly pronounced the end of the 9th universe at this moment. As the words of the Great Priest fell, the two kings raised their hands at the same time, and the mysterious rule power converged in their palms. Suddenly, all the competitors in the ring raised their heads and looked into the sky. Even the extremely powerful existence of VEGETA and Jillian had to watch carefully. The power held by one whole king is terrifying to the extreme, not to mention that now it is two all kings. How terrifying it would be for them to use their power to destroy a universe at the same time. With a flash of white light, the 9th universe, together with the Realm King God Luo, the God of Destruction, Sitara, and a group of warriors, turned into nothingness. There is no trace of existence, as if it has never come, it is completely erased and turned into nothing. In this huge audience of the 9th universe, only Angel Mojito was left. Witnessing the demise of the universe with their own eyes, the angels are not surprised. After all, this is not the first time this kind of thing has been experienced. However, the realm king gods are different from the destruction gods. Now, the 9th universe is a lesson in the past, maybe the next one will be their turn. After the complete demise of the 9th universe, the great priest announced that the power conference continued. It is precisely because of this all-king strike that the remaining 6 universes' hatred for VEGETA has been infinitely amplified. At the time of the outpost battle competition, it is clear that he has the ability to change everything at present. It is clear that they can save these universes from the catastrophe of the destruction of the universe, but they chose to stand idly by. If the 7th universe is the initiator of all this, then VEGETA is a sinner who cares about the survival of the universe. I have to say that this also violently reveals the sinister of people's hearts. In the ring. After witnessing the king's magical powers, VEGETA's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This is the power of the world's most complete king? Erasing a universe only takes a thought. The terrifying ability of the whole king, seeing it with his own eyes, gave VEGETA a different feeling. At the same time, he also understood that it was impossible for the creatures born in this Dragon Ball world to disobey all the kings. Their life and death are between the thoughts of the king. He is both the embodiment of the rules of this world. In other words, he is the world. It's just that I don't know if the best in this world can have an impact on his outlier. Recovering from the boundless power of the king, VEGETA withdrew his mind. With keen perception, he detected the hot gaze coming from all directions. Those eyes, as if they wanted to swallow his whole life alive. VEGETA naturally knew why these eyes were focused on him. Humph! Hiding the little ones who can't see the light in the secret, I feel your fighting spirit. This world has always been a law of the jungle and natural selection. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Now I'm here. If you have the ability, attack it. But, in my opinion, you'd better. All together. VEGETA's domineering and irresistible declaration spread throughout the ring. This was followed by a fierce weather that made the gods tremble. Boom! In an instant, the entire void realm ushered in the greatest turmoil in history, and VEGETA single-handedly turned the entire infinity realm upside down. This! What a terrifying momentum! How could it possibly erupt from the body of a mortal? This VEGETA is so strong. Chapter 70. With Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, the first to sit still, all universes began to shake. As the strongest god of destruction, Beerus knew very well how terrifying VEGETA's monstrous coercion was. It was even more terrifying than the last time it erupted in the Outpost War. Oh, it's really amazing, this momentum, it's just like an Azura field. I'm afraid. The only thing that can be compared to it. There are only angels. Angel. Weiss's words were serious, and he threw a bombshell to the god of destruction Beerus on the side. Can make the angel VES praise so much, how terrifying this VEGETA is. Except for Beerus, the god of destruction on this side of the 7th universe, who was shocked, the gods of the other universes had different expressions. This monstrous coercion shocked even the angels, and these gods of destruction were ashamed of themselves. The destruction gods and realm king gods of other universes showed tension and jealousy. Except, of course, one god of destruction. The destroying god of the 10th universe, Rumsey, is almost arrogant and breathless at this moment. Angel Keth was also quite satisfied with VEGETA's move. That's it. Give me a hard crush on the warriors of other universes. No matter how many people he has, how many strong people, all go together. Beat me all of them without leaving a single one. Destroyer Rumsey felt a doubling of face at the moment. This feeling of being high and unscrupulous made him want to stop. How long had it been since he raised his eyebrows like he does now? It's really a domineering declaration, but it's also in line with VEGETA's temperament. No matter what kind of strong person, you can defeat as many as you come, and you can beat it right. Lord Rumsey, our 10th universe, this time is really lucky. Angel Keth covered his mouth and chuckled, while quietly looking away to observe the faces of the other angels. This proud look seems to say, look, the old lady is looking for a contestant that can be compared with your crooked dates. As VEGETA's momentum exploded, the various fighters in the ring had different expressions. Some people are excited and expectant after finally meeting the strong, while others are so frightened by this amazing breath that they completely lose their fighting intent. Among them, the most deeply touched are non-scion. In the coercion that erupted from VEGETA, they, as scions, could clearly feel the suppression and fear from their bloodlines. At the top of the mountain, VEGETA clasped his hands to his chest and looked out in all directions with invincibility. His grim gaze swept over the competitors in the ring who were so angry that they gnashed their teeth at him. Humph! Does no one dare to come up and challenge me? VEGETA snorted coldly and shook his head in disappointment. It seems that the Vegetable Abuse Conference is always the Vegetable Abuse Conference. The emotion has just been issued. That's when it was there. In a corner of the ring, Broly, who had been brewing the power of superpower, had finally reached the point of outbreak. Perhaps feeling the threat brought by the power of VEGETA's bloodline, the 7th universe superpower, Broly, who had always remained calm, woke up. The moment he reopened his eyes, the jet black hair that was windless automatically transformed into a brilliant golden, followed by a huge pillar of energy light that was enough to penetrate the entire infinity realm. This energy burst is extraordinarily powerful. This power, this sense of oppression, is far more shocking than the coercion that broke out before Chuan Chao Kaier. This feeling is. VEGETA sensed the agitation coming from the power of the bloodline in his body. He also immediately determined that this was the coercion brought by the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, this time the Chuan Chao is different from the Chuan Chao Kaier of the 6th universe who was killed by him in one move before. This energy, judging from the coercion alone, has exceeded the 9th dimension, and even steadily reached the realm of the 10th dimension. Everyone in the ring was distracted by this erupting coercion. VEGETA schemed his gaze and looked at the source of the energy burst. After the turquoise power of transmission dissipated, a strong and hideous monster with a fierce aura all over its body slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this person, VEGETA's brows jumped slightly, and he naturally knew who this person was. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly of the 7th universe of this space-time world. There is no one but him. Interesting, I thought you would be willing to calm down like before, but I never wanted to break out at this time. But this is good, compared to that female doll just now, your power is much more interesting. At least, to the point where I can go all out on a normal basis. Looking at the figure that slowly appeared from the smoke in the distance, the corners of VEGETA's mouth were cold, and his eyes showed a trace of hot fighting intent. Broly is obviously more attractive than the violent Pascal. The magnitude gap is too big. Although the current Broly is only in the state of an ordinary Super Saiyan, the power he possesses has reached the terrifying 10th dimension, a strong man in the realm of the god of destruction. What about Cal? At most, it is only reaching the 9th dimensional level. With his hands lowered in his arms, VEGETA looked at Chuan Chao Broly in the ring with interest. Whoops! With a hysterical roar like a beast, it sounded. Broly, who was in the state of an ordinary Super Saiyan, jumped up, and the terrifying momentum was boundless. Broly turned into a brilliant meteor and rushed towards VEGETA's position, accompanied by violent vibrations in the surrounding space. Humph! In the face of Broly's active attack, VEGETA snorted in amusement. His figure, like a ghost, lightly dodged Broly's savage attack. In terms of speed, even if he does not change his body, VEGETA is also a 10th dimensional level. The right hand is raised, and with one hand, the palm turns into a fist, and the breath turns into a substantial flame that burns on the fist. In an instant, VEGETA unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! With a bang, the devastating punch hit Broly hard in the face. The terrifying power instantly distorted his facial features and shook the surrounding space. The terrifying force erupted in an instant, driving Broly's body to fly out in a straight line. Boom boom boom! A dozen successive peaks turned into countless fragments and floated under Broly's impact. What about even the legendary Super Saiyan? Again, repression. Chapter 71. This is the moment. The warrior side of the 11th universe. When they saw VEGETA's fierce combat power, everyone looked solemn and stunned again. Even the strongest warrior of the 11th universe, Jillian, is the same. A monster like that. He could be suppressed so easily. This warrior of the 10th universe. Who is he, divine? It turned out to be so powerful. Is this really something that can be achieved by manpower? The captain of the Pride team, Toppo, felt restless after seeing VEGETA's strong combat power, and felt a deep fear from the depths of his soul. The power of Broly's explosion made him smell a deadly sense of crisis. That force could completely crush his current self, unless he used the destructive divine power to barely qualify to fight one. Jillian. Toppo silently glanced at Jillian, and found that Jillian at this time was showing a serious expression that he had never seen before. He really felt the strength of VEGETA, the sudden appearance of Chuanchao Broly just now. The strength is by no means so simple to solve. He can clearly feel that the energy contained in the other party's body is far above the previous outbreak of Kelly. The punch that was enough to subvert everything just now, he also had the confidence to be able to unleash it, but he definitely couldn't do it as easily as VEGETA. His fists clenched involuntarily. It was his honor to meet a strong man with superior strength in the ring of this power conference. He couldn't resist his desire to fight VEGETA. This side of the 7th universe. The Monkey King and Super VEGETA, who were hidden in the secret, had solemn expressions when they witnessed Broly's outbreak and being suppressed by domineering. Broly is powerful, they have personally experienced, even under the transformation of the first order of the Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan Blue can easily crush the two of them. But such a strong man was hit and flown by VEGETA of the 10th universe, and he has not moved until now. His power. However, this is not an opportunity, VEGETA. When the two of us join forces to help Broly attack that guy, if the three of us join forces, there should be a chance to beat him down. Monkey King acted very naturally, and found an opportunity with the help of Broly's outburst and proposed. In the end, they will never choose to join forces, but their own attitude. But there is no way, that VEGETA in the 10th universe is a little too strong to go against this guy, and if you don't join forces, you can't see the hope of winning. After listening to Sun Wukong's proposal, Super VEGETA on the side remained silent for a long time. Super VEGETA's heart was mixed at the moment, and he looked at the guy who was proud of everyone with an invincible posture. That should have been his place. His body was exerted by an impostor to a realm that even he could not even be afraid of as a Buddha figure. Although he doesn't want to join forces with Sun Wukong, this is the only way to do it now. Look again. Broly's guy isn't that easy to defeat. His strength is far more than that. If he transforms into that green-haired state again, he may not lose to that guy. Said Super VEGETA seriously, now the time to strike, the time has not come. 6th universe side. Killer Hit takes Caulifla to find Kyle, who was suppressed by VEGETA's blow and is unconscious. She's okay. It's just that she passed out, you take her to find a safe place to hide first. After Hit instructed Caulifla, his determined eyes glanced at the area where VEGETA was. There was one thing he had to do. Do you want to challenge that monster alone? Caulifla read Heath's thoughts, and her words revealed a little worry. That VEGETA is powerful and can't be won alone. Hit, as the strongest trump card in their 6th universe, such a rash shot, once eliminated, means that the 6th universe has one less general. At this moment, Hit has made up his mind, and he must do this. Without much explanation, Hit activated the flash time power, retreated into the flash time space, and disappeared in place. VEGETA's side. At this time, he has become the target of all universes. As the most powerful fighter in the ring and the biggest threat to all the universe, he doesn't care about that. With so many people coming to deal with him alone, he couldn't ask for this kind of thing. Simply, let the storm come more violently. At the top of the mountain, VEGETA jumped from the mountain to the ring. His eyes stared straight at the direction where Broly had been shot before. The legendary Super Saiyan would be strange if it were really suppressed so easily. In the breath perception, Broly's breath did not decrease, but rose at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps because the destructive power driven by VEGETA's blow was too amazing, it stimulated the Chuan-Chao bloodline in Broly's body, causing the power of Transcendent to fall into mania in advance, giving him more powerful energy. In Broly's position, the space trembled violently, and the atmosphere began to become extremely strange. Circle after circle of turquoise energy spread in the space, and a terrifying sense of extreme oppression descended to the boundary. In the distance, Broly, buried by rubble, has changed. His body once again underwent a shocking change under the action of the power of Chuan-Chao. The whole person's body swelled to a giant nearly 3 meters tall, and the muscles of his arms became extremely exaggerated under the blessing of the power of transmission, which was comparable to the repulsion of a strong warrior. Broly in this form is no longer an ordinary Super Saiyan appearance, but the appearance of the first and third form of Super Saiyan. An extremely strong muscle monster. The explosion of the power of the transmission caused Broly's combat power value to continue to skyrocket, and VEGETA judged this strength through breath perception, at least the 100 groove level. You have this power before you have truly awakened, and if you are fully awakened, I am afraid that no one in this ring can suppress you except me. But that's how the battle has to be fun, and using you as a warm-up object is also a good choice. VEGETA took a fighting stance, and the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was secretly mobilized with his thoughts. This fight, he can be a little more serious. Chapter 72. Roar. A hysterical roar erupted from Broly's mouth. The second expansion of the power of the transmission power caused him to completely turn into a bloodthirsty beast now. As soon as his mind moved, the beast of Broly turned into a huge cannonball according to the guidance of instinct, cutting through the space, and shot straight towards VEGETA's position again. Although his body has become stronger, his movement speed has not decreased in the slightest, but has increased a lot. In the face of Broly's savage charge, VEGETA did not dodge, and a golden light flashed in his eyes, hard to resist the devastating impact of this beast. Boom! Broly's impact was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and its destructive power was so terrifying that the gods had to retreat. However, VEGETA, who suffered this horrific impact head-on, was unharmed. With just one hand, he was able to block Broly's brutal attack. At this moment, VEGETA's body was filled with the same golden aura as Broly, and his sky-rushing anger was windless, and it only took a moment to completely transform into gold. Crackle! Golden electricity lingered around VEGETA's body and exploded. Super Saiyan First Order full power. See? An attack didn't work, and Broly frantically swung his huge arm again, in a vain attempt to tear VEGETA to pieces. VEGETA cleverly dodged Broly's attack sideways, and instead opened his hands and quickly locked Broly's huge arms. In a loud gulp, the strength of the whole body exploded, directly throwing Broly's huge body towards the sky. In this boundary, except for some specific races, no one can have the ability to fly, and Broly, who was thrown into the air, directly lost control of his body. Taking advantage of the victory in pursuit, VEGETA's mind moved, teleported directly above Broly, and formed a warhammer with his hands together, striking Broly's chest hard. Boom! With a bang! The powerful blow directly knocked Broly into the depths of the boundless ring, forming a huge depression of 100 meters. Debris flew in the sky, the ring shook constantly, and Broly's body embedded in the rubble struggled. VEGETA swooped down straight from the sky. Another heavy punch, slamming Broly in the face. The intense pain increased again, and the beast looked even more crazy. No matter how crazy he was, VEGETA launched dozens of crushing consecutive blows in an absolutely crushing posture. Bang! 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 The sound of fists to flesh was transmitted. Broly was at the moment like a sandbag at VEGETA's attack. The physical torture and pain caused Broly to roar hysterically and resist vigorously, but every time he resisted, he was suppressed by VEGETA with thunderous means. This legendary Super Saiyan was crushed by VEGETA's absolute power and had no power to fight back. As VEGETA's relentless offensive fell, Broly's wail spread throughout the Infinity Realm. All the contestants felt a heartfelt chill spread, and this wail was inevitably a little too bleak. As time passed, Broly's cry of pain had disappeared into the boundless ring. His body was already full of holes under VEGETA's continuous smashing blows. Fortunately, as a legendary Super Saiyan, his physical strength far exceeds that of people in the same realm. Otherwise, even a strong person whose general strength has reached the 10th dimensional level may have already turned into meat mud under the fierce attack of VEGETA like a violent storm. Looking at Broly, who had not moved at all, VEGETA's eyes revealed disappointment. Once, in his world, Broly gave him a sense of oppression that he would never forget. But until today, he reached the pinnacle, broke the world, and met Broly again, but found that the other party's strength was too much worse than his own. Just as VEGETA was about to eliminate Broly in one fell swoop, the mutation suddenly occurred. Broly's spattered body erupted with turquoise flames. "Hey!" VEGETA muttered unexpectedly. Boom! In an instant, even greater energy rushed out from Broly's body and ran through the entire void realm. VEGETA had to be forced to retreat, and after feeling the intensity of this burst of energy, the disdain on his face gradually turned into anticipation. Judging by keen perception, the energy of this explosion has reached at least the unit of 1,000 ditches. From this turquoise pillar of energy light, Broly's figure slowly appeared, and when the energy completely dissipated, he appeared in a new form. Turquoise hair, stronger and wild body. This is what the legendary Super Saiyan really looks like. All the wounds suffered in the previous battle were repaired under the influence of the power of the superpower. At this moment, Broly was still in a state of irrationality, spitting out a hot white mist in his mouth, and his pair of eyes without pupils stared directly at VEGETA. In the next second, the energy converged and formed in his throat, and a devastating spout wave erupted from Broly's mouth. But at the moment he released his energy, VEGETA jumped in space early and came directly in front of him, charging a punch that slammed his fist into the face, causing Broly to force his mouth down. The roaring energy exploded in Broly's mouth, causing great damage to his mouth and internal organs. "Fly me!" With a muffled snort, VEGETA charged a heavy blow and sent Broly up to a height of 100 meters. Just as he was about to give another attack to hit Broly hard, Son Goku and Super VEGETA of the 7th universe knew that the opportunity had come. "It's now!" VEGETA, the Monkey King, who was hiding in the secret, did not hesitate to liberate his divine power. Super Saiyan Blue full power transformation was achieved in a single thought. The 10,000-fold increase of normality raised the limit of his combat power value to 40 years. But this is not his full strength. "Don't order me, Kakarot!" Super VEGETA complained verbally, but physically honestly. The divine power in his body was mobilized and exploded, and he also transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue full power state in a single thought. In terms of normal combat effectiveness, Super VEGETA is a little stronger than Sun Wukong, and his Super Saiyan Blue full power state holds a combat power of 50 yuan, which is slightly better than Sun Wukong. Xia and the two young men worked together to kill one left and one right against VEGETA left and right. Chapter 73. Bang! Pound! Two muffled bangs exploded in succession. VEGETA easily blocked the left and right attacks of Super Blue Goku and Super Blue VEGETA. Looking at the Super Blue Monkey King and himself in this world, his face couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Yes, your strength has actually increased to this point. However, if you want to challenge me to this extent, it is a little too far away. With a loud drink, VEGETA's hands burst out violently, and with a wave of his big hand, he directly threw Super Blue Monkey King and Super Blue VEGETA out. Abominable! What a domineering force! I can't even fight back, Chao Lan Sun Wukong sighed with a palpitation. His strength is not known to be much stronger than the last time he fought VEGETA. But even so, he was thrown off by the other party's understatement. The gap is self-evidently enormous. However, he will not admit defeat. Such a challenge also has great significance for him, and can even help him become stronger in a short period of time. It should be said that Sun Wukong has also undergone great transformation after his last experience. At least, there is not only fear in his heart, but also his courageous character also makes him want to fight. This guy. What exactly is the identity? It didn't look like it took away my body at all. Instead, it's like another me. Super Blue VEGETA couldn't help but frown after feeling this overwhelming power. The same as VEGETA, who is also smart in this time and space, and can perceive more than he sees. Even if an outsider uses his body for a long time, it is impossible to be as handy as him. Super VEGETA had secretly guessed in his heart that the true identity of the guy in front of him who looked exactly like him was far from as simple as he thought. The repulsed second young master calmed his body at an extremely fast speed. The two stood on the front and back sides of VEGETA. For a moment, their momentum soaring, and the whole universe was focused. Super Blue VEGETA shouted directly, finally, flash! Super Blue Sun Wukong cooperated in the attack in the next second, and shouted at the same time, turtle, pi, qi gong, wave. Both sides simultaneously performed their own special moves, attacking VEGETA with a front and back attack. What about VEGETA? At this moment, his face was without waves, and he was as calm as a lake without a trace of ripples. At the same time, Broly, who had been hit in the air by him before, also eased his breath and locked VEGETA's position again, revealing a hideous look on his face. Whoa! The roar of the beast resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, and the power of the transmission was superpower, and a pillar of energy light with a huge diameter was ejected from Broly's mouth. Strike in 3 ways. Universe 7 took a joint attack, vowing to get VEGETA out. In the case of the enemy on the back and abdomen, there is also a rather destructive energy above, and under the combined attack of the triple energy, even the god of destruction must be taken seriously. Humph! If the 3 of you were of the same magnitude, these special killing skills might have a little impact on me, but it's a pity that you guys are too weak now. When the words fell, VEGETA's strong aura formed an impregnable protective barrier, protecting his body at 360 degrees without dead ends. Crackle! 3 different energies came from 3 different directions, and they were desperately resisted by this impregnable protective barrier, unable to advance a single bit. Such a scene is somewhat similar to the triple energy ray in the original work in which Jillian resists the Super Blue Monkey King, Super Blue VEGETA in number 17. With his own strength, he carried the siege of the 3 super combat forces of the 7th universe, and even if VEGETA was only super full power, he did not fall into the downwind at all. VEGETA's fierce combat power and invincible posture in the 10th universe are deeply imprinted in the eyes of every god and angel. I don't believe it, your protective cover is really so unbreakable. Super Blue Sun Wukong's eyes burst with red light. In the next second, his own combat effectiveness once again ushered in an explosive increase. A scarlet aura burned around his body, and in an instant, the tenfold Realm King fist opened, and his combat power increased tenfold. The combat power value is as high as 400 yuan. Drink ah! With a loud drink, the diameter of the turtle sect Qigong wave released by the super blue sun Wukong expanded by more than double. The furious energy opened its blood basin with even more destructive power, as if it was going to devour VEGETA alive. Super blue VEGETA was not idle, mobilizing a deeper energy pool in the body. And finally the flashing energy also ushered in explosive growth. Two streams of energy increased, constantly attacking the protective barrier around VEGETA. But no matter how stubbornly they resisted to the end, they could not touch the slightest bit of the protective shield around VEGETA. The gap in strength is too big, and it is simply a fool's dream to shake the current VEGETA with the combat power of the 9th dimension. Even Broly, a warrior with the 10th dimensional ditch level, was indifferent, and after years of encouragement and cultivation, VEGETA had already been able to use his bloodline power to the extreme. Even if it is the state of the first order of an ordinary Super Saiyan, as long as he wants to, he can even exert a combat power comparable to the fourth order of the Super Saiyan. Feeling the enthusiasm of Super Blue Monkey King and Super Blue VEGETA on the front and back sides, the corners of VEGETA's own mouth rose and fell slightly, and the smile on his face appeared slightly. For the sake of you working so hard, I'm a little more serious. Don't be freaked out. When the words fell, the bloodline power in VEGETA's body was pulled and erupted. Boom! In an instant, an extreme power that was terrifying than before, which was unknown how many times more terrifying, descended on the entire void realm. A huge and boundless pillar of golden energy light rises from the ground with VEGETA as the center, running through the boundless arena and clouds. Super Blue Goku and Super Blue VEGETA were forced to retreat again by the impact of energy. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who was located in mid-air, was directly overturned on the spot by this terrifying energy and fell to the ring. The moment this anti-heavenly aura descended on the entire void realm, the gods stood up one after another. The two kings located in the Temple of All Kings even opened their mouths, and their eyes were deeply attracted by this brilliant golden light. The great priest stared at the brilliant golden light with an expressionless face, the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and an evil smile appeared. Chapter 74. In the ring. All the contestants looked at this golden pillar of light that ran through the world with horror on their faces. Unlike the imperceptible power of God, VEGETA's burst of energy was a true breath. Moreover, judging from the perception, the strength of this chi, just coercion, is enough to crush a person to death. That guy from the 10th universe. It was possible to burst out such a power. The captain of the 11th universe Pride team sighed with trepidation. Although it has long been expected that the strength of the other party will be very strong. However, this level of oppression he had only felt when Jillian burst out with all his strength. Doesn't that mean VEGETA's strength is not inferior to Jillian? Even more than Jillian. What about Jillian? At this time, he was already unable to hold back. He is also a strong man, but also a warrior. VEGETA's fierce aura attracted his attention and ignited his desire to fight. His fists clenched involuntarily, and an expectant smile appeared on the face of the iceberg that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ring, Vic and Son Gohan hid in the shadows, quietly watching the battle in the distance. What a monster! Is this guy really another VEGETA in another space-time world? Vic clenched his teeth and cold sweat slipped down his face. VEGETA's eruption of chi made him feel a rather ominous sense of oppression. Unbelievable! It is possible to cultivate the breath to this point. Sun Wuhan couldn't help but gasp and said in amazement. At this moment, no matter how much he believed in his father, he was shocked by VEGETA's outburst against the weather, and at the same time worried about his father. Just when the two of them were distracted, two golden energy bullets broke through the space and struck from behind them. Bike, who was always vigilant, turned around sharply and smashed the energy bomb with a wave of his big hand. "Are you guys?" Vic exclaimed in surprise. Because the person who attacked him was none other than his kindred. The nemesis of the 6th universe, Peruk and Sayonel. The two carried all the hopes of the nemesis people of the Sixth Universe and assimilated almost all the clansmen to participate in this power conference. Don't blame us for playing tricks and sneaking attacks, compatriots. You know what will happen after the failure of this power conference. For the survival of the Sixth Universe, I have to do this. Thunderbolt and Sayonel looked at Vic as they spoke slowly. Vic didn't care much about their sneak attack. Because there are rules in the dogfight game, sneak attacks are normal. If it were him, he would do the same if he had the chance. Uncle Bike. Son Gohan on the side signaled, he could also make a move. No need, Gohan, they are my compatriots, and this is also a fateful battle. Moreover, your strength is much stronger than mine, so you can retain your physical strength and stand until the last moment. The next battle, but you need to contribute, the two of them, leave it to me. Vic said, the momentum of the whole body began to roll and boil, and the potential in the body was fully liberated. His muscles were swollen and his skin was skewed towards orange-yellow. This form is exactly the orange Vic that appeared in the super-late theatrical version of the original work. Also widely known as the Dragon God form Bike. Originally, it should be after the power conference to develop the potential with the power of the divine dragon, and then experience the awakening of the new artificial human after the crisis. It was because of the influence of VEGETA's powerful power on the Seventh Universe that forced the warriors of the Seventh Universe to become stronger, and Vic also entered this form in advance. In this form, the combat power he holds has reached the terrifying 8th dimension, the unit of Zi. Moreover, it is still a unit of nearly 1,000 seeds. What is it? In addition to the giganticism, do our nemesis people also transform? After Thunderbolt and Sayonel saw Bike's transformation, they both widened their eyes. This was a change they had never seen before, and his physical instincts and intuition told him that the strength of Vic in front of him was far stronger than theirs. Then, I'll go one step ahead, Uncle Bike, and I'll join you next. Son Gohan instructed, and then ran towards the other side of the ring alone. With Son Gohan leaving, a smile appeared on Vic Mountain, he clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of fighting intent and shouted to the clansmen in front of him, "Come and fight, who is the strongest of the two universes?" Meanwhile, VEGETA's side. As the golden energy light pillar gradually dissipated, the turbulent void realm slowly returned to calm. In the golden light, VEGETA's image has changed dramatically. The shape of the beast, the clothes on the upper body have disappeared, and the strong muscles are covered with bright red hair. Super Saiyan's blonde hair turns into long brown-black hair that reaches to the waist. The azure two-color pupils seem to be able to see through everything in this world. At the corner of his eye, two bright red eyeshadows added a touch of domineering to VEGETA. Waiting for his transformed form to stabilize, VEGETA took a deep breath to calm his restless bloodline power. Super Saiyan 4th Order Brunette Peak. Normal 5,000-fold increase in combat effectiveness. If he is under normal conditions, the combat power he holds is the unit that has just entered the ditch. Then now the combat power value he holds under the 4th Order Black-Haired Peak of the Super Saiyan has reached a terrifying 5,000 ditch. This. What kind of transformation is this? We Saiyans. Is there such a transformation? They. Super Blue Monkey King, who was overturned not far away, was stunned when he saw VEGETA's wild appearance. In his knowledge, the transformation of a Saiyan is only the first level of Super Saiyan to the third level of Super Saiyan. Then, it was the Super Saiyan God that they had achieved by cultivating the power of God and the current Super Saiyan Blue. But the image of this red-haired monkey in front of him. What is it? Not only is the strength so strong that people feel terrifying, but the domineering posture also dumps their Super Saiyan Blue I don't know how far. In addition to the shock, Super Blue Sun Wukong also felt the bloodline power in his body, and in front of VEGETA, who was the 4th order of Super Saiyan, he was trembling slightly. His bloodline is showing weakness. This is... What's going on? Is my body actually trembling? Super Blue Sun Wukong forcibly suppressed the fear on his bloodline and stood up with gritted teeth. Soon, the restlessness in his blood was suppressed by him, and a thick excitement and feverish fighting intent surged in his heart. Being able to see new things is good for him. In addition to him, Ultra Blue VEGETA, who was not far away, also stood up trembling. The transformation of the fourth order of the Super Saiyan surprised and delighted him. Apart from the power of God, they Scions have other ways to go. Chapter 75. This transformation. Could it be said that it is a higher realm beyond the third order of Super Saiyan? There is no breath of God. Abominable. If it's really the fourth tier of Super Saiyan, then why did I give up my dignity to serve that Beerus guy in the first place? Looking at the wild figure of VEGETA of the fourth order of the Super Saiyan in front of him, as well as the invincible posture of defiance of everything, Super Blue VEGETA felt extremely humiliated and unwilling in his heart. He could be sure that this form was the fourth order of the Super Saiyan. Otherwise, what is it? It's just that I don't know by what means the other party used to achieve it. Xia's second young man behaved differently after meeting VEGETA, who was in the fourth rank of Super Saiyan. However, there was an exception for one Saiyan present. When VEGETA, the fourth order Super Saiyan, arrived, the bloodline power in the legendary Super Saiyan Broly sent a strong danger signal. He felt strongly threatened. As the king of the Saiyan bloodline, the blood of the Super Pass will never allow other bloodlines to threaten his status. Once a threat is found, it is necessary to erase it. Whoops! The cry of the Broly beast expanded again. The blood of the transcendent in his body gave him more powerful power, but it also caused his own reason to be completely buried in the fury and wildness of the transcendent power. The Super Blue Monkey King and Super Blue VEGETA, located on the front and back sides of Super 4 VEGETA, both noticed Broly's abnormality. The body can't stop shaking. It felt the same way as that VEGETA. This instinctive reaction is really unpleasant. But, I don't know why, but I got excited because of it. Super Blue Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the belligerent factor in his body was strongly stimulated, bursting out a steady stream of fighting intent. His gaze swept over Super 4 VEGETA, his insight infinitely expanded, and he wanted to see how Super 4 VEGETA would deal with the violent Broly. Broly, but he and Super VEGETA combined forces can't take advantage of the guy. Humph! Let me see how powerful you are in this form. Super Blue VEGETA took a deep breath, held her breath, concentrated, and carefully observed every move of Super 4 VEGETA. At this time, Super 4 VEGETA also detected the Broly riot. The bloodline power in his body sent a signal to him, as if he was asking him to quickly solve this annoying legendary Super Saiyan. Super 4 VEGETA turned around indifferently and stared coldly at Broly, who was more thorough than just now. Judging by breath perception, the current Broly has reached at least the level of 2000 ditches in terms of combat effectiveness. Moreover, it is still climbing in a straight line, vaguely reaching a posture of 3000 ditches. Give him a little more time, maybe he can catch up with the current VEGETA. No. There is another result, the energy is too strong, reaching the limit of the body's endurance, and eventually the body explodes and dies. What a crazy and wild look, both fearful and pitiful, legendary Super Saiyan. This madness has both made you and ruined you. Just use this trick to calm you down. When the words fell, Super 4 VEGETA leaned forward, and golden arcs of electricity faintly appeared in the palms of his hands, and the majestic energy slowly condensed and formed in the palms. Sensing the threat of Super 4 VEGETA, Broly, guided by instinct, gathered a light of annihilation that was capable of destroying everything in the world. Boom! The vast and boundless pillar of turquoise energy light rushed straight out, and killed straight towards the Super 4 VEGETA with the momentum of destruction and decay. Gamma, Blaster, Flash! Super 4 VEGETA drank loudly, and even more vast energy rays burst out from his hands. The terrifying power quickly swept away, crushing Broly's final blow with the power of decay. The roaring energy engulfed Broly's whole body, causing the mad beast to roar. Broly's wails of pain resounded throughout the ring, creeping out the rest of the contestants. Drink ah! Super 4 VEGETA exerted his power again, and the energy of the Gamma Burst energy swelled in a circle. The furious energy penetrated Broly's body and flew out of the ring of the power assembly. When the storm of energy subsides, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly is already standing on the edge of the ring. At this moment, he was no longer a Chuan Chao, and the destructive power of Super 4 VEGETA's Gamma Burst flashes was too terrifying, directly knocking him back to his original form. His body was constantly swaying at the edge of the ring, just when he was about to fall into the abyss of the boundless. Cyborg 17 rushed out from not far away, pulling back Broly, who was about to fall into the abyss of infinity. Woo! Fortunately, if he is eliminated, our universe will be troubled. Cyborg 17 breathed a sigh of relief. Monkey King, VEGETA, leave it to me. Cyborg 17 shouted not far away. In the next second, carrying Broly's strong body, he hurried to the depths of the ring. At the same time, his action also made the gods and angels of the 7th universe viewing area, as well as the Sun-Bei duo, relieved. Broly was not eliminated, which is already a blessing in misfortune. At this moment, the audience of the 7th universe is in the audience. Destroyer Beerus and Angel Weiss saw the battle in the ring, and their emotions were depressed to the extreme. This player, but they searched the entire universe to find the super strong Saiyan. The strength is only stronger than the Super Blue Monkey King and Super Blue VEGETA. But in front of the Super 4th VEGETA of the 10th universe, he was defeated so cleanly. But fortunately, it was not completely eliminated. Oh, the situation is not good. I didn't expect that such a strong existence as Brolsan was defeated by that VEGETA of the 10th universe. Even if Goku-san and VEGETA-san join forces, the hope of winning is quite slim. What are you afraid of? The way to win the game is not one, as long as the game is over, whichever side has the most people will win. As long as Goku and VEGETA keep themselves from being knocked out of the ring, plus a few other contestants, our 7th universe will be invincible. Said the god of destruction Beerus at the moment, pretending to be calm. Having said that, I'm afraid Goku-san and VEGETA-san won't obediently listen to you.